possibility that the signature may be a little late in coming. So if you hear things, as John said, I mean, I've heard it before, with a kind of a roar, and you can kind of say, what the heck is that sound? Sometimes it sounds like a jet engine. Seek shelter immediately into your safe room. And if you have a helmet, a bike helmet, I told my folks to do the same thing. Get a bike helmet, put it on. It may seem weird, but it protects your obviously most important part of your body, your head there. So keep that in mind. Right now we're watching 3 separate tornadoes, tornado warnings. Some of them may be Doppler indicated, but by the photos I'm seeing from the National Weather Service, they are a little bit healthier than what you would normally see. And again, there are the tornado warnings. If we can switch, well, let me see if I can switch it over to Max 2 on that. But again, John, you see that one from Fort Myers northward through Charlotte County with that live radar sweep. And then 3 tornado, there they are, 3 tornado warnings in effect for Highlands County, 2 in Highlands and 1 into Charlotte County, moving northward at a rapid rate. John, what are the speeds on those, how fast they're moving?
About 35 miles an hour for that one that's in moving into Charlotte County.
Charlotte County, okay.
So, and other ones have been as high as 50 miles an hour. And of course, that velocity can vary as we go through time. So there's nothing to say that perhaps we could be looking at the same thunderstorm cell kind of speeding up and producing even faster rates as it lifts northward. We're again watching at the shear markers there, Bob, and they're pretty well defined just outside of Fort Myers, and in fact even expanding in some places.
Let's see if I can spot those at the again radial velocity and check those out. I know there it is right there, quite clearly. Yeah, I mean you can see it's defined right there in the southern portion of Charlotte County. So folks, in the path of this is a very impressive signature this far away from the radar too. Now you have to understand the radar beam's going up a little bit in the storm, so it's getting a little bit more rotation into the storm, but that certainly could be translated down to the surface. So once again, I'm going to show where those warnings are and how long they're in effect. This one, again, near Punta Gorda here. In just a short period of time, you're on the outer edge of that, and that is in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon. The other ones in the Highlands County that we continue to monitor, these are the feeder bands, by the way, out ahead of the actual Hurricane Milton, and these are also in play right now. And in terms of the timing of these, we do have those in effect as well. These have been ongoing for quite a while, and it looks like a new one has just popped up in Charlotte County, John. This one is in effect until 1 o'clock. This one is in effect until 1:15, and I'm going to zoom it out just a little bit here and drive it. I thought I saw another box go up there. Yeah, so they're extending that one. The other one's going to expire, but they've extended that one to the east of Port Charlotte. So that one's going to move on in that direction. It's the same couplet, I do believe, with this radial velocity. Yeah, there it is. So a new warning is going to go in effect. Check that real quick, John, before I send it back over to you to get the time on that. I'm sure it's going to be 1:30 or maybe even later. There it is, 1:15. So they've extended that one to 1:15. And this one's going to expire at 1 o'clock, but really this is just another extension of that. These things are happening quickly. Obviously, we don't expect the tropical storm force winds until 6 o'clock, sometime around there, and then the full hurricane making landfall looks like late tonight. 11, 12 o'clock, maybe 1 o'clock. You know, these things are a little fickle, and we got to continue to monitor that. Obviously, everyone should be in place by now in close to proximity to your safe room. You'll make the break to that. Don't wait for us to tell you there's a warning. If you start to hear things go bad, that's when you get into the safe room, where you should be in there right now, just kind of hanging out. I know it's going to be a tough ride, but we've got you covered. John, what do you got?
Yeah, I think that you're quite right about that, Bob. You should have identified your safe room right now, because it's something we're going to see a lot of. I'm really quite impressed by how well defined this particular couplet is that's moving through Charlotte County with the tornado warning that is up until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Let's take a little bit closer look at exactly where that is. So if you have friends or relatives in this area that may be running those last-minute errands, those last-minute storm preps, and have encountered this system, you really need to tell them to get into a safe location. Anywhere along areas of 31, 17, 41, that is an area where this couplet is located and lifting northward at a pretty good clip, really. So if you took a look at this and you extrapolated it northward, you'd be looking at a storm system that could produce some pretty heavy weather for folks right along this area lifting northward. northward into the afternoon. Tucker's Corner, perhaps, Vermont, Ridge Harbor, Peace River Shores, Nocatee, all have the chance of seeing this particular cutlet hold intact together and lifting northward up through about 1:15 this afternoon. So again, another indication of multiple areas of rotation that are in the atmosphere right now. Look at these shear markers. Again, I'll point these out to you. There's the one that is producing this tornado warning right now. So it's pretty significant, pretty much near the intersection of 75 and 41 down around Lee County moving into Charlotte County. So we had one up here near Punta Gorda that has since dissipated, but more and more of these will be rotating around the center of circulation of our hurricane as it lifts a little bit closer to us. I think by the time the storm system gets closer, say around 5 o'clock or so, we'll start to see those wind speeds increase to the point where the environment would no longer be favorable for tornadic development. There's kind of a sweet spot here where you get as much rotation in the atmosphere as you can instead of just a uniform fast motion of air. So we're watching, as if you're just joining us now, a tornado warning rather. I keep wanting to call it a watch. We do have a tornado watch up for the entire area, by the way, till about 6 o'clock. But we're watching a tornado warning that is up for areas of Charlotte County as a area of rotation in a thunderstorm cell that's pretty impressive. Let's see if we can see any kind of a hook echo. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of a hook echo trying to form right in here or perhaps in here of the storm system as it lifts northward. Kind of an indication of the flow of moisture and rain around a rotating area within the thunderstorm cell called a mesocyclone, lifting northward. That really is a very dangerous situation for anybody living in this area. So if you happen to know anybody, please do give them a call. Bob, what do you got?
John, we've been focusing on that, obviously. We've been focusing on that tornado in particular. That's going to go till 1:15, and the other one expires in just a minute or two, but the continues basically a little to the east of it. But we also want to talk about Highlands County. If we can go to Max 2, you'll see it. Now, there's very impressive signatures, like you said, John. These are showing up a little stronger than what we normally see, so this is something we have to watch closely. You can see the two there. One is just parallel east of Sebring in Highlands County. That one's moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And then we have another one just to the south near Lake Placid. That too, look out into Sebring as that is heading in your direction. Those are two tornado warnings also into Highlands County at this point. Now, as John said, we're going to see more of these throughout the remainder of the storm, really. And obviously, when we get the big winds, these tornadoes will go away because the winds themselves associated with the hurricane will be tornado-like, right? We're talking over 100-mile-an-hour winds, gusts even higher than that. So those will be similar to what you'd see with a tornado. So that's a tornado warning for everybody when the actual eye wall starts to make, or at least approach our area. We're going to go to the velocity. There we are, and now we're going to stick it and move a little bit down south if we can, and you can see that other cell right there, just on 27 now, pretty healthy signature. This one's a little stronger, and that is into Highlands County. To give you a perspective, this is the area we're talking about. Everyone has to take a look at this possibility of strong thunderstorms and tornadoes as they push on through. And we're not going to leave this one out because it's got a really healthy signature. And what you're seeing there is the green and the blue. That's what we look for. Those are couplets. That means winds rotating in opposite directions around each other. And that usually means you've got some sort of rotation in the storm itself that could certainly work its way down to the surface. And the photos we're getting from the National Weather Service, from spotters, trained spotters out there, they are showing tornadoes on the ground at this point, John. So once again, we'll go to the watches and warnings really quickly, and then we'll show you what we're looking at as this, again, is starting to outbreak quite a bit here as we move through time. We'll go, there it is. They use tornado warning for Lee County near Fort Myers, but it extends all the way through Charlotte. I wouldn't be surprised to see this continuing on into DeSoto near Arcadia, John, at this point.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. These seem to be holding together, but the point is that they're not particularly super well-formed, long-track thunderstorm supercells. They're just moving very quickly, so that's why a lot of times they have to extend these watches because the storm systems themselves are just racing along. strong. The one that you were just looking at that Bob was talking about that we're warned for right now, that is one that is near Babcock Webb Wildlife Management District. If you know that area down in Charlotte County, it's kind of a rural area, but nevertheless, it's a well-defined area. I think we're probably seeing a little bit of a hook gecko trying to form there. Possibly, it could be something like that. We're certainly looking at the potential of strong storms throughout the afternoon as we look at Category 4 Milton, still moving at a very good clip, coming in northeast now at about 17. It has still 145-mile-an-hour winds with a Category 4 status. It is lifting to the north and is forecast to be making landfall in our area as of the last advisory issued from the National Hurricane Center, probably at around 11 o'clock, maybe just a little bit before midnight. A lot of it depends on just when it makes the turn toward the coastline and comes in, but all of the computer models are in pretty good agreement. Look how small that cone of uncertainty is, less and less uncertainty and more certainty that this could be a system that actually makes landfall right over Sarasota, Manatee County. Bob?
John, we're just getting the 1 o'clock advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. This is an intermediate advisory, and let me get my glasses on and read it for you. Milton is currently moving to the north-northeast at 15 knots, which is a really fast pace now. So it's picked up its forward momentum and a turn toward the northeast is anticipated with some slower speed. So it is going to slow down a little bit, and that's why we're calling for the 11 midnight possibility of making landfall. We're also getting reports from the National Weather Service that the tropical storm force winds are just off the coast, So that's something to be concerned about. You do not want to be driving now at this point. If you see these big storms moving through, you're going to see the possibility of isolated tornadoes and now the tropical storm force winds starting on. So what that means is you've got to stay in place, shelter in place. There's no room for driving around now for the most part. If you can see a window of opportunity, obviously you can take it, but again, that's at your own risk. Now, what they're saying the next update will be at 2 p.m. The winds now are at 145 miles an hour. It's good to see those winds going down somewhat. And as far as the pressure goes, a 935 millibars, still a very deep low pressure area in the center of this system. Even though the eye is getting a little ragged, don't let your guard down. This 935, John, that's low. Obviously with 145 mile an hour winds, it's still a strong Category 4 hurricane. John?
Yeah, and Bob, the thing is that, as you say, this eye wall of the storm system is getting a little bit more ragged, but as it gets ragged, it tends to expand, and we're now seeing tropical storm force winds extend outward from this system a distance of about 175 miles. So this is much larger than actually when it was a Category 5 storm. And that's problematic because as the storm system lifts northward, what happens is that this broad area of tropical storm force winds, and again, I'm talking about tropical storm force winds extending outward a distance of about 175 miles. So if you think about that, 175 miles puts it, on a radius of right about there. So you think about that, 175 miles in that direction, 175 miles in that direction, 175 miles in that direction. All of those winds throughout this area are moving water. The more water that those winds blow over, the bigger and longer lasting our storm surge will be. And that's the problem with an expanding wind field, is that we're seeing even hurricane force winds expanding outward from the center of the eye. Now, the eye is not so well defined anymore. It's filling with cloud cover, but it's still a very powerful system moving onshore and producing that heavy weather. A little bit of drier air is trying to filter in on the backside of it too, and that can be problematic in terms of strong wind gusts, stronger than, say, the average timed out wind over a period of a minute or two. You can have sudden kind of blasts of wind gusts that exceed by 25, 35 even 50% the actual wind speed of the sustained wind. And that can happen particularly when you've got that dry air trying to filter in, and you get that little jet that forms of the descending dry, cooler air as well. And it is cooler air because what we've got is kind of a stalled frontal boundary that this system is beginning to interact with on its journey to becoming extratropical. So as that happens, you get that kind of somewhat cooler, but certainly drier air kind of mixed in with the system that creates those strong gusty winds. We'll continue to see that. Again, the storm hazards associated with this system are pretty significant. We've got 110-mile-an-hour winds possible. I think it might even be a little bit higher than that in terms of the gusts. We could get up to 140-mile-an-hour gust or so. We've got life-threatening storm surge coming your way. I'm sure the heights are starting to climb, and I'll try to get you those gauge heights at Manatee County coming up in just a few minutes. But certainly we're starting to see them rise, even though we are approaching a low tide, which is a good thing. But I still think as that storm system gets closer to us and those winds are still peaking out at 145, it's going to push water up against the coast, low tide or not low tide. And we'll look at rainfall amounts. We're already seeing it that are coming in at about 18 inches per hour. We'll need to check the storm totals that we have so far, but that definitely could lead to some coastalized flooding. Bob, you got something?
I'm actually watching the storm, John, looking at it. It's not looking nearly as defined as it was just 24 hours ago, thankfully. But as you said, this storm, although not looking healthy, it's spreading its wings. And so the tropical storm force winds will be spreading out continuously up to 150 miles to the center one way and the other way. So you're talking a good chunk of central Florida going to get the impact of this storm on tropical storm force winds. Also, hurricane force winds are expanding near the center, and I'm starting to see a little tightening up of that center. It's not going to be your standard classic looking eye as it makes landfall, but it certainly looks like it's going to make landfall anywhere from now, as we've been saying, about Tampa Bay southward on into and around. Looks like Tampa Bay down to Port and Charlotte Harbor, I should say. If I can get this out of here, I'll try to get that graphic up. We're on the graphic now, so let me go ahead and drive this from the computer. I took the warnings out. We all know we're under a hurricane warning. We all know we're under a storm surge warning. Yeah, so
we're getting a report now from a ham radio operator in Fort Myers who says that there is confirmed damage with that one tornado we were reporting on earlier.
Yeah, well, let's get back to that quickly. So there's the new, again, projection. There we are at 8 o'clock, 125-mile-an-hour winds, and gusts as high as 155. Still, that center looks to be making its way toward Sarasota and Manatee counties. You have to understand that the surge factor, if it does this route, is not going to be as bad. It'll still be bad in Tampa Bay, but not nearly as bad and catastrophic as if it were to have moved in. If it still has that chance, you see that northern edge of that cone of uncertainty. It still has a chance, but that chance is lowering. This still could wobble a little bit as it moves toward the coast, and that would change things altogether. But right now, the most likely area would be into this zone, and anywhere within this area and to the south is going to see a significant storm surge at this point. We're going to go ahead and go through the next graphic just to show you that tornado warning real quick. I'm going to get to another graphic as I'm driving this computer. You can see basically a large area of heavy rainfall moving in through Highlands County, also into Hardee and DeSoto County, and into Arcadia. We'll check those warnings and watches real quickly for you and see what we have. There's the tornado warning for Charlotte County. That's in effect for the next 8 minutes or so. And then we've got two more that have been reissued for Highlands County. As you take a look at those, you can see this one now has been extended more than likely to 130. This one has been extended to 145. And the velocity on these, you can see the two couplets. There's one right there. And I'll get the arrow and point those out for you. You can see them quite clearly. There's one right there. There's another one there. But this is the healthier one down to the south into Charlotte County, busting off to the north pretty quickly, too, at 35 miles an hour. If we go ahead and switch this over and do a velocity check here with some of the winds, you can see these winds offshore. These are the tropical storm force winds up near St. Pete and near the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. We kind of query. You got to realize, though, this is not the actual wind on the surface, but we are looking at some very strong storms out there in the Gulf of Mexico near the eye wall. We'll get back to the radar real quickly and show you and zoom it out just a little bit. As we've said, we're watching this center And you can see from the radar that it's starting to get a little inner eye wall there. There's an outer one just to the north of where you see the center, and then there's one closer starting to develop. So the motion and movement looks to be off to the east-northeast, but the latest from the National Hurricane Center is now saying more of a northeast bend is expected here fairly quickly. As far as distance goes from our area, let's take it from Venice first. We'll take it from Venice and put you out there. It's over about, that's 70 miles or so. Let me zoom this out a little bit so we can get a better shot at it. We'll zoom it out, and we'll kind of actually get a little better chance at seeing how far out it is. So we'll clear this out. We'll go ahead and go to the distance and check what's happening from Sarasota. And it's about 118 miles southwest of Sarasota.
Bob, we got a new tornado warning up for Charlotte County for a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado just to the southwest of Florida Airport, 10 miles south of Lehigh Acres. Okay, this one is Doppler indicated once again up to 145. It is kind of overlapping the same area as the one that we had before, Bob.
Yeah, and you can see it quite clearly. The big cells that are moving on through, if we can switch it over to, that'd be great. This is a live sweep right here. This is Fort Myers. There's the tornado warning in effect as it's moving off to the north, racing at a speed of about 35 to almost 50 miles an hour. So you don't get much warning. As we switch this over to Max 2, you'll see that the storms out in Highlands County really have some impressive signatures at this point. So once again, we're watching what could be happening with the again, shear. These are shear markers. You can see these two shear markers here. This is a derived product, so it takes a while to show, but this is moving off to the northwest into Highlands County. This one is moving off basically due north, and there's a lot out here in the Gulf of Mexico as we go through time. I want to show you a couple of other things that we may be seeing out there in the Gulf at this point. They are moving off again very quickly. The latest from the National Hurricane Center is showing now that the storm still has 145 miles an hour wind. That is top end Category 4 hurricane, which can be catastrophic. It can do extensive damage at 145. It is expected to weaken down to a 3, possibly a live sweep of the radar. You can see the eye wall there. Now, the radar may not be making it all the way out to the southwest corner, but again, that could be, I think it's open if I'm not mistaken. I think it is open. It is been beat up by dry air as expected, funneling into the system. On top of that, we've got some wind shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere, which is not going to allow this thing to strengthen. At least we think so. That's the call right now, and we don't expect that thing to the thing to strengthen as it approaches. In fact, we expect it to weaken. But when you hear that word, right, weaken, oh, it's not going to be that big storm. No, let me tell you something. This is going to be the biggest storm we've seen here in many, 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 many years. You have to go back, I would say, to 1944. And storm surge, as we've been telling you, is the most dangerous aspect of this, obviously, this event. And we're still talking 10 to 15-foot storm surge.
Bob, I can show you another graphic up here. I'll put
Okay.
it right behind you. This is the latest tide gauge from Port of Manatee,
Right.
showing the beginnings of an increase in tide height, even though we're still at a low tide. So it's coming.
Yeah, so there's the observed, and you can start to see it's bottomed out now. So now it's going to start to rise, and it could get as high as, for the most part, this is at Port Manatee up there at the mouth of Tampa Bay and around there, could get as high as 9, 10 feet. We're in low tide, thankfully now, but we are going and approaching high tide. And high tide is just going to get even higher as we move through the rest of the afternoon and move on, John. So things are riding high already. They're only going to get higher as the storm system approaches. Let's check some of those tides to show you what's going on for Sarasota, Cortez, and the Venice Inlet. 3:28 a.m. Obviously, we've been through that tide. The next high tide will be at 4:28. And that's the point I was trying to get to, is that this is not going to be like what we saw with Helene. The reason why is because Helene moved along our coast, right? And so the winds changed direction, but as it was moving away, we got the west wind, but this is actually moving parallel with our coast. And so we're going to see a long duration west to northwest wind. So I know you may have experienced the surge with Helene. And if you're kind of referencing that, remember that it's not going to do the same thing. It's not just going to flow back out into the bay, because that west wind is going to stay with us for a longer time, because the storm is moving in such a direction that that west to northwest wind will stay with us all the way through the morning hours, I think all the way through the, again, high tide time. And these are the latest from the National Hurricane Center. You can see that area of 10 to 15 feet has really narrowed down now. So from basically Anna Maria Island all the way down into Charlotte Harbor, that line that you see there, we're expecting a 10 to 15 foot surge. Now, if the storm, and there's still a chance, is down here, obviously that surge isn't going to be that high, but it will still be near the center and to the south of the center. And I want to make that point really clear here, because that's going to be where you have waves too. You have to understand, we didn't have a lot of, I know we had big waves with Helene, but this is going to be onshore battering rams. These waves are going to be bigger, as this was a 5. It had a lot of time to build those waves up. And that's going to be an aspect that we didn't have with Helene. Helene came through with waves, don't get me wrong. We did get the rise, but this is going to be a different story. And on top of that, as everyone knows, there's a lot of debris into that system, and that debris is going to be flowing with the wind, and that'll be out of the eventually southwest, west, and then northwest. It's not going to give up much at this point, John. So that's what we're looking at. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, if I can, to this graphic and show you that we certainly are still seeing the potential, anyway, of some problems with new tornado warning. Okay,
2 o'clock.
Go ahead and take it.
In inland areas, if we can switch
Max
back to Max 1, that would be great. Would appreciate that. So we are now looking at in eastern Charlotte County, and we can show you where that is. It is producing, again, the possibility. You can see it right there moving through Charlotte County into Arcadia, and this is up till 2 o'clock. The potential for some very strong storms moving up toward the Arcadia region as we go through the afternoon. The forecast, again, calls for all of these storms to have the potential, anyway, of producing some, well, I've lost my hand tracking for some reason. But in any event, we're looking at this watch box right here that will continue to be in effect till about 1 o'clock. I'm trying to look at the radar signature here and see if I can see where we're probably looking at an area maybe down here where the originating storm is located in Charlotte County, lifting northward at a pretty good clip. Thank you there, Bob. Take a little velocity signal. Yep, there it is right there, showing you that that area of the couplet that is producing the potential for rotation. When you see these kind of signatures, when you see these two different colors kind of really close together on the scale of rotation, they're producing a rotation that causes everything to kind of spin in the atmosphere at the mid levels and kind of stretch out a long area of spin across the region. Let's take a look at some of the shear markers, and it's a very well-defined shear marker coming in. Now, granted, a lot of this is agricultural and rural areas, but certainly we have an area up near Arcadia that is not so, that is definitely has the potential of a good population up there. So it's one thing that we really want to watch pretty carefully. This watch box up until 2 o'clock has some rain rates that are pretty significant as well. The rain rates coming in at perhaps, well, we have a tornado warning that's in effect, as we mentioned, with perhaps rain rates coming in pretty heavy right now. We're looking at areas that are coming in at 2 3/4 inches per hour. That kind of rain rate is a blinding rain, pull off the road kind of rain. Hopefully nobody's out anyway. Everybody is being prepared in a proper fashion for the onset of hurricane force winds a little bit later on, and have sought their safe room, have decided which room in their house is going to be that safe room where they're going to take shelter. So hopefully, as this storm system lifts north through Arcadia, nobody is going to be bothered by being on the road as that storm system lifts across the region. We have this area that is kind of ragged now of a feeder band that's trying to lift northward, and within that feeder band area we have potentially some fairly heavy rainfall. I need to control the computer, so I'm just going to step off the green screen for just a second so I can show you what we're talking about. In areas located in inland areas of Hardee and DeSoto counties, we've got this watch warn area that we're concerned about, because as this moves northward toward Arcadia, you can see pretty closely, I think here, the area that may contain the hook echo that's right in here. If you can see that, I'll point it out for you on the map. Right in there. That hook echo is part of a larger scale circulation that is producing these shear markers that you see right here. These shear markers indicating rotation in the atmosphere. So areas that we see that are on the ground near where that velocity couplet is that you can see right there along 31, and this is in Charlotte County, but lifting north at a pretty good clip. And that area is Doppler indicated area where there could be some rotation in the atmosphere. So something that we're watching pretty carefully. There is our one area of disturbed weather that's up until 1:45. The Lee County tornado warning has been canceled. The Charlotte County tornado warning is the one that's still in effect, but a Hardee County one as well. Let me show you where that one is in Hardee County. We're going to see multiple numbers of these throughout the afternoon, folks. And the reason for that is because as these landfalling bands of heavy thunderstorm activity, all of them, you can see them right now it's in Sebring County, but it's kind of just brushing the extreme eastern edges of Hardee County. The one I think that is of more significance, it could even dissipate before it gets into that extreme southern eastern sections of Hardee County. But the one that's near Arcadia, that is the one that certainly seems like a more serious threat for a larger population. So that's the one we're going to concentrate on right now. That one in Hardee County is, in Charlotte County, that's moving into areas around Arcadia, is up until 2 o'clock. So it's one that we will watch. As we go through time, we're going to continue to monitor that one, particularly as it gets closer to parts of Arcadia area. Again, tornado warnings are up for the entire area. So, Bob, what do you got?
It's new information, John, from the National Hurricane Center, looking at a product called when the tropical storm force winds may be arriving along our coast. So that's what we're looking at right now. And, we've been tracking along with it. You've seen it over the past few days. We've got that little line there, but we'll show you that in a minute. We haven't updated the graphic, but I can tell you this, that now the most reasonable time arrival for tropical storm force winds and the most likely time for tropical storm force winds to enter our area are pretty much the same. It's at 2 o'clock, 2:30 this afternoon. So that's when the tropical storm force warnings will start to roll in, or not warnings, but tropical storm winds will start to roll in. Now they're the low end, right? They're the 40 to 45 to 50 that can cause problems. Then the winds will start to increase throughout the remainder of the evening. The heavy part of the storm will be obviously through this evening, and it looks like it's going to be around 6, 7 o'clock and maybe even sooner the way things are going now. This storm is really picking up some speed, and that is going to force that water into the coastline. So once again, we were covering tornado warnings. I went back to the Hurricane Center, checked out their most reasonable time for arrival of tropical storm force winds. And that has now been kind of agreeing now with the most reasonable and the earliest at this point. So once again, I'm checking it out as we speak, and you're watching that loop of the radar of, again, the storm pushing off toward the east-northeast, expected to turn more northeasterly. So there's still some concern for Tampa Bay, but it looks like it's going to make a landfall right into Sarasota and Manatee counties, possibly. Right there at the line of Manatee and Sarasota counties. It's still too early to say at this juncture, but something to look out for. I want to show you the surge values really quickly before we throw it back to John and we get a little bit more. He's making some graphics right now, but we're going to go ahead and zoom this in. So this is a new product. Look at this. This is something that has changed significantly, folks. We have saw red up on Anna Maria Island. So simply because of where the position is, things have changed in the storm surge. Now, this is a product that again, is experimental. However, you can see that the storm surge values go higher as you go further south. And that's the reason we're looking at this now. Siesta Key still appears to be above 6 feet. And Lido, and we'll go a little tighter and show you that these numbers have come down with the last product. Still a problem, though, in Nokomis, upstream, Casey Key. So all the barrier islands are still going to see water, but it doesn't appear right now, and this could change, it's just a little wobble in that storm is going to change the possibility of storm surge. But we'll take it down and show you Cortez. They're still showing above 3 feet, but not as wide of an area with us. So this is a much better looking map than what we saw in Tampa Bay. I mean, Tampa Bay was all in the red, basically. If this graphic verifies, then things are going to be much less. And that's what we thought, right? If the center of the storm pushes further south, you're going to get offshore flow. And that's what we're seeing the possibility of across parts of Tampa Bay and Anna Maria Island. I just want to show you that real quickly. Don't, again, think that you're not going to get a storm surge on Anna Maria. You certainly could. And power outages will begin as we move through time throughout the afternoon. This is 2:30. I'm going to back this up a little bit and show you what we've got as the power outages go. Now, we'll take this through time. This was, again, for tonight as we move through. Now, the timing on this is a little bit off, but we do expect a widespread area of power outages as that center moves on. Once again, we'll go back to the radar because we do have tornado warnings to talk about, and John's gathering more information on those and other things. We're going to zip it into our local area. These tornado warnings will be going off for the next few hours, I think. At least as we get into the stronger winds. There's the one for Arcadia now, and then we still have a couple now for northeast Wauchula County that's in effect too until 1:45, and still one into eastern or western portions. That's the same one that's into northeastern portions of Hardy County, John. So things active, things moving forward a little faster. Tropical storm force winds appear to be just offshore. That's from the Hurricane Center, and that means everything's kind of speeding up a little bit. John?
Yeah, that would be really good news if we saw a lower storm surge. I think everybody would applaud that. Let's hope that that does indeed pan out. We are certainly seeing a weakening storm system. By all accounts, the structure of the storm system is becoming a little bit more ragged with Mitchell. We're seeing that drier air kind of intrude in. We're seeing kind of incorporating into frontal boundaries that are in the vicinity of circulation. So it's maybe making that trek to extratropical a little bit sooner, perhaps. We'll see what the Hurricane Center has to say about that. Again, we continue till 2 o'clock to track this particular storm system near Arcadia that has the potential for some strong, there we go, we got my hand tracking back. Don't know how we did that, but I'll take it. Continuing to watch this watched area here, this warned area for the potential of a storm system lifting northward close to Arcadia. So that could be a significant issue. The velocity estimates are showing this little storm system right here, this kind of couplet lifting northward. It's really kind of in the vicinity of Arcadia as well. And if you kind of track out the system rather and see exactly where it's going, you know, you're looking at an area where as it moves northward could get close to Nocatee here in just a few minutes. At about 1:37 or so, maybe 10 minutes from now, we might see it getting close to Nocatee, and if it holds together, it could be a dangerous system producing a tornado. So if you know anybody in Nocatee, you might want to mention that to them. Lansing, Kinsley all have a chance of seeing this storm system as it lifts northward with its velocity signatures. Let's take a look at the watch and warning again, located just in areas of Lee County lifting northward. I think it'll probably be exiting Charlotte County pretty soon and moving into those areas that are a little bit closer to Arcadia with time. As far as the total rainfall amounts go, well, we're looking at some pretty good estimates, particularly from the cell that contains that couplet. Blinding rainfall really coming in at an 2 3/4 inch per hour. So that's pretty blinding rain, and one of the reasons that we have that flood watch up through the entire area for the remainder of the afternoon. The shear values with the storm still indicate a large area of shear tracks lifting northward. So this is a dangerous storm that could create some flying debris. It could create some issues on the ground with people. And let's take a closer look at exactly where those people, who the people are who might be in the path of this particular storm system. First, let's take a look at, well, there was a confirmed report of debris on the ground with some of these tornadoes out here, and this is kind of looking like a signature of perhaps some debris left from the storm system as it moved northward. So it's a potential. Let's clear that out of there and take a look at the velocity once again. The radial velocity showing that the couplet right there and lifting northward with a fairly heavy, blinding rainfall in the midst. Storm track, if we can see that, well, how about let's take a look at the attributes of this storm system. We can see various areas of spinning rotation within the storm system, so a pretty serious indication of a northwest motion coming in at about 34 miles per hour. So that's that particular cell that we were warning for as well. So not only does it have a tornadic impact, but whoop, there it just went away. We had also issues with the potential of some flooding impact too with this storm system. You can see that the precipitation rate coming in at 2 inches per hour now. The flooding impact on our Titan impact scale is a 4, which puts it in a category that you have to pay attention to. It's a 1 through 10 category, and so with a flooding impact of 2, it certainly produces a potential of seeing some flooding in areas as well. Not much in the way of any kind of hail sizes being reported with this, but the tornado impact is there. The wind impact is certainly there, coming up at a very high number of 8.4. So significant in terms of the wind that this particular cell is producing. Lots of shear being produced by this line of storms as it lifts northward. So again, if you have not gone into your safe location, you really need to do that if you're in the path of any of these watched or warned areas. And for the rest of us, you need to be off the roadways. You need to be in a safe location now as the storm system is getting pretty close to us, actually. If you look at the distance of the storm system and measure it out, we're talking about a distance to us, and it's really not all that far. Let's see if I can get a better perspective here that'll be easier to measure. We'll see if we can do that. Okay, there we go. Now let's see at the distance that it appears to be from us, from what I'll deem to be the center of circulation of the storm system. We're talking about a distance of about 135 miles or so away from us. So it's closing in, and as Bob just said, we could expect to see the earliest arrival time and the most likely arrival time of those tropical storm force winds coming in pretty close to 3 o'clock. So we're starting to see the winds pick up across the area. We're starting to see those feeder bands come through. We're probably going to get more rainfall than on the higher side, and that is going to lead to the potential of some localized flooding for sure. We had some rain rates that were anticipated to be perhaps as high as 15 inches in some locations. And of course, that would absolutely lead to ponding water on roadways and rough driving conditions. By Wednesday at about 2 o'clock, again, is the most likely arrival time of the tropical storm force winds. And so that's just around the corner. So everybody should be off the roadways now and in their shelter location. It's getting to the point where it's dangerous to be on the roadways. And so consequently, hopefully, if you were in an evacuation zone, you've made that choice to do it. 145-mile-an-hour winds as of 1 p.m. Still an extremely strong storm, moving to the northeast at about 17 miles an hour as a Category 4 storm. Forecast to make landfall coming up here in the not too distant future. You know, we were saying possibly making landfall around 11 o'clock at night. Might be earlier than that. Might be coming in now at maybe around 6, 7, 8 o'clock, perhaps as early as or as late as maybe 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock across our area. A lot of it depends on how fast it maintains that speed and whether or not it does speed up under the influence of upper level winds now that are kind of cutting into the circulation of the system and coming in at about well, 30 knots, 40 knots aloft, and that's helping to degrade the system too. Look how lopsided the cloud pattern is. How there's our center of circulation. We have virtually nothing on the west side of the system, but on the east side of the system we certainly do. So that is definitely something that we'll watch. Plus, when you get all the rainfall located to the north, it tends to kind of want to push that system a little bit further to the north too. So that would be great if that happened for us anyway here on the Suncoast. You can see how narrow now the cone of uncertainty is for that system as it lifts northward. A cluster of computer models really tight now into our area for a landfall of this system. It's going to get very, very windy, very, very fast as the core of the system gets close to our coastline. That's how these systems work. You know, you get this broad field that extends outward about 200 miles of tropical storm force winds, mostly embedded in thunderstorm activity. But once you get close to the center of circulation of the eye, which I'd have to double check that, but I think that we're coming in with an eye wall now that has hurricane winds extending outward about 30 to 50 miles. So it's still tightly clustered around the center of circulation. But once you get close to that, the wind speeds really spike up very, very quickly and produce those very, very strong winds in short order. So we might be going through the next 4 hours or so with the tropical storm force winds that certainly you notice as you head outside, and certainly shouldn't be out and about, and with power outages that are a likelihood. But as we get closer to when the actual center of circulation will be getting closer to us, you'll notice those winds spiking up very, very quickly, and it'd be kind of scary for a lot of folks. We're looking for the tornado potential to remain with us throughout the afternoon. We're looking for 110 mile per hour winds possible, and gusts even higher than that. We're looking for a life-threatening storm surge. Bob was mentioning maybe that storm surge estimate might be coming down a little bit, but I haven't seen the peak storm surge estimate reduced yet. What we saw were inundation maps that showed how high that a computer model believes that the storm surge will be above ground level. And it did show a slight reduction there along Siesta Key up through Anna Maria Island into Holmes Beach. But nevertheless, it also showed the water completely over that area. So it's still a very dangerous situation. We can see that the tides are starting to come up a little bit, and as those tides come up, we'll get to that peak storm surge height as we head into the evening hours, and high tide starts to be approached by about 4 o'clock this morning or so. All in all, we're looking at a pretty rough ride over the course of the next 6 hours or so. Again, we're coming off of a low tide that occurred at 1 o'clock, right about now, actually. So we're at the lowest the water is going to get over the course of the next probably 12 hours or so. From this point forward, the storm surge will start to increase, and we'll start to see that life-threatening surge. At present, the peak storm surge forecast at 10 to 15 feet, I believe. Bob, has there been any change in that, in the peak storm surge value?
No, there might be coming up at the 4 o'clock update, but there hasn't. It's still 10 to 15.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at. A little bit south of that, we're looking at, I'm sorry, say that again?
Right. It's on now. So again, the peak. That's why the peak is still at 10 to 15, but that may be changing at the 4 o'clock update. But I doubt it. They usually keep that going through the event. So again, it looks like it may be making landfall sooner than later. The tropical storm force winds just off the coast. And John, as you've been pointing out, it looks like it's going to be an evening event with the possibility of those strong winds moving in during the nighttime hours.
Yeah, we're still looking at 145-mile-an-hour wind out there. So the headlines are, well, I would erase this one. I would no longer say this, evacuate now if required. If you haven't evacuated by now, I'm assuming that everybody has, that is meant to evacuate has evacuated. You maybe have a small window of time before those winds really start to elevate and the floodwaters really start to rise. So if you are in that kind of last-ditch situation and you're thinking about it, you got to do it this instant, because the weather is really going to start to go down. We're already seeing those tornadoes warnings starting to be issued. Bob, what's happening with that tornado warning near Arcadia now?
It's until 2 o'clock. It's right there, as you see, most of Arcadia, right? And if they've switched it over, I can't tell. But we'll take a look at the vertical velocities on that, and you can see quite clearly that is just parallel with Arcadia, just to the left thereof. Fairly good signature. Again, some of these signatures will not materialize, but one thing I have noticed this afternoon now that the visible confirmation of these signatures have been pretty impressive with the pictures. Now, this one is really impressive here just to the southwest of Avon Park. That is a pure signature of a rotation that possibly is reaching the ground. So if you're in this neighborhood near State Road 64, just to the west of 27, seek shelter immediately into your safe room if you're watching us right now. We'll check a little bit further off down south into Inglewood and Venice to see if anything's out there. We may have a little window of opportunity at this point. There are a few showers around, John, but not the intense ones that we saw earlier near the coast. But that's fixing to change. That dry air seems to be doing its job. And look at that eye that doesn't look nearly as impressive as it was just a couple of hours ago. It continues to move off to the east-northeast. Pretty good rate, too, 15 to 20 miles an hour almost. So a little sooner than later, the tropical storm force winds are just off the coast of Sarasota and Manatee counties, and it looks like this one is going to make landfall into Sarasota and Manatee counties, and it could be right there on the border. It doesn't look like it's going to be a Tampa Bay. I can't say for certain because these things do wobbles, but it's on a pretty good beeline for our coast. But one thing I notice is that signature around the center is not nearly as impressive than it was just a couple of hours ago. So we don't want to let our guard down. Obviously, we're going to still see some very strong winds, isolated tornadoes, heavy rainfall, and the surge is still a player. You saw a little wobble there in the satellite imagery. It was moving along, and then it kind of jogged to the north there, just in the last few frames, it looks like. But it's really breaking up in the middle of this storm. So we're going to watch it closely, obviously. We're going to keep you up to date. You can see that one cell there into Highlands County, which is showing up at about 50,000 feet as far as the cloud top goes, just to the east of Arcadia. That is the cell that is producing the tornado, at least Doppler indicated tornado, into Highlands County and eastern portions of DeSoto County. I'm going to make a few more graphics here. John's making it right now. You got time, John. Take it easy.
We're getting gusts to 46 miles an hour out there right now, so the winds definitely are picking up. Sustained winds are still out of the east at about 23, but the gusty winds are certainly pretty significant. I want to show you the flash flood guidance that is for our area. These big thunderstorms that we have been showing you, and the one near Arcadia is still up until 2 o'clock. These big thunderstorms are producing some fairly heavy thunderstorm activity that can lead to this kind of flash flooding incident that we're getting. You can see the signature here on the cloud cover, hard to find an eye wall anymore, and how all of the deep moisture content that is surrounding the eye wall is beginning to erode away and get less and less. Hurricane Milton forecast to make landfall as a Category 3 storm possibly as we go through time, and we're looking at, generally speaking, a less and less chance of seeing seeing these thunderstorms producing tornadoes as we go through the evening hours and nighttime hours. But till about 6 o'clock or so, we still have that risk. If we could jump to max 1, that would be great. Thank you. So all in all, we continue to watch those thunderstorm cells produce good chances of rainfall up until we get until the overnight hours, really, and the tide heights continue to rise through the afternoon. Can we do max 1? I don't know if that's even possible right now. But apparently we're on max 3. There we go. We got max 1 now. Thank you so much for that. So I wanted to show you again these possibilities of some fairly good chances of flash flood throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. They're pretty high chances. The most likely chances of arrival of these tropical storm force winds, really, if you consider the gusty winds that we've got ongoing now, it's right now. It's occurring right now. As far as the forecast goes for the remainder of the afternoon, we're going to see more and more of these thunderstorm cells move onshore. You can see how the center of circulation of this storm is really kind of breaking up. It's getting pretty close to the coastline, so we're getting pretty good indications of what really kind of appears to be a very ragged eye wall exposed on the southern edges. And I have to tell you, that's exactly what the computer models were indicating, that it would start to become extratropical and begin to break up a little bit, and I like to see that. That could lead to slightly lesser rain chances for us, more rain chances for the north as the eye gets closer, but for the next several hours, we're going to still see these feeder bands moving onshore. We're waiting for another advisory from the Hurricane Center, which should be coming up here at about 2 o'clock in about 15 minutes, and see if they have a revised estimate of these wind speeds within the circulation of the storm. But I suspect they may have come down a little bit from where they were earlier. Again, we're still looking at this long fetch of winds over Gulf waters, which may help to increase those storm surge heights as we go toward high tide. A lot of thunder and lightning activity lifting northward right now. We're still seeing across the region the possibility of some pretty big thunderstorm activity and heavy rainfall rates across the region, as well as the potential for these brief spin-up tornadoes. Taking a look at some of the thunderstorm activity in progress and the tornado watches that are up. It's mostly for Arcadia where our concern lies at this hour and for the next few minutes. The watch and warning for that area may have expired or may have been canceled. I don't see it showing up on our maps here now, but in areas of DeSoto County, it does look like there is one that is being issued for a storm system that is coming in out of Highlands County. Let's take a closer look at that, zoom on in and see what we've got going on here. Yeah, it's coming in actually out of Sebring, so it's just clipping areas to the north of Wauchula. That's mostly going to be out of our viewing area, a lot of that heading up into Hillsborough County. So it's one thing to watch, and then there are others up here in Lake Wales. But Bob, you want to check on that? I think the one for Arcadia may be expired by now.
Yeah, let's check it out for you, John. Right now we're looking at the National Weather Service cancels the tornado warning for DeSoto, Florida. That was as 1:42. It's canceled for Charlotte, Florida. So the Charlotte County, continuing, it says for DeSoto earlier, but now that has been canceled as well. I'm going to go to my graphics and see if I still have it here, but hold on before switching over to. Okay, so you're on Max 2. No, that's all right. No, you stay on Max 2. I'm going to get it up right now and show you the latest on the warnings that are up here. So let's go ahead.
We don't have any locally except that one just kind of clipping area.
Let's see here. Let's see. Watches and warnings. Yeah, it's just clipping. Highlands County, there's a new one also in the northeastern portions of Hardee County. That's it. So things are looking better on that front with the tornadoes. Any kind of couplets that are out there, we'll check the velocities. Pretty weak signatures there. There's a stronger one in Polk County. Not much at all right along the immediate coastline. With the velocity, at least the radial velocity, but as this storm approaches, you can see that little wobble there at the end. It seems like like you said, John, the eye not nearly as defined. The eye wall, not nearly as defined. That's not to say that we can say, oh, well, this is going to be easy. No, this is still going to be very difficult for us as the center of the storm gets closer to us. But dry air, wind shear seems to be doing its job, especially on the bottom side. You see most of the rain is well to the north of the center of the storm. There's hardly any now to the south.
Okay.
There'll still be some more developing as we move through time. So again, showers and storms. John, we can again hear you as far as that goes, but again, we're looking at the potential for more tornadoes as we move through time. The watches and warnings, I just put the warnings on here to give you an idea. There is the warning that's in effect until 2:30. That's for Highlands County, and we have another one just for a very small sliver up there into Hardy County in the northeast corner. But for the time being, things are looking good for us at this point, but things are going to change as those tropical storm force winds are set to make their way onshore, and then the stronger winds will be here through the early evening now, it looks like, up until midnight. And we're going to continue to get that westerly wind behind the storm, even though the storm is going to be moving off into the direction of the east-northeast right now. It'll turn more northeasterly. And as it moves through here, those winds are going to be coming out of the west and southwest as we go through time tonight and tomorrow morning. So that's going to still cause some problems with surge. It may not be bad right now, but it is still going to be bad as those waves behind the storm continue to funnel in. What I've noticed, though, and I showed this graphic earlier, I wanted to show it to you again. I'm not on the green screen, but I'll zoom it around for you folks. You don't need me up there, but here's what we got. We'll zoom it in now. This is not a true indication of what is going to happen. It's kind of an indication of what may happen. And looking at this compared to yesterday, if I were to base everything on this, I'd say, wow, we're doing real well. But this is just a graphic, folks. This is just an interpretation of what may be happening, the potential inundation. It's still going to be bad. Look at this. Siesta Key is showing a greater than 6 feet all throughout the village there, from the North Bridge on Siesta Key, even along the bayfront. So it's not over, don't get me wrong, but it looks like it's going to be, if it continues on its course, a lot better for Tampa Bay. If that storm would have moved in to Tampa Bay or just to the north over Pinellas County, the estimates were $137 billion worth of damage there. So this is looking good, but again, I caution you, this is an experimental program. This is an experimental product. It did well during Helene. It doesn't mean it's necessarily going to do well with this one. Now we'll go south to some of our areas down south. You see Warm Mineral Springs there. You see Northport. Looks like at this point, at this graphic, you're okay. We'll look at Port Charlotte, and Port Charlotte looks okay. And then we look at Punta Gorda. Punta Gorda's not okay, but I mean, we're talking 6 feet or greater. And then 9 feet in some areas still there. So everything's kind of switched to Charlotte Harbor. If indeed that storm makes landfall on into and around parts of, say, Manatee County and Sarasota County border. And that certainly is what our in-house forecast model is showing. We are watching the latest forecast. This is the latest model. It's updated every few hours. And as we put it through time, we've got two different models there. But the one on the left is our in-house, and the lines is also another one. So one still shows it going up north of Pinellas County, but another one, with the more reliable one, is showing it going in right to Sarasota and into Manatee County right at the border. And that would make sense that all the storm surge would be basically down south into Charlotte Harbor and along Sarasota County. That looks like that would be the brunt of it. We still see storm surge in Manatee County, however, if that plays out. But there's still a long way to go with the storm. We still got lots to go. And
another tornado warning that just popped up into inland areas of Hardy County. It is producing some fairly heavy thunderstorm activity. If we could switch over to Max 1, please. Thank you. So we're continuing to watch and mute other microphones. We're looking at showers and thunderstorms that are, again, circulating around an area of low pressure that if you could switch to Max 1, that would be fantastic. If you can switch to Max 1. Thank you. So we're looking at, again, showers and thunderstorms that are producing tornado warnings in inland areas mostly. These showers and thunderstorms are producing, again, some fairly heavy rainfall and some rotation signatures that have prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning up for that area. Let's see if we can clear all that out, and we'll show you what we're talking about in inland areas. Let's move the map over here. You can see that one cell that's located just to the east of Wauchula. That area is the one where we've got some circulation in there that could be producing a tornado just to the south of Wauchula. Let's take a look at some of the velocity signatures, and then we can see if we can hone in on that. There's not some terribly strong ones. There's one down here. Let's get some shear data as well and take a look at what we're looking at here. There's one down here. Probably this one down here is the worn cell that we're looking at. Taking a look at some of the radar signature right in through there. Yeah, I would think was probably it. It's not a very strong signature, I have to say. The shear markers are coming up into areas just to the south. I think it was located just to the south of Wauchula, heading to the north at about 35 miles an hour or so, coming in with the possibility of producing a tornado. That location for that one tornado watch box is in Hardy County, I believe. Looking for it there until 2:30. Yep, that's the one, moving to the northwest at about 25 miles per hour. So now it's a severe thunderstorm. It's capable of producing a tornado. Again, this is a radar indicated rotation, so there's nothing confirmed like the previous ones that we were reporting on today. We had spotters on the ground, boots on the ground that verified that there was a tornado there. This one is mainly over rural areas, though, of Hardy County, including Fort Meade, that area in there. So pretty intense thunderstorm activity, producing some pretty good rain rate, but a very weak Doppler signature. Bob, you got something?
No. John, we're getting ready to make a break to our secondary facility, just in case there was possibly a big surge here. We want to make sure that the crew is safe, and we've got situations set up. You may have seen it already. Mike Modrick's over there. Leslie Lacey is there, along with a lot of our anchors and reporters. We're going to kind of hunker down there as the storm starts to intensify, so we don't have anyone on the roadways and anyone in harm's way, right? So we're not in an evacuation zone, but we're close enough that we've got to be concerned here, and we got to be concerned for the safety of our folks here along the Sun Coast. So we are going to break this down temporarily. They're going to take it over there east of I-75 off of University at the the secondary location that we are using to broadcast in this situation. So once again, we've got tornado warnings, and if you don't see it right now, I want you to make sure that you download the ABC7 First Alert Weather app. That will alert you to any other warnings that are going on. But right now, our coast appears to be clear of any kind of danger, immediate danger of any tornadoes. When I say our immediate coast, I'm talking about Sarasota, Manatee counties. Most of these Doppler indicated tornadoes, and there have been some confirmed tornadoes, have been inland. And again, those are very important that we cover, and we're going to be covering more with Mike and Leslie here in just a little bit. And we're going to throw it out to them. I believe they're ready to go, and we'll be joining them. John and I are not leaving. We're going to toss it over now to our expert crew, meteorologist of Leslie Lacey and Mike Modrick there at our secondary facility. Oh, there I am. Sorry, it's Rob and Stephanie. We'll send it to you guys first. Back to you.
And thank you so much. We are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Stephanie Stanton.
I'm Rob Wells. We're glad to have you along with us. This show may look a little different, but our mission is still the same, and that's to keep you, your family, and everybody safe and informed as we encounter our next round with this huge storm coming in overnight. We are actually set up in a temporary headquarters, at least for now, here in Lakewood Ranch, Florida. As you know, a lot of us are Rory's positioned in downtown Sarasota, close to the bayfront. So out of an abundance of caution, we have moved, and it's taken a small army to get us here, but we are here to serve you. And we hope that, in fact, as we speak with you in our new home, you're in a safe place as well.
Yeah, and again, as you said, our newscast is going to look a little different from here on out because we have had to evacuate our entire news team from our normal location, as you said, which is quite close to the coast.
Yeah.
And so we, of course, as we are telling you to evacuate, we also live by that creed. We are keeping all of our staff members safe here. And as you said, Rob, we are in Lakewood Ranch. So that's about 10 miles. We are hunkered down right now, about 10 miles inland from the coast. And we are in a very secure building.
Right.
It is very safe. And so we want to continue. We're going to be with you now. And again, it's going to look a little different, but we are going to be with you from here on out, bringing you all the vital information that you need as we all endure Hurricane Milton together.
Absolutely. And Milton, we know, is changing literally sometimes by the hour. And so as we go through this process with you, we're going to be on the air and online 24/7 throughout the duration of something that we probably have never seen before here along the Sun Coast. Of course, we're monitoring the situation for the past several days. The governor keeping us updated on what's going on. FEMA doing a great job working with the president hand in hand to get dollars needed here. So many folks, of course, as we know, still recovering from the effects of Hurricane Helene, still kind of cleaning up, reeling from that. Some said that that was kind of a dry rehearsal for what we may encounter with Milton over the next 24 to 48 hours. So it's a busy time. We hope you're in the safe place. Obviously, that's the storm surge that we're so concerned about, that, you know, 10 to 15 foot high, no matter how high your building is. Keep in mind that could affect generators, power information, and all the sources that you need to stay in your home. So even if you think that you're safe in a tall building, at this point you may want to rethink that. And this is the time, probably the last few hours, if you will, to actually make a change and get somewhere safe.
Yeah, and we've been talking about those evacuation centers. There is still time.
Yep, absolutely.
There's still time. We had a pretty intense rain band come through here. Obviously, we had those tornado warnings throughout parts of our community. But now things can kind of calm down in between those rain bands. And so if you're going to get out, your window is about to close. So we urge you to please do what we are doing with our staff, move inland, get out of those zones A, B, and C now evacuated.
Right.
So get to that safe zone, hunker down, be with your family. Fortunately, a lot of people have heeded those warnings. They have left the area. And now, again, we are all going to ride out at this point this storm together. And we're going to do it safely. So we will be here for you, with you, alongside you, bringing you the vital information that you need here on the Sun Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. And the governor keeping us posted, saying, you know, the trying to get people back into their homes is going to be key once this storm passes, because of course we know this too will pass. And so that's why such a high encouragement level to say, even if you're afraid to leave your home, know that it's going to be a huge priority to get you back into your home, whatever that looks like at the end of this week. So that is a huge priority. 311 is a great resource to call if you need information here locally about perhaps resources that you might not otherwise be familiar with. Also, check out Uber. Uber, we understand, offering free rides for folks. There is a code that you punch in, and they're even getting folks to where you need. But this is the time to do it. These are the last critical hours, and of course we're following situations as they change. We're going to send things over now to meteorologist Mike Modrick. He's been tracking things around the clock to keep us posted. Good afternoon.
And Mike.
Good afternoon, Rob. And yes, we're not having our usual tools here at the remote location just yet. But I am using all of the information that we tell you about all the time with our mobile weather app. And this is a screenshot of Titan radar just not too many minutes ago. And that's the eye of the storm right there. That's the eye of Milton. And just looking at the ABC7 mobile weather app here, at that location, it roughly 135, maybe 140 miles from the coast itself, with a landfall that could be somewhere in the time frame around 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And actually looking at this on the track here on the app, still expected as it's getting closer when it's only about 30 miles away. The steady winds still 125 miles per hour with gusts that could be 155 miles per hour. Right now at SRQ, The latest report, we're getting wind gusts up to, we had gusts, just a few minutes ago at 44 miles per hour, holding steady at 35 miles per hour. So we're not in the serious part of the storm just yet. We've had the visibility go down in these rain bands. About an hour or so, we had a visibility of only 1 mile at SRQ. Now it's back up to 10 miles because we have lighter rains that have pushed on in. So I'm going to show you some of these graphics, and I don't have as good a control of the graphics as I'd like to have, and so I may just jump around here a little bit, so if you'd bear with me. I just got these numbers not that long ago, just a few minutes ago. Sarasota County with 186 power outages, Manatee County 348, Hardee and DeSoto counties both with just 1. But again, the winds have not even begun to show up for us with the storm. The winds at the center part of the storm, still 145 mile per hour winds right now as a Cat 4, gusts up to 175 miles per hour. It is expected to weaken to a Category 3 strength, but that's still the 125 mile per hour winds. That's going to be catastrophic. You can't stand up in winds that, once those winds get upwards of 67 miles per hour, 60 or 70 miles per hour, steady, you can't stand up. You can't walk the dog. You can't go out and do things. You can't run out and check something on your condo. You're pretty much done in a couple more hours not being able to go outside and walk in the winds as they are. And those power outage numbers will just continue to rise for us as well. All right. That is the last file. Okay, I'll go backwards here. There we go. All right, I'm going to take you back a couple of graphics here to get to here. So we're not that far away from 5 o'clock. We're only 3 hours away, 2 and change, I guess, really. So at that time, by 5 o'clock, we're going to be right on the fringe here of the just generic tropical storm force winds to the strong tropical storm force winds. So from 5 o'clock onward, we are going to see a dramatic increase in the winds. That's when they'll get to the 58 to 73 mile per hour winds here starting at 5 o'clock. Now we will continue to see those winds strengthen through 7:30. That's when we're right on the edge of the hurricane force winds. So that's when we're talking 74 mile per hour winds all the way up to the 125 mile per hour winds here. That's the radius of the hurricane force winds. That's about a 60 mile wide radius of those winds. So regardless of exactly where the storm makes landfall, it could be a little south of Sarasota, it could be a little north of Sarasota, it could be near Bradenton, it could maybe go all the way up more towards St. Pete. These hurricanes, not unusual for them to have a little wobble at that last minute. But this one is not, there's absolutely nothing to indicate that this one's going to have a major shift in its track that will save us. This is going to be a very devastating storm, and in those hours between 5 o'clock to 7:30 and then on through the rest of the evening hours, that's when this becomes really a life-threatening situation. That's when the surge will start to rise. So those peak surge numbers will come through the evening hours as well.
We should be able to.
So Rob, Stephanie, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mike, thanks so much. Such great information. Just getting an update from our colleague Michaela Redmond, set up at an emergency management center. We're talking about 20-mile winds at the Venice Fishing Pier, very high winds. And city officials there are saying, without even hesitating, you know, this isn't the time to go out and just check it out.
Right.
Take a picture, take a video. That's not the time to do this. We're seeing right now at least 8,000 in shelters in Sarasota County alone. 1,400 pets, right? Pets are part of our family. They need a place to go to. Keep in mind that hopefully a lot of the hotels, the motels, if in fact any rooms are left, will allow you to bring your four-legged friends as well. Yeah. And as far as, I was talking a little bit ago about the Uber rides. If you download the Uber app and you actually go to Select Wallet after downloading Uber, it's Milton Relief. That's just one word, Milton Relief, and that will hopefully get you a free ride to wherever you need to go. But you need to take advantage of that now. This is the key time.
Right, absolutely. And there is still time. we have these windows, we have these rain bands. You can still leave your location.
Here's the
and you
situation.
can even do it, as Rob said, with the
All
Uber
we can
app.
do right now.
We have some other information we want to share with you now, and we want to head over to our Brigham Harris. He has a report for us, a Look Live report, which, by the way, before we toss to Brigham, I do want to let all of our viewers know that we have now pulled all of our reporters out of the conditions.
Right.
So when we toss to their reports, note that they have reported those earlier.
Yeah.
We are not putting them in any unsafe conditions, obviously.
Absolutely. Brigham was out at Bradenton Beach yesterday. I was out there on Monday, and you know, the sense there is that so many people feel so helpless because, in fact, they're still cleaning up the debris, the wreckage from what Helene left just 2 weeks ago. So keep in mind there was such a mixed bag out there. But he was out there yesterday, got a great sample, some real serious emotion. Let's just take a look at what he found, if we can.
Hey everyone, this is Brigham Harris with ABC7. Just giving you a look now. This is the Manatee River behind me. This is heading towards Bradenton. Lots of folks are worried about what the storm surge and this rainfall could do. I'm getting absolutely pelted right now. The rain has definitely picked up over the last few hours, as well as the wind. And a lot of people, again, concerned about the water level rising here at the Manatee River. Again, several miles inland still as we are on State Road 64 heading out east, but this is a point of high concern for a lot of people. Something definitely to keep an eye on. For right now, doesn't look too bad, doesn't look too high. Giving you a look in the other direction though, that is towards the mouth of the river and eventually to the Gulf. Still not looking too bad, but with this rain coming down, starting to get heavier and heavier, it definitely opens up the conversation for some of that flooding a lot of people are worried about. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and that was earlier today, and you can already see the winds and the conditions were kicking up.
Absolutely. When I was out there Monday, I still can't get over the sand piles out there looking at 4 and 5 feet high. It looks like the snow piles I'm used to growing up in Ohio. It's such a different landscape out there, and we know for a fact there is no changing this, that the landscape will be forever changed after what Milton brings this week. But we do have some great ways for you to keep connected to us, and Stephanie has that information for us right now.
So when obviously you want to stay with us, if your power goes out, if your cable goes out and you're not able to watch us, you can listen to us on the radio, and we have that information for you. Want to put that up on the screen right now if we can. You can tune into our sister radio stations. That's WSRQ and 1220 AM. So if your technology, even if your power goes out, if you have a radio, a good old-fashioned radio that's battery powered, turn it on. You can listen to us. We will be there for you. Again, we are going to be here for you side by side throughout this entire storm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important to be prepared and have things ready with batteries. But speaking of batteries, something you and I have talked about and we've had conversations over, we're talking about lithium-ion batteries. Do you have I don't know, maybe a golf cart? Do you have maybe an EV vehicle out there? You know, this is the time. I know you're doing a lot of things right now. You're kind of getting things down in your homes, in your businesses, whatever that last minute may be. Keep in mind about all the stories. Saltwater and lithium-ion batteries, not a good match. So you want to really, whatever you need to do to get those secured or unplugged or whatever you do.
And we reported on that story. There was a family in Siesta Key. They had their Tesla inside their garage. Water started to come in, salt water. It wasn't a lot, Rob. It was a very small amount, inches, maybe not even quite a foot. And the Tesla caught on fire because it was exposed. A lithium-ion battery, we believe, was exposed to salt water. So, again, if you drive an electric vehicle, please put it in a safe location. Put it in a dry, elevated garage if you can, away from any potential of surge or saltwater flooding. Also, if you have hoverboards, those can have lithium-ion batteries. Get them out if they're going to be exposed to any kind of surge or flooding. Take those out. Scooters, tools. All it takes is even a small battery. I had a friend who had a small battery plugged in. They got flooded about a foot of water just up to the plug. That lithium-ion battery, they were plugged it in to charge it. that thing caught fire. So it doesn't have to be a big battery.
No.
It can be any lithium-ion battery, and we want to remind folks of that as well. So please be safe with regard to that.
Yeah, and if you are heading out on the roads today, if you are heading north, if you are heading south, I certainly hope, and Stephanie hopes, that you filled up. We did it Monday. Our boss was saying, hey, get out there. This is the time to do it. And you know what? I'm glad I took that advice. If you're going anywhere, I'm hearing that, I mean, a lot of the stations coming in just today, they've wrapped the pumps, right? A couple of these stations were shut down last night. I heard the Turnpike, and I don't know if this is all correct or not, but a lot of those places, they ran out of gas a day or two ago.
They actually were. Sharing a personal note, my husband evacuated with my children, and he encountered, several gas stations that were closed.
Wow.
They were out of fuel. There were gas stations all in around not only the Sun Coast but beyond. In fact, there was one gas station open, he said, and it was a huge line.
Huge line.
So he was able to get fuel, but gas stations were closing, and that is the worst thing that you want to do. You don't want to be stuck in a vehicle when you're trying to evacuate and then have no fuel. So please be very mindful of that as well.
Not only fueling up your car, but you know what? Make sure that that car is emergency ready for you, for your family. If you have to go out today, if you are en route to higher ground, wherever that may be, pack that emergency kit. You have your 7 days worth of medications, of water that you're taking with you, of clothing. But have that battery with you, that flashlight, whatever that is, maybe a battery operated radio. Heaven forbid that you do get stuck out on the roadways if you were making that last-minute venture out this afternoon as those critical hours tick away until the actual landfall of Milton, whenever that may be. But you really want to make sure that if you are going out, and if I found today, I forget who said this yesterday, but somebody said, just because the sign says 70 miles an hour on the interstate, you don't have to go that way. You don't have to go that fast.
Yeah.
Take your time, because especially coming in today to where we're set up here, and that was 2-3 hours ago, there are some when the gusts come up, especially on the overpasses. Take your time and be aware, especially of those drivers around you.
Yeah, and speaking of our traffic anchor, Ted Noah, he was coming in, a few hours ago, I think maybe around the same time or a little even after you. And he said that he could feel his car being blown around on the freeway. And that's kind of scary when you think about a heavy vehicle like that moving around.
Because I still think there's that false sense of security with, you've got the big trucks and the big SUVs and all that. And, you feel like it is a sense of maybe giving you a little bit extra security protection. But those vehicles with the high profile, that means they can likely be blown over very easily as well. And that is the last thing that the troopers and EMSs and everybody needs to deal with right now, because they're going to be certainly busy, have their hands full for the next several days as recovery efforts after the storm passes. So really plan, take your time, be patient, but get out there and do that now, whatever that may be. And hopefully you fill it up at the pumps, because I didn't see anything open today. It's boarded up, and it was good luck if you didn't have it by yesterday.
And it's interesting because, coming over here to Lakewood Ranch to our safe location, I drove past UTC, and it was so eerie to see because I saw stores, big box stores. I think it was Publix, was completely boarded up. There was no one around. It was like a ghost town. Everything was gone. Everybody was gone, I should say. And there were, just to see that image of, first of all, the empty mall, which we know how busy it is around UTC, but then to see like Publix boarded up like that. It was really an eerie sight, and it just gives you that sense of how serious this is being taken.
Right.
I mean, this is unprecedented. I hate to use that word, but there's really no other word that comes to mind. It is unprecedented. We have not dealt with this potential Category 4 at this point, which potentially appears to be a direct hit to our Sun Coast. So we need to be very careful of that. And I am proud of the way the community has responded and some of the things that we're seeing.
Yep. And keep talking about the roads and keeping things moving. We want to bring in our traffic anchor, Ted Noah. He's got an update with us to see how things are doing on the road. Hopefully you're where you need to be. But Ted, what's it looking like out there?
Guys, you talked about it earlier, Stephanie and Rob, when we started the top of the show here, that we're doing things a bit unconventionally here at our makeshift studio right now. And I want to show you on my laptop here, if it will show up. Well, actually, Sterling just punched up. This is the south end of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which closed officially just after 11:30. And if you really look at this shot, now Stephanie and I cued this shot about an hour ago, and we said, wow. When you drive over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge and you look at the Tampa Bay, it's usually turquoise, it's flat.
Yeah.
This looks like the Atlantic Ocean, a
It's
rough, angry Atlantic Ocean. And also noteworthy, look at these cameras are very stable, these FDOT cameras. They're up high. This one's rocking. So we haven't even really gotten to the worst yet. So this is there's no wonder as to why they closed this bridge down with sustained winds at 45 miles an hour. Now, if you could pump me back up on camera for a second here, I'll show you from my laptop, if we could see the shot. There we go. I think the lights are not reflecting it, but this is what a lot of the bridges are looking like. This would be the entrance to the Courtney Campbell Causeway, which would be an alternative to the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And the same thing at the Howard Franklin. FHP are there, they're blocking off the bridge. The bridges are closed, including our barrier islands as well, to make sure that everybody is safe. And as Stephanie was mentioning, just driving the few blocks from downtown to where I live in downtown, it was already rough. I was seeing ponding, and that was about 10:30 this morning. Now it's even rougher. So you really have pretty much run out of time at this point in time. We urge you to not be on the roads if you cannot be on the roads.
Yeah.
All right, good
Thank
advice.
You, Ted.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for showing us those images and doing your best. Again, this is just such a fluid situation. So we are not going to be in our normal state. We're not going to have the bells and whistles that we normally have. We are bare bones here. We have the bare minimum. But really, you know what? At the end of the day, we're still here, and this is what it takes to get the job done. So we're going to just try to do the best we can. And we want to thank you again for bearing with us.
Absolutely. Transportation now pretty much at a standstill, as Ted was talking about the major bridges, the thoroughfares, shutting down out of an abundance of caution ahead of the storm. Obviously, Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport closed down. Tampa International, Orlando International canceling and stopping all flights at this point in the afternoon. Know that also Rick Piccolo, President CEO of the airport, saying, you know, this is a great place, but this is not an emergency shelter.
Right.
So this is not the place that you need to come and bring your dog with you, because while we want you to be safe, our folks need to be safe as well. They are securing down a lot of major equipment there, including all the aircraft, and doing what they need to do in such an unprecedented event. Speaking of the shelters, scgov.net, scgov.net. I took a couple calls last night in the newsroom. Folks were saying, am I an A, B, C, D? Well, that'll have evacuation routes, levels. The county is updating these obviously every hour as well. So that's where you need to go if in fact you have access to a computer, and I hope that you do, and you take advantage of that information now and take a screenshot of it, take a picture, write down whatever you need to do. And we do have, well, there we go. Ben, our producer, bringing over some Ask and Ye Shall Receive, folks. That's what we just found out here. We got time to get you up to date on the Sarasota County shelters that we know of. I don't know if we have a graphic to put those up, but I'm going to run over them again for you. 3 shelters already closed in Sarasota County. We're talking about Fruitville Elementary, Gulfgate Elementary are no longer options for evacuation. That's Fruitville Elementary, Gulfgate Elementary. The next closest evacuation center that we're getting word of is Philippi Shores Elementary, that is located on Tamiami Trail. The graphic is up there now. Take a picture of that with your phone. That's the easiest way so that you know what to refer to. Taylor Ranch Elementary, also no longer an option. The next closest center is at Heron Creek Middle School. That is in Northport. Other shelters, you can see that they're on your screen. Woodland Middle School. We're talking about Southland, Southside Elementary School, Atwater Elementary, Booker High School, Brookside Middle School, Northport High School. And for a complete list of all shelters still open, go to our website at mysuncoast.com or straight to your county's website, or just grab your phone and take a picture of the TV screen that you have up now.
And the thing is, Rob, we want to point out, when we were going over the shelters, even just an hour ago, most of them were still open, but now they're starting to close. Why? Because A, they're getting filled up. B, they're going to lock in. So there's going to be no chance.
Yeah, good point.
And the ones that are still open, you can go to those. But I would suggest, if you are doing that and you are at all trying to make that decision, you know, it's so hard, Robin. Because when people make that decision to evacuate, so much goes into it, and it is such an emotional decision, and it's hard for people. You don't want to leave. You don't want to think, this is real. Am I really doing this? Mm-hmm. You want to try to grab all your belongings. That's stressful too. So as you are making those decisions, take a look at Manatee County. These are the shelters that are currently open and available right now. I want to read through those while we have those on the screen for you. It is not too late. If you are pondering on the fence, go now. Just go. You'll be glad you did. Buffalo Creek Middle School right there on your screen. You have Daughtry Elementary, Freedom Elementary, Gullett, Harvey Elementary, Then you have Lee Middle School. These are in Manatee County again. McNeil Elementary, Miller Elementary, Mills Elementary. You have Mona Jane Middle School, Myakka City Elementary, Prine Elementary, Sugg Middle, Williams Elementary, and then you have Willis Elementary School and Witt Elementary School. So there's still quite a bit, and this is according to the emergency management website for Manatee County, but this could change at any moment as the hurricane inches closer and closer towards the Suncoast, Rob.
Absolutely, and that's not the only county doing their part. We're going to take you to Charlotte County as well, if we do have that graphic. In Charlotte County, what we've learned there is that there are 3 shelters currently open. That's according to the Charlotte County Emergency Management website. We're talking about both Liberty Elementary School and Neil Armstrong Elementary School. Those are closed. There's the graphic. It's up full now. Take a picture of that with your phone. It's a lot, I know, to keep and try to sort out, but Kingsway Elementary School, Harold Avenue Regional Park Recreation Center, and Babcock Neighborhood Schools, those are still open. Those are available, and they have spaces left. So keep in mind those are the places you can go. The Florida Division of Emergency Management also has a shelter at the Babcock Ranch School Field House.
All right, and thank you, Rob. So again, we're going to toss it over to Mike Modrick because he is tracking the storm right now. Mike, where we are here in Lakewood Ranch, it seems a little quiet right now compared to what it was, but that's not going to last long.
No, it's not going to last long. It is a situation that changes very, very rapidly from minute to minute. I'll give you an example here. I'm looking at the weather reports from SRQ, and at 2 p.m., straight up, the conditions were 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts, moderate rain with a 10-mile visibility. 5 minutes later, it was a 2.5-mile visibility with a heavy downpour. And just 5 minutes later, that wind stayed only gusting to 26. And then now here at 2:10, the latest report was back to light rain. So we went medium rain, 5 minutes later, heavy rain, 5 minutes later, light rain. So that's kind of the swings we're going to be seeing, but we'll get more and more to some of those heavy squalls. They will become more common as we push on through. And as the storm gets closer, because we're still, if we're thinking it's a 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock landfall for the storm, and it's only 2 o'clock right now, we got a ways to go to get to that. We got over 7 hours, and over that period of time, those winds will get stronger and stronger. So far, we've been dealing with the winds mainly in the speeds of 26 to 39 miles per hour. In that kind of environment, it's a moderate threat to life and property. I mean, you could get blown down if you're not completely steady on your feet. But once we get to those wind speeds that are gusting 40 to 57 miles per hour, that'll be closer to 5 o'clock this evening. That's a high threat to life and property, and it can get difficult to walk in a wind of that speed. And then once those wind speeds get greater than 58 miles per hour, it can be impossible to walk. That wind just buffeting you around as you're trying to make a step or two. And we're going to be experiencing winds that are twice that. When this hurricane makes landfall, we could be having winds that are steady at 120 miles per hour, potentially with gusts of 155 miles per hour. We've never experienced that. Nobody here has ever experienced the kind of fury of that wind that we're going to be getting to. The sounds, wherever it is you live, no matter how sturdy your structure is, the sounds are going to be scary to you. But if you've made your preparations, if you did not evacuate in a place that did not need to be evacuated, and you have a structure that was built soundly and built to today's modern codes, and you have hurricane impact windows, or you've boarded up all of your windows and doors, you should be in relatively good shape. If you've prepared, made your plan, and now you're following your plan, if you've done that, the best you can do is try to take a deep breath as the storm is going over. It's going to be scary, you're going to be frightened, you're going to be anxious, but if you've prepared well, you should be in relatively good shape. Preparing well comes in a secondary form too, which is the aftermath of this, because as those winds ramp up and get over 60, 70 miles per hour, we're going to start having trees that fall down, trees that may fall down over a main power artery. We've all seen those concrete poles that FPL has put out. Those concrete poles in general are rated to 145 miles per hour. So the concrete poles should be okay, but if a main artery goes down, if a main power artery goes down, that's going to knock out power to neighborhoods. And those will be the ones that will take a while to fix. We'll take a look here. And just going to show you this graphic. There is the hurricane latest satellite view of it, and the eye is getting a little bit fuzzy here, I guess. I think that's the word Bob Harrigan used, fuzzy, as it's getting closer and closer. It's still got a ways to go here. It's 130 miles away from the coastline here at this point. Once some of those power lines go down, the crews do not go out to make repairs until the steady winds have gone down under 35 miles per hour. Because the power crews, they're not going to put their lives at risk. They're going to wait until the conditions are safe. They've got robots that can go out and reconnoiter a particular power station. They've got drones that they can send out when it's safe for the drones to be out. So tomorrow morning, that'll be something that happens when it's safe for the drones to get up. So they can make a plan fairly quickly as to what needs to be put up first. If you happen to be one of the lucky people who you live in a place where your power cables have been underground, that might bode well for you, because they might be able to get your power on quickly if there hasn't been a break to the main lines there. So that's some of what we're looking at here as well. That's a radar that's from 1:30, so this is about an hour old here at this point, but that is the eye of the storm right there. And so getting closer and closer to us. The storm itself is moving to the northeast. I believe John Scalzi last said it was about 17 miles per hour, so it's got a ways to go. But it is really on a track that's going to take it somewhere here between St. Petersburg, Sarasota, maybe a little south of Sarasota. It's still, we can't pinpoint exactly where it's going, but that's what we're kind of looking at here. So the winds by 5 o'clock, those tropical storm force winds, the strong ones, the ones that are up to 73 miles per hour, those are just going to kick in here for us at 5 o'clock. We get to 7:30, and that's when the winds will be starting to get to the hurricane force. We just had a light that went down right in front of my face here, and you saw the look of horror on my face as it happened, because I wanted to go grab it and I couldn't do that. So sorry about that look of horror on my face. We are in a very interesting studio environment. Yes, live TV. Definitely. I've been in this business for over 40 years. I have never been in a situation like this. Another 40 years, let's do it again, or not. All right, so 7:30, that's when we get to the 74 mile per hour winds up to the 125 mile per hour winds. I can't even imagine what that's going to sound like. I mean, we're in a building that is built like a bunker, but I bet we're going to hear those winds. And I know you're going to hear those winds at home, too, no matter what kind of a structure you're in. All right, 4 o'clock in the morning, the hurricane force winds, and this is about a 60-mile diameter here. That's going to be now in the inland areas here, our DeSoto County and Hardy County here, and you're rural enough areas that when your power lines go down, they may be down for a long time. In Ian, it took a very, very long time to get all the power back on in some of these interior counties here, and that'll be the case. The hurricane, the center of the hurricane, basically going over to Orlando as well in this situation. Orlando is not safe from all of this, the power outages and all that entails. All right, then as we're getting to 1:30, this is 11:30 tomorrow morning. By 11:30, we're getting to the edge of the just lighter tropical storm winds. And once we get past that, so say sometime afternoon, that's when we have the chance to go on out tomorrow after noontime and start going out and making repairs and getting some of those lines back up. But for areas where a tree has snapped a main line, it could be days before the power comes back on. All right, we're going to take it over to the traffic for us.
Hey there, Mike. Yes, just gathering some stuff here. There is a breaking traffic situation right now. I think we can pull that F-dot camera up full. Yes. Now, this is I-75, folks. This is right by US 301. I don't have the exact direction as to where this is, but technically, as you look at this camera shot, this is between northbound and southbound. This is, if you're heading north, this would be past the Manatee River, right by US 301. In fact, I believe that ramp, I'm trying to look at it from across the room, that is the off-ramp to US 301. Looks like some sort of tanker or maybe a semi that would transport gas or propane has jackknifed off of the interstate here and is stuck in between lanes, and emergency personnel are trying to help get that back on the interstate again. Now, there's a few things I want to talk about here. If we can pop me back up on camera, I'm going to show you. We're doing things a bit unconventionally here because we don't have our full resources at our makeshift studio. But if this camera shot's showing up, trying to get us to the light and reflect, this is one of the entrances to the Pinellas Bridges here. Now, this is the Gandy Bridge, which is closed. And that's the same thing with the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That closed just after 11:30. And then also the Courtney Campbell is closed as well. And of course, in Sarasota, Barrier Islands, they closed up early this morning. That includes Casey, Minnesota, Siesta, Longboat. Access to those keys blocked right now, our barrier islands. Now, community members will continue to be able to get off of the islands to evacuate, but no entry will be allowed back on until after the storm. And also, Sarasota County had let us know that they have shut off potable water services and lift stations to those on Siesta and Casey Key. Now, back to traffic. Of course, that's mostly what you see me doing here on ABC7. It's one of those moments where unless you have to absolutely go out, don't go out. Because even just driving the short distances that we drove today from the studios to our homes or here to our makeshift studio, it's rough. And as Mike keeps telling you, we're not even at the worst of it just yet. So stay off those roads if you can. That's an example of one of the reasons why you don't want to be on the roads we just saw. Stephanie, Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Ted. Great advice. And, you know, you also want to leave those roads open for first responders if they need to get somewhere to help someone, you know, in need. So let's hope that people continue to stay off those roads.
Absolutely. You know, and if you don't have to go out on the roads, you don't want to encounter the accidents like what we're seeing out there, which could presumably take hours to get that rig back upright and make sure everybody was safe with that. But also, we're talking about Hurricane Milton. It's so powerful that we're learning that some of the outer bands are producing a number of tornadoes, especially in South Florida. We knew that might be a possibility, and some of those started popping up this morning. I heard John Scalzi talking about them as early as 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. We're talking about the National Weather Service confirming a large and dangerous tornado Wednesday morning near Big Cypress Seminole Reservation. That is just north of Alligator Alley. So yet another reason, if you really don't need to be out on the interstates at this time, don't do it, because, you know, these things can crop up so much. And we know that not only is it the storm surge and all the rain, but we could have these pop-up bands of strong thunderstorms and, in fact, tornadoes.
Yeah, and we're already experiencing that. Now, like I said, it's relatively calm.
Right.
But don't let that deceive you, because in just a matter of minutes, the storms can crop back up. Now, take a look at that video, because we just put up the tornado video in Alligator Alley. You're looking at a driving shot right now, but then hopefully there it is again. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and we are learning that while that tornado that you're seeing, it had been moving through a low population area, it did briefly cross over a section of Interstate 75. This service has confirmed. We know that tornado watch is now in effect for more than 12 million people across both central and southern Florida until at least Wednesday night. That is a large area of concern right now. Again, you may not be in the direct eye of the storm, but there are these side bands, these other things that may pop up, and there they are, and how quickly that can happen. So such an important time to stay mobile, but really stay aware and stay inside. Again, it's great to check the weather, and, you know, as human beings, we want to go out and see what the weather is like here. I know every morning, on any other beautiful morning here, you want to go out and step out on the patio or the lanai and see what's going on. But you know, even if you hear something, better to stay where you're at, especially because of the potential of flying debris. We don't know what's ahead.
Yeah, and that video is so ominous. We want to shift you back to this gas station video here, because this is video of the pumps. These pumps right here are closed. This is what we're seeing throughout not only the Suncoast, but many parts of Florida.
Right, absolutely.
People were being told that when they were evacuating during the height of that traffic, which we saw that huge traffic jam on 75
Right.
North, people trying to get out to St. Augustine, Jacksonville, they were trying to get out, but then if they didn't have enough gas in their tank, they could run the risk of running out of gas, because when they went to stop at gas stations along I-75, the turnpike or whatever, there was no gas.
Yeah.
And that's a scary
Can you imagine
prospect.
that? I couldn't even
No,
imagine
you
that.
have your pets and your children
Right.
in your vehicle. I mean, so it is a very scary situation there. I want to go back to that tornado to talk about that, because that was a very ominous photo there, and it kind of takes me back to our youth. I know you and I are both from the Midwest, so we lived with tornadoes. And people may not realize, if you're new to Florida, which I'm fairly new to Florida, you think hurricane, but tornadoes actually are part of the hurricane. I don't think people may have not realized that. So it kind of harkens back to our youth when we go in these, you have to take cover. If you're in school, you hide under a desk, or, when you're at home, you go in the basement. There's no basements here in Florida.
Nope. Want to seek, the inner shelter, the closest area with all walls, and many times, in many cases here, hopefully that is your restroom, your bathroom in your home that you may need to take shelter in. Obviously, you want to get away from the large plate glass, even if you've got the storm proof or storm resistant, as they call them, windows and doors. I know my place has them, but you know what? I'm not going to stand in front of them to see how well they work when that wind comes a-whipping through. That's just not where you're going to find me.
Yeah.
So, and I hope you heed the same thing.
Yeah.
So, but again, traffic light out there, but you just don't want to get caught out in anything like that. And look how ominous that looks.
It's scary when you really see it, and then you think, oh my gosh, wow. I mean, that is powerful. Tornadoes, nothing to mess around with. So let's talk about the shelters again.
Yeah, still a lot of shelters. If you haven't had a chance to get out, this is the time to do it. The critical time is now, because you will run out of time. We know that it's not if, but just when Milton makes landfall. So we do have some shelters to tell you about in Sarasota County, but we do know for a fact that 3 shelters are already closed in Sarasota County. We're talking, folks, about Fruitville Elementary and Gulfgate Elementary. They are no longer your option for evacuation. Please do not go there. The next closest evacuation center, we've learned, Philippi Shores Elementary, that is located for you on Tamiami Trail. You see the list right there. I know there's a lot. Grab your phone, take a picture of your screen. You got it there to refer to. We're going to be showing that throughout the afternoon and tonight, but just take a quick picture. It's a lot to take in. Taylor Ranch Elementary, also no longer an option. The next closest center, we're talking Heron Creek Middle School, that's located in Northport. Other shelters currently available, there's the list: Woodland Middle School, Southside Elementary School, Atwater Elementary, Booker High School, Brookside Middle School, Northport High School. And of course, for a complete list of all shelters still open, go to our website, mysuncoast.com, or just go to your county's website, scgov.net. That's got your evacuation routes and what you need to know. Stephanie?
So thank you, Rob. We're talking about shelters. Let's talk about some of the things that you are going to want to bring with you for the shelter. You're going to want to have enough food for each person in your group to last at least 7 days.
Yep.
Okay, and that includes water. That also includes pet food. Don't forget to bring your pet food. Another thing is you want to bring any medications that you might need. And I know that the governor was suspending the rules for refilling prescriptions in our counties, Sarasota, Manatee. So hopefully you're able to get those prescriptions in case you need to have them with you for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
And you don't want to run out during the storm or even after the storm, because we don't know how long we might be without power. Sleeping bags, pillows, those are typically not provided by the shelters. And don't forget to bring flashlights, chargers for your phone. You just want to have all of that handy for you. And, can we talk for a minute about that decision to go to the shelter? Because I've seen a lot of people struggle with that. We've never experienced anything to this degree in recent history.
Yeah, and let's face it. It's you want to think that your home is your castle. It's going to take care of you no matter what happens. But we're talking a different scenario here, right? And that doesn't matter if your home was built last year or 50 years ago along the Suncoast. The mission is to keep you out of harm's way, and that's what we're here to talk about. So it's a humbling thing, especially folks, because in this situation, think about it. You're literally saying, "Please keep a roof over my head." It's very humbling. I think it would be, and trust me, you're going to be making friends that you never knew you had overnight when you're all bunched into one place. But you know what? this is going to be an experience that you can say you learned a lot from. And we are Suncoast strong. We know that we can do this. And this is going to be something that will only strengthen us, right? Again, people saying, unfortunately, 2 weeks ago that Helene was only a precursor, kind of a dry rehearsal for what we're going to encounter over the next 24 to 48 hours. And that, of course, could be just the actual thing that we see.
Yeah, I want to, we had that list of the Manatee County shelters.
Yep.
Would you guys mind putting that back up? There you go. Well, we'll talk about this. You can see those places there on your screen. All of these places are still available. They are still taking people. But again, that window is closing. And it is a hard thing, Rob, to go through process emotionally. First of all, you're kind of in shock because you're thinking, is this really happening?
Right.
Am I really having to evacuate?
And why me?
Right. And then you're thinking, you know, am I even going to, some people are thinking who live on the coast, am I even going to have a house to come home to?
Right.
So then you're in the midst of this stress, and then you have to think, okay, what do I need to bring? Well, you know, we have that list. There's a few more items on that list, which I'll mention as well in a moment. But you're going through all, it's so emotionally tough for people to go. And I know a lot of people like to criticize, why don't they just leave? It's not always that simple. Because it's scary, it's stressful. You don't know what to bring. You try to bring mementos. You bring things that are of sentimental value as well as your essentials and your basics. It's a hard thing.
Absolutely, but here's the deal. It may be a hard thing, but can you imagine if you live in a high-rise building and you say, oh, I'm on the 8th floor, I'll be fine, I can survive. But then what about when the electric goes out? What about when you have no water service? What about that point, a day or two after that storm? And you know what? The first responders can't even get to you.
No, they can't.
So you are in there. Yeah, in fact, you are on your home on the 8th or 9th or 10th level or whatever that may be and wherever you live. And yeah, you survived the initial storm. But guess what? That surge, that 10 to 15 foot surge, it knocked out all the generators, all the power, all the infrastructure that you need to live in that comfortable home that you love so much. And I understand that. I get that. But I'm telling you, it is not worth it. Get out while you can. And you know what? If it's there when you go back, that's good. And if it's not, you know what? You're still here. And that is truly, I believe, all that matters at the end of the day.
Nothing is more important than your life and your family's safety. Nothing. Homes can be rebuilt. Everything can be, possessions can be repurchased. You can figure out a way, but your life is the most important. Before we toss it to Mike, I want to mention a few more things to bring to the shelter. Any IDs and important documents, please bring that. You can put it in a plastic bag. You're going to need insurance papers. They should be stored again in that plastic bag, maybe a Ziploc bag, and then maybe some games for the kids, you know, to help the children. And we can talk about the trauma that this is, you know, that children have to endure. We can talk about that in a minute, but we want to shift over to take a look at that evacuation order right there. A, B, and C in effect includes mobile homes, boat homes, manufactured homes. But we're going to toss it back over to Mike because he's going to give us an update now on the forecast. Then we'll swing back and talk some more about this. Mike.
Hey guys, I am just bringing up a link. Oh, server is overloaded. Brissa Bradfield had sent me a link to a camera that is in St. Armand's Circle, and I just went to look it up, and it says our servers are overloaded. Please try again in a few minutes. So I was hoping to get that view. Here's some new information. Just got it in. Sarasota County now 1,429 power outages. Manatee County 8,024. The logical thing is to assume most of these are in the coast areas. That's where the winds. But we don't know exactly where they've been already. So these numbers are climbing drastically. Hardy County in the interior, just one power outage, 19 in DeSoto County now. That's the area around Arcadia. And then Florida for the entire state at this point, 39,000. We are going to see these numbers climb astronomically over these next few hours here. It's such a serious situation. Here we go. This is the latest cone here. This is the latest information from the Hurricane Center, the 2 o'clock update. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe you can, but the maximum sustained winds, 130 miles per hour right now. That's a serious, serious storm here. And the speed of the storm, it's moving to the north-northeast at 16 miles per hour. And it's only roughly 120 miles or so offshore. I'm getting the location. I'm in Lakewood Ranch, so I'm getting the locations on the app compared to where I am. So call it 100, 110 miles offshore as far as Bradenton and Sarasota are concerned here at this point. By 8 a.m., it's going to be to the east side of Florida. And the east side of Florida is going to get hit, maybe not quite as hard with the winds, but the power outages are going to track from east to west, well, from west to east, rather, across the state of Florida. It's going to be very interesting to see what a satellite picture looks like maybe in the nighttime hours, the evening hours, because there's going to be a swath of darkness across Florida as if Florida got tattooed with a stripe here. All right, so next graphic is, this is the projected rainfall for the storm. So these red areas are the 12-inch rainfall amounts, 12 to 16, and most of that heavy amount of rain is to the north of us, Pinellas and Hillsborough counties, and then farther to the north too, even north of Orlando. Orlando here, the projection is in the yellows, which is in the 4 to 6 inch range. And then as you get here into Manatee and Sarasota counties, we're in the yellows to the greens at this point. The yellows to the greens, that's anywhere from the 2 to 6 inch amounts of rain. We've already had just over an inch at SRQ. So if we continue to get another 2 to 6 inches of rain at this point, that's still a substantial rain. If there is one silver lining, and I don't know that we can really call this a silver lining, the heaviest of the rains look like they will stay to the north of us. We still have enough for some ponding, flooding, all of it that's involved with that when we get 2 to 6 inches of rain, but it's not as serious as it could have been. So we've got two areas of water, the surge and also the heavy rainfall, but I've got some good numbers here on the surge also. I mean, any reduction is good for us, and these are the latest surge numbers here along the coast. Basically from Anna Maria Island all the way down to Boca Grande, the number is now 9 to 13 feet. 13 is 2 feet lower than 15, and so that's the new number on the storm surge. We'll take anything we can get. Email from a gentleman who said, why aren't you telling us what it's going to be? Well, I can't show you that particular, but basically, if you're in Venice, if you're in Englewood, if you're in Spray, anywhere from Anna Maria Island down all the way to Boca Grande, 9 to 13 inches is the projected storm surge. That's what you've got to be prepared for. So that number is down just a little bit, and then from Anna Maria Island northward, it's an 8 to 12 foot storm surge there, and then from so that 8 to 12 inch surge. So a 2 foot difference is a difference. All right, we're going to toss it over to my buddy Ted Noah. Ted, give us some good news on the traffic if you got any.
You're asking a lot. I'm not a magician here, Mike. Unfortunately, we don't have good news, Mike. I mean, we have a mess right now on 75, and if we can pull up that camera full, this is the reason why we keep warning you to not be on the roads. This is why the Florida Department of Transportation has warned that. This is why Florida Highway Patrol has gone on the air with us and warned. This appears to be some sort of perhaps fuel transport tractor trailer. The semi has jackknifed in between the lanes of 75 right by US 301, and as you can see, they are going to have to get this out of there. It appears that the southbound lanes might be fully closed. There's not much traffic out there, fortunately, and you can pop me back up on camera, and I'm going to show you something the best I can here from the laptop. The lights tend to kind of reflect, but if you can see that at home, this is there we go, the current view of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, and this is why they shut it down. The camera at times is rocking, the FDOT camera. The bay looks like Poseidon's Fury right now, and we're not even at the worst of it right now. We do know all the barrier island bridges are closed. Folks cannot get onto the barrier islands, they can get off. We were told earlier this morning that the Anna Maria Islands, both directions, bridges have closed. So that would be Cortez and then Manatee as well are shut down. I'm going to send it back to the anchors, but we're going to keep an eye on those roadways. And anytime we have visuals that we want you to see, we're going to let you see them.
All right. Thank you, Ted. I want to talk about the hospitals,
Yeah.
the local hospitals. So obviously, when people are hospitalized, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to evacuate people. So Manatee Memorial Hospital, we reached out to officials there, and here's what they're telling us. Manatee Memorial in Bradenton is taking action to protect their patients and their staff during this storm. The hospital is working with Manatee County, the City of Bradenton, and the Florida Division of Emergency Management to install 3 tiger dams. And these are going to be installed at the lowest points of their campus. And I believe we might have some video of Manatee Hospital, I believe. We'll show you what we have. However, these dams, and we've done stories about these. Cody Butler did a whole story.
They're amazing.
About these tiger dams.
We're going to see a lot more of them.
Yeah, they really are amazing. So they say that this is going to help shield the property from the anticipated storm surge from the Manatee River. Also, the hospital has suspended visiting hours until the storm has passed. So they are doing everything in their power to keep those patients safe. And that also means doctors, nurses, people having to be away from their families as first responders and essential workers to take care of those patients. And so, when we think about that, when we're at home hunkered down, think about all the people that are out there working to keep our community safe, having to take time away from their own families to protect our community. But that's what they do. And we are so grateful for those first responders. We are looking at some video right now. I'm not quite sure what this is. Obviously, oh, look at that lightning strike. Oh, this is the lightning strike there. And you can see what the roads look like. This was taken not too long ago, just to give you an idea. And we talked about how things aren't looking so bad right now. We had that pretty severe band come through earlier, a couple hours ago.
Yep.
Things are okay right now, but they can change on a dime.
Yeah, and lightning is certainly nothing to mess with down here. We certainly know that. So again, it's great to see it, but you don't want to be out in it. And I want to take that to the next point. If you want to share your experiences with this, with the storms, that's a great thing. But we don't want you to become Superman or Superwoman and all this. You can always upload a video or send photos by heading to mysuncoast.com. All you have to do is click on the Share It tab. Remember that Share It tab, and always remember safety first, because no picture, no video, no image, it's certainly not worth your safety or your health, and we want you to do that safely, right? At this point, the concern is to get you where you and your family need to be. Everything else can come later.
Yeah. Speaking of getting your family where they need to be, let's talk again about evacuations. While we look at this video on our screen, this is a mobile home park. I'm not exactly sure where, but these are the folks that are under mandatory evacuation if you are in a mobile home. No ifs, ands, or buts. You need to leave. And this is where it gets very serious. This is where officials draw the line. Because they are vulnerable structures. We've seen so many videos of mobile homes becoming airborne, and it's a sad sight to see, and we don't want anyone to lose their home, but more importantly, we don't want anyone to lose their life.
Absolutely, and with 10 to 15 storm surges predicted, that is something that's not survivable if you're in those. You may feel like you're safe inside, one of those units, but in fact, that is not the case, and you don't want to get caught into a bad situation. Taking a look here now, we're going to take you to Charlotte County. Again, there, level A, B, C zone in effect for evacuations. And of course, as we're talking, that does include, case in point, mobile and manufactured homes. Again, it may be tough to say goodbye to those things for now, but you're more important, and just grab the basics. Don't forget the pets, grab your medication, whatever you can pack up and go now.
Yeah, and you might have noticed that it's a little loud in here. And we do want to report that our team has made their way safely here to our alternate location in Lakewood Ranch. Again, we're about 10 miles from the coast, and our folks, I see John Scalzi has made it in the building, so we're happy to see that. And several of our other producers and support workers, so they are now here, and we feel good about that, because we don't want to see anybody over there at our station, which is in close to the coast.
We have a beautiful view, right? We're literally minutes from downtown, from the bayfront, and while it's beautiful at any other time, safety is priority. So kudos to literally, we should take a moment to say thank you to the dozens, the Army, our team of engineers, of technicians, of producers, of the management team here, and Gray Television in general, who made that call, and a smart call that it was, earlier in the week, so let's get out of Dodge and come over here to a safer spot. That's the bottom line, and that's what we need to have you doing right now. What are we looking at? What is this? Another evacuation shelter here? Looks like somewhere.
That
Booker?
Oh, that's Booker.
Okay, so there's
right.
Booker. I saw this sound earlier. The lady was saying, I've never had to do this before. I think it was a gal we had a bite from. I think it might have been Sophia or somebody else speaking with her saying, I don't know. I didn't know what all to pack because, in fact, I've lived in Sarasota and I've never had to do this. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay because guess what? There she is right there at the end of the line. I think is the one that we talked to. But you know what? That's all right. You're not in this boat alone. We're all in this together. And it's a new unknown is what we're going to call it in the most pleasant way that I can call it. And it's all right. If you're all hunkered down in one place, that's right. Get to know your neighbors. You may make some new friends or maybe people you never want to see again after this thing passes, but that's okay. We're in one safe spot.
Yeah, and we're not telling you anything that we're not doing.
Right.
We are living by that creed. We have all evacuated again. We are in a secure location, and we're going to be with you throughout the duration, wall-to-wall coverage, bringing you minute-by-minute updates on Hurricane Milton. And also, if your cable goes out, if your power goes out, grab your radio, old-fashioned. We're going to go old school. Get those batteries. You can listen to us on Lecom Radio, WSRQ. You can see the dials there on your screen, and you will find us. We'll be simulcasting there.
Let's talk about it. The governor's already saying, he was saying this on Sunday when we were taking the press conferences live, but the restoration alone from Helene, it was monumental. We're talking about 2.5 million homes that need restoration post-Helene. We know that those numbers, no doubt, will be exponentially higher following this storm. So a lot of folks, as we know, there is no question they were out buying those last-minute generators and things to kind of power things back out. The governor's saying this multiple times. Hey, this may be the first time that you've ever had to use a generator. Don't just use it inside the house. Not in the garage. Take it out, away, right? Read the directions. Go online while you still have that service to connect with your internet, and make sure that you know the proper directions for the unit, because we do not want somebody to try to get their power back on and end up in another catastrophe, being overcome by the fumes and carbon monoxide and whatever these things produce. So that's the other thing, because I thought you could always, honestly, I thought you could put them in a garage, but no, don't do that. But so if you were lucky enough, right, to get one of those last-minute generators that I'm sure sold out quickly at the big box stores over the last few days, you want to make sure that you use it correctly. We're going to send things over. We got another update with weather. Let's send it right over to my friend Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Rob. We've got a little update on the power outage numbers, and they've actually gone down just a smidge in Manatee County. They were just over 8,000, now just under 8,000 here in Manatee County. And that actually gives rise to the topic of the smart switching. FPL has the ability to take an area. Let's say your power goes out for a few streets or a whole neighborhood. Well, it doesn't have to stay out. They have, with the smart switches, they can reroute the way that the power gets to you. It's like if you had 3 plumbing lines and you lost one, they could reroute it and get you water again. Well, that's what they do with the flow of electricity. So sometimes these power numbers will fluctuate quite a bit. In the old days, it would have been, okay, 8,000, now we're looking for 9,000, now we're looking for 10,000. It's like an auction. The numbers just keep going up, but now they can fluctuate quite a bit, and so that's, I imagine, what's going on there. In Sarasota County, it was up just a little bit, 1,434. DeSoto County up just 1, but in the rural counties here, Hardy and DeSoto, once the power goes down, it's more likely to be a down situation for a while. The trees go down, and when we get these heavy-duty squalls, we've all seen this, even with just regular old thunderstorms. A squall comes through, and the winds can just be tremendous with that squall as it's pushing on through. That can down some limbs, put them into the power line, so that can cause some outages too. Florida, we were at about 39,000 the last time I showed you the power numbers, now at 48,000. Some of the more interior, some of this activity going on. The hurricane is still in the 2 o'clock update. 130-mile-per-hour winds with the storm right now. It's transitioning from the Category 4 status to what will be most likely a Category 3 status as it gets closer to our coastline. Could be making landfall in that 10 or 11 o'clock time frame. That's an accelerated time frame from what we were looking at earlier. So that's, I'm not sure if I would say that's good or bad. It'll get it in and out faster for us, but other than that, we're still so at risk here with the way this storm is going to behave. It'll be here just a little bit to the east of Orlando by 8 a.m. on Thursday, and then it's heading out to the Atlantic again, and ironically weakening out here in the Atlantic. There's just irony in that because this is such an unusual storm. People who have lived here for decades, like Bob Harrigan, have not seen storms like this develop. That little disturbance that was in the western Gulf of Mexico sat there for a couple of weeks, hardly doing anything. 20% chance of development, 40% chance of development, and then boom, it just flared up. So we're still dealing with the outgrowth of that. The rainfall potential, this is from the 2 o'clock update, looking more and more like the heaviest of the rains. The 12 inches will be to the north of our part of the Sun Coast, here in Pinellas County and north of Hillsborough perhaps as well, north of Orlando for those heaviest rains. And then this is our area here in the various yellows to greens here, and the yellows to greens are going from the 2, 3, 4 to maybe as much as 6 inches of rain with that part of the situation. This is maybe the best news. You know, 15 feet of storm surge is huge. So is 13 feet, but it's gone down now. The projection is down now for 9 to 13 feet of storm surge from Anna Maria Island down to Boca Grande. That's a slight improvement, and we'll take anything that we can get. That might be the difference between one person who's maybe just a little bit higher elevation. Maybe they don't lose their home now because of that slight dip in the projection of the storm surge. And then from north of Anna Maria Island, it's the 8 to 12, and then south of Boca Grande down to Bonita Beach, the 8 to 12 storm surge. So still an extremely serious situation for us. And then you combine that with the winds, which the winds have hardly even begun at this point. I'm going to zap you over to the wind time frame graphics, and give me a moment. Okay, that's the last one I want to show. I kind of have to go backwards here on us. So this is 5 o'clock. We're still 2.5 hours away from that. And then the band of the orange here, that's the strong tropical storm force winds, the 55 to 73 mile per hour winds. That's when that's kicking up, is the 5 o'clock time frame. That's when it gets dangerous for you to be outside at all. All right, we go from there, 5 o'clock to around 7:30. That's where we're getting the hurricane force winds. Not the center of the storm necessarily. We're looking at the beginning of the 74 mile per hour winds. They're right at the coastline here around 7:30. So then we've got the whole time frame of that storm passing on through. And so by 4 a.m., that center will still be over Hardy County here and on up into a little bit of Hillsborough and pushing on to the northeast here as well. But we will have gone through the worst of it by 4 a.m. And in fact, as we push into Thursday, just before lunchtime on Thursday, the winds will start to lighten up after we get past lunchtime. And the crews with the power lines, they don't go out. Until those winds get down below 35 miles per hour, they don't go out. All right, we're going to toss it back to my friends Rob and Stephanie.
All right, thank you, Mike. You know, it is good to see that improvement in storm surge. Let's hope it stays that way. And speaking of storm surge, you know, a lot of people who live on the water, as Mike mentioned, or even if you don't live on the water, if you live in an area that's flooded, especially post-Helene, every foot, dare I say, every inch matters.
Absolutely.
Every foot, every inch could mean the difference between losing your home, losing all the contents in your home, having to fully gut your home, and having your home survive that storm surge.
What is it? Barely a foot of water can actually move an entire vehicle. So you may feel, hey, I'm invincible. I'm in my vehicle, whether that be a car or a high-profile one. But you just don't want to take that chance. And as the afternoon continues, these bands of rain, right, in anticipation anticipation of Milton, they are flooding. They are ponding some areas already. So if you do see a flooded thoroughfare or roadway, if it has not been closed off by first responders as of yet, you may want to think twice before you try to tackle it.
Yeah,
you really do.
Absolutely. So we want to shift gears a little bit because we do have crews in the field. They're in safe locations.
Yep.
And we want to send it over to our Jordan Litwiller. He has been at the Manatee County Emergency Operations Center, and he's joining us now with an interview.
The Public Safety Center here in Manatee County is locked down now, meaning no one will be going out or coming in until the storm has completely passed and it is safe to go back out onto the roadways for these first responders. And that's what they're calling on all of the Suncoast residents to do right now, saying that where you are right now needs to be where you stay until Hurricane Milton is completely through this area and it is safe to get back outside. Here you can see what it looks like inside the Public Safety Center. Teams from a number of different departments are monitoring everything from power outages and property damage to health and animal welfare. The county is saying 10,000 people have evacuated to local shelters, opening additional locations to meet the demand. But now they say if you haven't already done so, it is no longer safe to leave your home as conditions quickly deteriorate. Manatee County Chief of Emergency Management, Matt Myers, imploring Suncoast residents to take this storm extremely seriously.
So this one's so different. We've had strikes, side swipes of these kind of things with the gusts and some of this rain. This is going to be a historic surge that we have not seen in this area. Again, over 100 years. Almost no one's here. I'm born and raised here in the Bay Area. We're not used to this. We have not seen this before. Helene times 3 at least. So take this seriously. This is going to be deadly. This is not something to mess around with. Don't take chances.
And another thing to keep in mind is the impact that Hurricane Helene had on some of the landscape in the coastal areas of the county. That storm surge wiped away a lot of that natural protection. And so that's why the county said that they made some of these evacuation orders, because they just simply don't have the data or the information right now to know what this storm surge will do, given that the natural topography on some of those barrier islands is so different than it was just 2 weeks ago even. So another thing to keep in mind and why this storm is so different than some of the ones we've seen in the past. In Manatee County, Jordan Litwiller, ABC 7, your local station.
Thanks, Jordan, so much. Hey, we want to give you another update, too, from ABC 7's Michaela Redmond. She's sending some important information from the city of Northport. We're learning just within the last few minutes, an alert was issued to the neighborhood scene near the Myakkahatchee Creek and the Lady Slipper and Oaks Park area that's on either side of I-75. They are strongly encouraged to evacuate now. Again, there is space, according to Michaela and her team, at Heron Creek Middle School, which at least as of 5-10 minutes ago had plenty of capacity. That's before conditions worsened. This is according to city officials there. The creek in that area, and I know it well, they say it is nearing capacity and water already covering multiple roadways. So we can see how quickly, just with these bands of rains and showers that we've had since this morning, are changing everything already out there.
Yeah, and I know you know that area very well, Rob. That is kind of a sobering thing that you just reported, because if you're seeing those creek beds swell, and we haven't even seen the height of the storm, that is that's a sobering reality.
It's a precursor. It really is. So, you know, if you're nearby Heron Creek, and again, we're talking the areas around Lady Slipper and Oaks Park area on either side of 75, you know where that's at. Strongly encouraged to evacuate right now to Heron Middle School, which has got plenty of capacity. So, again, these waters rise so quickly down there.
They really do.
Go ahead and go now if you can,
and
right?
We saw that with Debbie. You know, Debbie was an inland storm. We saw those rivers and those creeks overflow, and that is what flooded so many people who say, we've never flooded before. And just because you've never flooded before doesn't mean you won't flood. So please, please heed those warnings if you are told to evacuate, even if you live inland and you say, oh, I'm not really in a flood zone, I've never flooded before. Don't take any chances. Heed that warning.
Absolutely.
We want to go now to ABC's Victor Oquendo. He is speaking with people at a Sarasota shelter.
Where do you live, Erica?
I live in Hendrick County, but I'm in a program Mothers and Infants with the baby.
How old is the baby?
She's 8 months.
She's only 8 months old, and what's her name?
Arena.
Arena. How far away is home from here?
3 hours.
3 hours. North, south, I'm sorry, I don't know the county.
Hendrick County, by Lake Okeechobee.
By Lake Okeechobee. Okay, so you're further inland then?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay. Why'd you decide to come stay here?
Well, since I'm in Mothers and Infants here in Sarasota, so they decided to evacuate us here.
Tell me about Mothers and Infants.
Mothers and Infants is a place that helps mothers that have substance abuse, and you can be with your baby.
Got it.
You got mothers, and we also got pregnant moms that have their babies there.
I cannot imagine what this must be like for you right now. Tell me about this experience as Milton approaches.
Well, at first I started panicking and wanted to go home with my family, but this just made me stronger to accept the fact that I can't control the weather and that I have to just be strong and stay here and be with my baby.
I imagine right now priority number one is your baby's safety.
Yes.
Do you feel safe right now that you've made it inside of the shelter?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Where are your nerves right now?
My nerves are just like, I can't contact the family right now, but I'm pretty sure I contacted them before I left. So, you know, I'm just accepting what it is and just go through it with the flow.
What do you think the next 24 hours are going to be like?
It's going to be probably chaotic because there's a lot of people here, but we'll get through it.
How difficult is this, though, doing this with an 8-month-old baby, having to evacuate, spend the night in a shelter as a hurricane hits?
Well, it's kind of difficult because, you know, you have yourself and the other ones with us, and we have to just help each other and pack the stuff and get situated, but we got this.
How's she doing?
She's great.
She's been okay with all the noises, all this stuff is
Yeah,
probably
she's been
unfamiliar
calm.
to her?
She's been calm.
Yeah, tell me, I mean, how far along are you?
6 months.
6 months pregnant. How is this experience for you?
I'm just taking it with a grain of salt. Nothing else we can do.
At what point did you decide you needed to come here for safety?
This morning they woke us up and they're like, we're evacuating. I'm like, oh, well, okay.
So, looking around, this might be your reality for the next few days.
Right.
Has that sunk in yet?
No, we're still in shock. But
Still in shock, just
Yeah.
looking around, realizing a hurricane's heading this way.
yeah, I heard the police saying that they're probably going to lock down the building because the weather's picking up. So I don't know what that's going to entail.
How's it been so far? Are people like cooperating, getting along? Is everything in order?
Yeah, I think they're still settling in. I don't know how it's going to be though with people.
What did you guys bring with you to ride this out?
They told us to bring 7 days worth of stuff for the babies, and then I brought 3 days worth.
Yeah, that's about
So
it.
diapers,
formula, and
medication.
yeah, whatever we had on hand.
You're 6 months pregnant. You have an 8-month-old. I can't imagine, how nervous you both must be right now.
Yeah. But I mean, right now we just got to take it one day at a time and just go with whatever goes on and stay calm. I mean, we have nothing
If we
else.
panic, the babies will panic.
Yeah, they
can
feel our-
it. So.
They feel the energy.
Yeah, so we have to stay calm so she can be calm.
Best of luck to you both.
Thank
All right, thank you to Victor Oquendo at that Sarasota shelter. Speaking of shelter, I have a breaking shelter news here. As of a little more than an hour ago, the Seminole Hard Rock Tampa Event Center is now full. That was serving as a temporary shelter at the Hard Rock.
That's
in
a lot
Tampa.
of, that's a lot of people there then.
Yeah,
Right?
That is
Well, that's
now,
a good thing.
That is now full.
Oh.
So if you if you go to the Hard Rock, you like to go to the Hard Rock. Some people had evacuated there and they got hotel rooms. Obviously, they're fine. They also had, it sounds like, an emergency shelter set up there as well at the event center. That is now full. Again, that is in Hillsborough County. So just want to make people aware of that. If they were thinking, hey, we'll go there, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a fun place on any other day. Today, it may be the place that saves lives, right? Over the next 24 to 48 hours. That is so important, and I think that's what you're going to see, literally businesses. We've already seen so many chipping in, doing what they can to kind of make this unusual situation a little bit more normal, right? Make it feel kind of like a home away from home, whatever that may be, and for a long duration. Because think of it, once the storm has passed, we still have a massive amount amount of probably cleanup underway, right? We're talking
Yeah.
the roadways, we're talking trees down. We could potentially have flooded roadways. We don't know what it is and what the trajectory will look like the days following the storm. It could be a very different kind of look.
Yeah, and people are prepared, should be prepared to be without power for days. I know in some previous hurricanes, I can't remember specifically which one, people were without power for weeks, 2-3 weeks in some areas. And when these storms of this magnitude come through, they can knock out those power lines, they can knock down those transformers, and it takes time. But as we've seen on the flip side, and the good news is that some of the local power companies, FPL and Duke,
Right.
they are heavily staged. They have hundreds and hundreds of trucks on standby, ready to get in there when it is safe to restore power. So
Right.
they have a routine and they know what to do.
And speaking of power and the time to move, we're just getting this in here to our new newsroom here in Lakewood Ranch. If you are just joining us, Manatee County officials telling us now, they are now saying it is now time to stay in place. What does that mean to you? Well, hopefully you have the supplies that you need. I heard somewhere this morning somebody said, you know what? In case we run out of water, fill up your bathtub. I saw the great thing I saw this morning. Ted here, my friend Ted, fills up bags with ice. Put them in the freezer. There, right? You got some water when you need it. Great idea. It's something simple. But Manatee County saying it is now time to shelter in place wherever you're at. Hopefully that is in a safe place right now.
So yeah, and we're not going to tell you, if you're in Manatee County, we're not going to tell you anymore. You have time.
And I'm just reading here, now is the time to shelter in place. Manatee, here's a good one, mymanatee.org/storm, mymanatee.org/storm. Now is the time to shelter in place as conditions continue to deteriorate. Again, this is from, it looks like the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Wells with a strong message right there. Kind of an ominous feeling, but we knew that this moment was coming. We just didn't know exactly when that might be, but here we are. Thank you so much, John. Let's toss it over to Ted to get an update on that tanker on the interstate. Ted?
That's right. We have actually Rob and Stephanie image of the from the camera is live. So that one up shows that a semi has jackknifed 75. This is just one of those reasons why Manatee County has said stay in place.
Ted, your mic is off.
All right. Okay. Yeah, Ted's mic was off, but Ted, I think, let us know.
There we go. There we go. The tab should be there. Okay. Good now? Okay, good. So, guys, what you're looking at here, this is 75 feet, right around the area of US 301, where it looks like possibly a semi that would transport fuel of some type has jackknife across the lanes. It is blocking a portion of 75, and this is just one of the reasons why Manatee County is saying stay off the road. It is treacherous out there, and we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. If you pull me back on camera, I'm going to try to show you from my laptop here. Once you pop me back up on camera, I have an image of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. There we go. And you can see it is completely desolate. They have that shut down. Camera is rocking a lot of the times. The bay looks like the Atlantic Ocean. It is so rough out there. A few other things that I want to hit here as well. In Sarasota County, the barrier islands, they closed. That includes Casey, Minnesota, Siesta, and Longboat Keys. Now, all of those are closed. You can get off the islands, but you can't get on them. And community members will continue to be able to get off of the islands, but no entry will be allowed back on, as I just mentioned, until after the storm. And another important thing here, Sarasota County says they have also shut off the potable water services and lift stations to those on Siesta and Casey Key. It is rough out there. You don't want to be on the roads. It's a big hazard. We got here a few hours ago, and even just driving here then, my little hatchback car was rocking all over the roadways. Rob, Stephanie?
You know, when you think about that, thank you, Ted. When you think about that tanker was probably going to a gas station to refuel some much-needed fuel, because we saw so many gas stations, especially on I-75, for people trying to get out of the area to get the fuel they need. And so, again, that just creates another hazard.
Yeah.
Something that we just didn't need when we were already low on fuel. Hopefully everyone is okay in that accident.
Yeah, I was driving home last night, and even at that point you were seeing a lot of the gas pumps wrapped. You know, the close signs were out. It was out, and they were taking the heeding of caution really to heart and closing a lot of stations. I'm hearing a lot of the ones along the turnpike, they ran out a day or two ago. So hopefully, you know, we don't know if that tanker was en route to maybe try to fill up a station, but that might have been the case. And speaking of travel and getting out, if you have to do that today, our own Brigham Harris talking to people at local gas stations as they make their journeys out. Let's take a listen in.
So you guys, were you guys able to get gas? That's my first question.
I got 3/4 of a tank right now, and I've got a little bit of gas at home, but we were able to buy 2 new gas cans at Lowe's just like 5 minutes ago. So they have plenty of gas cans. Looks like they have plenty of generators for the aftermath. You know, I'm not anticipating being able to get any fuel at this time at all.
Yeah. I don't want to invade your personal space, but I just want the wind to be able to get blocked out. So I'm going to put that right there if that's okay.
All right.
I can still see you just fine. I just want to be able to hear you. Tell me kind of about the decision to stay behind. You guys said you live in Bradenton.
Right. We have family here.
You have family here, okay.
Yeah, that they can't leave either. It's complicated.
We have a pool and a very large cage, and we decided that we'd probably do okay. It's a block house, and a lot of our neighbors are staying that's been through many storms. So if something happens, we're right there to be able to remedy it instead of being, 5 hours away and maybe not even be able to get back due to debris and that flooding. So that's why we're staying.
As a matter of fact, we're going home to cut all the pool screens.
Okay.
We're going to cut them all out.
Yeah.
Let the wind rip through that. We almost lost the cage during Ian, and we're not going through that rodeo again. So we'll go home, cut all those screens, let the air go through, and that should save the structure. Screens are $3,500. A new cage is $35K.
So the risk is worth the investment.
And most times, insurance companies don't cover pool cages. They don't want nothing to do with it. So, what do you do? Yeah. Then the other fact is, we got a pool with no spring. So if it overflows, it'll run into the house.
Yeah.
So I kind of have to keep an eye on that. But other than that, we got a brand new roof. All of our top plates and where the trusses and all meet the top, it's all had extra nails put on, and we got a pretty solid roof, so I think we'll be okay there. The only thing I worry about is windows.
Windows?
Yeah, so we're putting those taping and doing whatever we can to protect the windows.
What are some of the emotions? We talk about how this is like the first real head-on hit that we might be getting or might be seeing in a long, long time. Is it nerve-wracking? Is it scary? Or are you guys kind of just...
It's okay.
He was very nervous during Ian, and we were going to leave the next big storm. Next big storm, it's like we're still staying, but he's still super nervous.
Oh, yeah, I've got heightened sense of alertness, or whatever you want to call it. So here we go,
And I'm like, just take care of things as they happen.
We have a full interior closet in our house. It's like most interior space. We just hunker down in there. We got all our stuff ready to go. We got bags. We throw everything in there and close the door and just cover ourselves and hope for the best. We're from Indiana too, but tornadoes.
But you've got some experience with extreme weather, so...
Yeah, I'm not having experience with this. This is a monster. It's coming our way.
Call it Milton.
Milton the monster. It's a classic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll bring him back.
Yeah. Oh, he's on his way.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you guys so much.
Brigham for updating us on the situation out there as people were struggling to get fuel due to those fuel shortages. We have some news that we want to share regarding Longboat Key, and this was just posted on Facebook. The town of Longboat Key's public safety personnel have safely evacuated the island, and they are now in a secure shelter. They are being briefed and preparing to respond once Milton passes. So again, here's another example where first responders have to get out of harm's way. They cannot go. If you have not evacuated certain areas, they will not be able to come in there and help people because they are now helping themselves by getting into a secure shelter.
Yeah, and they have to be in a safe place in order to do the job. So if you've not evacuated and you think, well, I'll just call 911 or police are up the street, they may not be there in their regular facility, right? Because they need to be in a safe structure in order to get out and respond to the people post-Milton. That is so incredible. We do have some video I think we want to put up of, we're talking Havana's iconic seafront there. Some strong video from that. I don't know, do we have the video of this? It's strong waves from Hurricane Milton hitting Havana's already, making contact at the seafront. You see it right there. Look at the power of the waves. Look at the force of the momentum of the water there. It's beautiful, but it is deadly. You do not want to be out trying to take pictures, trying to take videos.
Wow,
do not do that at this point.
Look at that. It's as high as the light.
That light post there. There's people out there.
Those are people out there.
So this is not what you want to do. This is not what we want to be seeing. This is no laughing matter because those waves could look at this.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we were just seeing this for the first time too. So, I mean, look at the force of this. Each wave unique, each one individual, each one getting larger and more stronger. You can see the large waves crashing through with bystanders simply watching on thinking, hey, this is a great day. We see a vehicle maneuvering and it's going right through.
And again, you don't want
so
to do
easily
that
could be
either.
swept out to sea.
Maybe that vehicle's stalled out. We don't know. It doesn't take much, by the way, Rob, to have your vehicle stalled out in water. Depending on your vehicle, that water can get into the tailpipe if you have a gas vehicle, and you can stall your car out within seconds. It doesn't even take but even a foot of water.
Yeah, and it could completely move that vehicle. So you would want to exit that vehicle and go as far away from it as you can. Look at the height. Again, all the way up to that post. The kids thinking it's a great time out there. Wow, we've never seen this before. But you know what? We want them to live to see tomorrow. And in fact, if this kind of continued activity happens, we're going to lose a lot of people from things like this. Don't be a rock star out there. We want you to have a tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you know who's been keeping a close eye on all this? Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan. He's in the Weather Center now. Bob, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Bob, we're glad that you made it out here to Lakewood.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. The story is that the storm continues to move in our direction. It has weakened. I think it continues to weaken as it approaches. It's still going to be a hurricane. So don't let this little lull in the winds. I see the winds are starting to pick up a little bit, but in reality, the winds will get stronger as we go through the night. We will see hurricane force wind gusts. We will see sustained tropical storm force winds. On top of that, as you heard, the Longboat Key emergency services have left the island. And they do that to protect their crews. Will have to respond, obviously, if some dangers occur after the storm has moved through. So that's the reason why they do that. So if you're on Longboat Key, you're not going to be able to get any kind of emergency services at this point. And that's the reason why evacuations are issued, and people should listen to those evacuation orders. Now, as I said at the top, the storm is weakening. That's a really good sign. And the dry air and shear are doing their part. So as we said, past couple of days, it looks scary, right? 180-mile-an-hour winds, gusts up to 220 at one point off the Yucatan Peninsula. That has gone down considerably. The wind's now at 130 miles an hour. Now, you say that, 130, that's still a big storm. That still can cause a lot of damage. The wind field has expanded, and we are continuing to watch it approach our coast. It's going to slow down, and that means we're going to see that water pile up on our coast. The good news is, if you haven't heard already, is that the storm surge estimates have gone down. So instead of 15 now, it's down to 9 to 12. Still bigger than the estimates that we saw with Helene as Helene walked its way by our coast. This one's going to hit us directly. Let's go to some graphics here. Wind speeds of 21 to 25, a low threat to life and property. That's what we've been dealing with most of the morning. Some bigger gusts with the bands of rain that have moved on through, but just keep that in mind. Wind speeds of up to 40 miles an hour. There's a moderate threat to life and property at this point, but now we're going to get into the tropical storm force winds, and these will come in gusts, and there'll be periods of lull in the wind, and then they'll pick up throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. They'll really pick up after the sun sets. The storm system itself expected to make landfall sometime around 11, maybe midnight, that's when the actual center will be making its landfall. And it looks like it may get into Sarasota and Manatee counties right there at the border. Wind speeds greater than 58. Obviously, that's an extreme threat, and you don't want to be out and about in that. So that's what we're looking at right now. And as far as the wind effects go, we continue to watch the potential, anyway, of the expansion of the storm. And that's the result of it going through that eye wall replacement that we saw just a couple of days ago. You'll notice that those hurricane force winds get all the way in this graphic anyway, into, looks like Hardy County and into Highland. Don't watch those times too much. I think it's a little sooner than that at this point, and we'll back it up one graphic and show you. So this says 7:30, the hurricane winds approaching the west coast of Florida. I think that's fairly accurate, and by that time, I think the winds go down even more. Just by looking at the structure of the storm, it is not anywhere compared to where it was just 24 hours ago. So good news on that front. Also, with the center now looking like it's going to make landfall, possibly. There's still an option that it could go into Tampa Bay or even down into Charlotte Harbor, but it's really looking like it's going to move into Sarasota and Manatee counties as a Category 2. I would say a 2 at this point. It could be a 3 still, but I would say a Category 2. We'll wait for the official from the National Hurricane Center, but more than likely a 3. It's at 130 now, maybe at 115 or 120 mile-an-hour winds, and then it's out of here. Now, these are the power outages. Not much yet, but we do expect to see a little bit more in the next couple of hours as these banding features work their way through, and then we will see those numbers go and continue to climb through the night. So those are the power outages. We'll go back one graphic here and show you. This is the, again, latest cone. We're going to get a new cone here just shortly. And as I said, it's getting very close to the coast now. It's only about 75 miles away from us at this point. And the good news is the pressure has gone up. It's to 946 millibars. Now, I know you may not know about millibars, but I can tell you this. At the peak of this storm, the millibars were 897 millibars, making it the 5th lowest pressure storm in the history of the Atlantic Basin. It tried to do that again yesterday when it got down to 917, but now it's up to 946, and that's a big, big deal. When the pressure rises, the wind speeds lessen. Still strong storm, still a dangerous storm, but not nearly the intensity that could have been as it approached our coast. So I was kind of concerned about that, but the wind shear has done its job, and so has the dry air, lessening our chance of getting significant rainfall. We're still going to see some big rains come in occasionally, but most of the rain lately has been to our north. We've had several tornado warnings for the past 2 hours. Meteorologist John Scalzi and I kind of went through those when we were at the studio, but we have vacated the studio, and again, that's for safety reasons, just as they're doing out there on Longboat Key. We are here east of I-75, and that's, you know, you can kind of see different lighting, different graphics, but we're going to get things rolling in time for the arrival of the strong winds when it comes to our weather maps and weather computers. There's the latest cone. You can see the red there. That indicates the hurricane warnings. Those aren't going away. They'll stay with us through tonight, through tomorrow morning. I don't expect them to be dropped until maybe after the 8 a.m. advisory tomorrow. One more thing. This is the rain I was telling you about, right? The rain looks like it's going to be mainly to our north. There's still a chance we could see up to maybe 5-6 inches of rainfall. Some isolated areas could get as much as 9 inches of rainfall. That is lessening, but you got to realize with all this water piling up in from the Gulf of Mexico and the bays, that rainfall has nowhere to go. And I've already seen, just driving over here, the roadways starting to pond with water. So water is starting to fill up, and it won't take much to cause flooding in some areas. So it may be not major, but it's still going to be a problem as we move through time. So once again, this is good news, and that's a direct result of the storm weakening. It's now down to 9 to 13 feet, so a 9 to 13 foot storm surge, and that's a lot better than 15. And 9 feet, though, is greater than what we saw with Helene as it worked its way by. And you saw the damage it caused. And there's a different scenario here, is that we have a lot of debris or people's belongings, unfortunately, that were still sitting on the roadways, although the counties of Manatee and Sarasota County did a great job in trying to get all of it out. before the winds came, but they've done a great job as we moved on through. And I wanted to tell you one thing. I have my app here with me, right? And we're getting the computer set up so we can get our graphics. But I got to tell you, you go to the app, you can get all the information you want and what you need on this again, ABC7 First Alert Weather app. It's got the radar, it's got the cone, it's got the warnings, everything right here in your phone, and you can take that into your safe room. And speaking of safe rooms, we've already had numerous tornado warnings. We've had confirmed tornadoes with pictures, visual, and I got to tell you that with this, you want to stay by your safe room. And if the weather starts to get a little rough around your home as we go through the night, that's when you want to go in your safe room, protect yourself, pillows, blankets, whatever it may be, and keep your weather app handy to keep in track of what those storms are doing. Obviously, we'll update you here, but this is a good tool to have too as we go on through this storm, which is still going to be a strong storm. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the catastrophic storm that was predicted just a couple of days ago. I'm going to throw it back now to Rob and Stephanie with a little bit more information. We're going to redo some maps here and some graphics to keep you up to date. Back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bob. Man.
When you say category, we're going to maybe have a 3, and it sounds good compared to what it could be. I hate that it's like,
news,
right.
I feel a small sense of relief.
Right. But that could change,
I'm still
obviously.
holding my breath, but that was the best news I've heard all day.
Yeah, and as
honestly,
Bob said, obviously,
in 2 days.
it's good stuff, and obviously a great time to download the ABC7 weather app at mysoutherncoast.com. And if you do get a moment where it's safe to, in fact, take a video, take a picture, but only if you're safe, you can click on our Share It tab there and download that information to us. We'd love to see what you're seeing from your vantage point, but only at a time when it is safe, because no picture, no video, no image is worth you or your family's safety. So for whatever you're doing, and we know this will change as the minutes and hours go on, so we really want to, here's some new information. This is really important here. I want to get this out to everybody. Manatee Memorial Hospital now officially locked down for the duration of the storm. Just about 20 minutes ago, the Manatee County Sheriff sending out a very stern warning saying it is now time to shelter in place. Stay where you're at, whatever that is, make the very best of it, because it is not safe to go out. We're now just getting word Manatee Memorial Hospital officially lockdown status for the duration of the storm. That means no entry or exit is allowed at this time. They're saying if you experience a medical emergency, you need to go to the emergency room on 2nd Street. So if you are familiar with that area, you know where the main campus is at, you want to go to the emergency room on 2nd Street. All patient procedures, obviously without saying, are canceled for the rest of today and all of tomorrow. So if you had something set up, an outpatient procedure, that will probably most likely not happen this week at all. You'll want to contact your physician's office directly on that. And again, reminder, the Manatee Memorial Hospital is not a community shelter, and only current patients are sheltered within. So you may, in fact, this may be a time where if you've got a loved one in that hospital, you had something scheduled, you want to be near them, you want to be close, but you can't drag yourself and all the kids and the pets, and this is not a place, much like Rick Piccolo was saying this morning, President and CEO of Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. You know, this is a great place, it's a facility, but it is not an emergency evacuation site as well.
Yeah, it's definitely something to bear in mind. And you know, when you talk about those hospitals, we talked about the doctors and the nurses, the people on staff there. They are giving up time being with their families to take care of the most vulnerable in those patients. And so they are now going to be locked in with the patients. That is their #1 priority. And so if you have, as you said, if you have someone in there, a loved one, they're going to be there. They're going to be safe to the best of the ability of the hospital officials as that hospital is locked down. I want to go back to what Bob was talking about, the good news. We can call it good news because it's looking a heck of a lot better than when this Category 4, almost touching a Category 5, was headed straight from the mouth of the Manatee River. We woke up this morning to that 5 a.m. update, and I mean, I don't know about you, but I think it rattled everybody. I think everybody went into go mode at that point and said, okay, if I'm not evacuating, maybe I ought to rethink that. I know several people that rethought that, and they ended up evacuating this morning. But that is good news, and this was something I believe that Bob had forecasted before, was that he was forecasting that it was going to make land as a Cat 3, that the shear was going to do its job, and that the drier air was also going to do its job. And for now, thankfully, it appears that that is the case. So people are we're still holding our breath. but we're feeling a little bit of a sigh of relief, at least at this current moment.
Absolutely. And while you took new shelter, so did we. If you're just joining us, we're in our new, at least temporary digs for right now. We are in Lakewood Ranch, where the entire team is here. We've got a team of engineers, production folks, producers, and our management team who made the smart decision, the wise decision, to bring us from where we're at on 10th Street in downtown Sarasota. It's a beautiful sight on any other day, but this is not the time to be there, so we packed up the whole team. So we may look and feel a little bit different, but the commitment and the promise to you remains the same, to keep you and your family safe at home. And if you've still got good service there with internet and all that, in the eye of the storm, that's a great special. If you didn't get a chance to see it, our weather team does amazing productions to get you prepared on everything that you need to know to stay safe during the storm season. And in fact, we know we're not out of the woods till the end of November, so at mysuncoast.com you can see everything you need to know about being in the eye of the storm.
Yeah, we are still in the height of hurricane season, and as you said, that's not going to end for a while, so you're going to definitely want to stay on top of things at least through the end of November. If for some reason you are watching us right now but your cable goes out or your power goes out, grab that radio, the good old-fashioned battery-powered radio, and you can listen to us. We will be simulcasting wall-to-wall coverage throughout the entire duration of the storm, and that's going to be on WSRQ and 1220 AM. And again, we're going to be here for you. We're going to be holding your hand. We're going to be navigating through this together. This is really, can I add on a personal note for a moment? This is my first hurricane that I've ever had to hunker down, and it is certainly one of the first that I've covered as it was happening. I covered the aftermath of Hurricane Ian in Fort Myers, which was complete and utter devastation. So it is a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new people here, Rob, that have moved here from other locations in the last couple years. Even in the last year, I have several friends, and this is their first hurricane. And people were kind of crazy. They didn't know what to do. It was extremely stressful. So for all the new people out there, I feel you. I am here with you, and we're just going to get through this together.
And it's not just the initial storm, right? We know that this storm, some way or another, will probably affect every inch of our wonderful state that we call home. We're talking the rain bands, the pop-up tornadoes, everything that we're seeing with this, the ponding of the roadway. So in some way, shape, or form, this one is going to be different because it's going to affect so many of us here. Where we are positioned, I can tell you, if nothing else, we've got some great windows. The wind is kicking up here a little bit in Lakewood Ranch, right? We see that. It's just like the rain bands this morning when I was coming in. It was about noon, and I thought, well, is it too late to be on 75? Because it was quite a downpour then, and then it was just gone. And of course, we're going to see those powerful surges and kind of tapering off, I guess, for a little while. But yeah, this is the new unknown. We're on it together. So again, if the look and feel is a little different, it's in fact because it is. And we're just going to keep on with you right now. Again, if you are joining us at just after 3:30 this afternoon, the Manatee County Sheriff sending out a warning about 25 minutes ago. Where you are at, that is where you're to stay. This is not the time to move, he said at this point. Also learning that Manatee Memorial Hospital officially on lockdown status for the duration of the storm. That means, what does that mean to you? It's no entry, no exit allowed at this time until further notice. If you do have any type of a medical emergency, and there certainly will be those situations, you need to go to the closest emergency room. That one is on 2nd Street, right next to the hospital, if you know the layout of that campus over there. But again, not the main building itself. All outpatient procedures goes without saying. They are canceled for the rest of today. Tomorrow, you're going to want to reach out to your provider directly because certainly a lot of things will be impacted by that.
Yeah. Going back to what Bob talked about, he did mention that a lot of people, as we saw, the complete devastation of the barrier islands. So we had, devastating storm surge that impacted not only the Suncoast, but thousands of people on the west coast of Florida. And then let's rewind even further. We had people flooding inland from Debbie. So it has been a very challenging hurricane season. But I think about that, and I think about so many people. I don't know about you, but I have several friends who lost everything in Hurricane Helene unexpectedly. People who said they had never flooded in their life. They had flooded and they had lost everything. Not even 2 weeks later, here now, they are dealing with the prospect of possibly losing everything again. So when you think about that, the emotional trauma of that, it's really hard to process.
Yeah,
nobody thought that this would happen, yet here we are.
But you know what? You're not alone. We're here with you. We're learning this and navigating it along with you. Safety is always the priority. Getting somewhere where you know that you're safe, where you're comfortable. You know, and it's okay past this. This has been. We've seen a lot of different elements, right? I thought we were going to get lucky this year, right? Because really, June, July, we didn't have a lot at first. I thought maybe we're going to be smooth sailing.
Dust,
right?
Bob talked
Absolutely. So we just kind of kept within that thought, and then everything kind of hinged on the last couple of weeks. My goodness, how things have changed. But you know what? It's okay once we get through this to reach out to somebody, to talk to somebody. If you have thoughts of, you know, it's maybe a desperation or just feeling like you're empty and don't know where to turn. Certainly there's a lot of professionals out there here, terrific folks along the Sun Coast and Tampa Bay area who would be more than willing to talk to you, because for a lot of folks, you know, this does make you kind of reprioritize things. Kind of let the small things slide, as they say. This is a real test to that testament itself. And so I think you're going to be seeing a lot of that. And just know that that's okay, that you're not alone. So when we get through this, and we will, there will be a new day after this. It may be a very different looking landscape for you, for your family, for your businesses, for whatever that may be, but that's okay. But it's a lot to deal with, not just physically, but emotionally. Reach out to somebody. It's okay. There's help out there.
It is. There's a lot of help. And one of the things that I want to talk about, we touched on it earlier, but I want to bring it back to is the kids, because we think about our own situation as adults. And I'm a parent. So speaking to all the parents out there and just the trauma that the kids have endured, you have children who have lost everything, things they value, their dolls, their toys, their rooms destroyed by the surge. And that's really difficult. And so, you know, again, to share a personal story, my daughter had a lot of friends that lost everything, and she's 8. And my son, he's 15, his friends lost everything as well. And it's just been really hard to process, and kids process trauma in different ways. And thank you. And their school has offered counseling services, and as you said, Rob, take advantage of that, you know, because the kids may seem fine, but they might be, you know, it could still be impacting them. Maybe they have nightmares or things that they're dealing with. Maybe the ones whose homes didn't flood were having a bit of guilt that, you know, why did my friend look at my friend's house flooded and I'm okay? And that's really hard for a little one to process. So, you know, just remembering the kids in all of this too. They are struggling. Some kids have lost their schools. You know, Pinellas County, different areas there were hit really hard.
Yeah, and it's okay to reach out. And again, obviously, you know, the kids, they're looking to the parents, to their guardians, to grandma and grandpa, to whoever that may be in their life, their guardians, to really kind of set the tone, right, for this storm. So to remain calm for them is to remain calm for yourself and your entire community. And so set that tone now. And you know, it's okay to have that conversation. This, you know, while you're kind of getting things organized, when you're trying to mobilize you, your family, keeping everybody safe, know that it's okay to have that open conversation, and it's better to talk about it now than to when the next storm may be, right? And we know it's not if, but when is that next surge, that next cell that we may be dealing with. So you want to really make sure that you keep the lines of communication open with young people. And you know what, for that matter, I'll take it to the other end, for a lot of our senior residents who maybe don't have a big resource or don't have a lot of folks, you know, reach out to your neighbors, check in on people and just say, how you doing? Because it will be a new dawn once this is over. The time will come, and that's okay. Some important information we want to point out about flights. Hurricane Milton approaching Florida. Many residents may be still thinking about evacuating. I hope you're in your safe place at this point. But flight radar, we're just learning, showing Flight Radar 24 showing the snapshot of how air traffic is being affected by this storm, right? Because it is certainly a trickle-down effect. It's not one flight that's affected, one airport, but this will be a trickle-down effect, we know, for several days after this storm, because our major airports here, we're talking Tampa, SRQ, all those, Orlando, being completely shut down by this. But it is saying that
it's amazing to see when you look at that flight map how you see the little planes and the icons, and then you just see them completely go away.
They just vanish.
Amazing to see that.
So again, as noted, airports Tampa, Orlando, Daytona, naturally they're all closed at this point, but flights were told still operating out of Jacksonville, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami.
And we want to
there's
bring in
Ted.
our traffic anchor, Ted Noah, who's joining us now. We're going from the air to the ground. You've got an update on that tanker accident?
Yeah, a couple things that I want to talk to you guys about first, but let's start off with that police on WWS 301 right in the vicinity. Are we able to pull that? Oh, we can't pull the FDOT camera up. Well, you know, one of the things you talked about is staying off of the road. We've had FHP on the air with us, police Greg Bueno, and he said, you know, don't be on the road. You really don't want to be on the road. And Manatee County just a little while ago said this is the time to not be on the road. Well, unfortunately, a little while ago, we discovered that there was some sort of tanker, it looked like maybe like a fuel transport semi on 75 by 301, and then jackknife. It's the median in between. So this is a troublesome situation here. Now, we've done this severe weather with Hurricane Milton, and probably a big rig wrecker in there to get that out of there. And trying to get somebody at this point in time is tough.
And do we even know if, we don't know, but is that tanker full of fuel? I'm guessing it was probably empty if it was able to jackknife like that.
You know, somebody said that on our ABC7 Facebook page when we shared that content. One person would say that he was a semi-driver and has driven transport like that, and more than likely the fuel is empty, and that's why it jackknifed because of the storm gust. All right, now in Charlotte County, the Kingsway Elementary School shelter is reporting more than 1,500 people are sheltered there, along with nearly 200 animals.
That's good. Get them all in there. Get them safe.
They're able to get their dogs and cats there.
Absolutely, so important. And Governor speaking this morning saying, you know, a lot of the motels and hotels, I'm sure they're all full by now, but a lot of them were waiting for something. That's become the family, and a lot of folks are
I don't know if you recall or not, you may have seen Bob show this during Hurricane Helene, but Stickney Point, where the night pass over there, do you remember when the Gulf was coming across, and there was just so much debris coming out of the Gulf? I'm concerned about this up here beyond the traffic signal. Do you see that flow of water there? I'm hoping that might not be already. It's going to be tough to show, but this is the camera. This is on the 511 FDOT.
Yeah, see if you can get it up there.
We're looking at it, and we're having some trouble getting our FDOT cameras on the air right now. But there is some beyond the traffic toll. If you look, that would be the northbound. Pull up just a little bit, Ben. Just back up a little bit. If you look carefully at that shot, beyond the traffic signal, that would be the north part of Midnight Pass. From Siesta, like if you're coming from 15-20 meter right, looks like there's water going across. Also note where the standing on that little utility station that's there for, I believe that's the construction workers or maybe electric. There's a door that keeps flying, the concrete is blocking, and this camera has gone out a couple times from some of that.
And just think of that flow of water. It could just take somebody or somebody that's driving through there, could take them in a much different direction that you don't want to go in.
Think about this, you know, we've had so much rain and the ground has been so saturated. So it really doesn't take much with these bands, these storms that we've seen to resaturate the ground. And then now you're seeing water flowing from, we don't know where for sure, but now you're already getting what looks like a mini surge. I don't know. I have to ask Bob.
Location, when the air back during Helene, there were some very dramatic images. Cars that were trying to get off the Midnight Pass, and they were getting stuck in the water. That was the Gulf of Mexico. So that's right here at 60. That was just flowing off. Of course, your car gets salt water in it.
Especially if it's an EV. Watch out.
With the lithium-ion batteries. Let's restate that again, just to make sure. There may be people who still don't realize that. If you have an electric vehicle, an electric golf cart, even a scooter, anything electric with, and even a battery that charges power tools, anything that has that lithium-ion battery, you cannot allow that to touch the salt water. I'm not even talking about soaking in it. I'm saying just to be safe, just keep it away from any salt water because those can ignite. It causes a chemical reaction with the salt water where it can ignite and cause a fire. And that is why we've seen so many fires after these floods that we've seen, the surge floods. There have been multiple fires. Most likely, several of them were caused by those lithium-ion batteries.
And I feel like we're talking about it a lot more now. I was in Punta Gorda post-Helene where an elderly gentleman had a golf cart connected to the lithium-ion battery. Battery made contact with the water. The house caught on fire. The elderly gentleman is out trying to take care of it. overcome by the smoke, fell directly into the fire and died as a result of that. His neighbor just down the street on that same day, post-Helene, same thing. The golf cart caught on fire. He didn't know about it till a neighbor knocked on his door. So this is something I think we need to be proactive about, and it's more right, absolutely. And unplug them, put them away, do whatever you need to do, but just be careful with them.
But not even unplug them. You've got to get them out.
Is that right?
I believe so. Yes, you can't. It's not just if they were plugged in. You literally have to get them out. You cannot touch salt water with the lithium ions. That's my understanding. Again, maybe the viewers, if I'm wrong, please forgive me, but better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Great.
We did on national, along with here, ABC7 Local, we talked about those electric vehicles, and one of many house fires that happened, and we had showed the video, the one that was part of it exploded almost. Pretty much. It started off as a light fire in the garage, and then it just torched. And it took the whole house out.
Unbelievable.
Please step forward, guys, and show them that we're talking about with the tanker. If we can show this right here. So this is what we've been talking about there. Again, our resources are limited here, but this is 75 in between northbound and southbound, right at US 3. And a couple people south, they look more than likely that tanker was probably empty that one time, making it another staple for driving.
Yeah.
But just think, you don't want to be out there, no matter if that thing is full or not. You know, the first responders, and they're taking their chances being out there right now on the roadways, right? So that's why you don't need to be out there at this point. Again, Manatee County, Sheriff Wells' office saying you need to stay where you're at this point. Okay, no more going out trying to decide what we're going to do. The navigation time, the planning period, that window has since closed, so that is done.
Yeah, and if you have an emergency, you know, again, it bears repeating. You may call 911 and you may not have anybody there to help you during the height of this storm.
Right, we're getting some reports that some of the police department, that some of them near the islands, they're having to leave. They're permanent. Longboat Key. So, you know, you think, well, I'm just going to stay here. Longboat Key, the police are just down the street. Not so. They've got to get to a safe place that's structurally sound, right, so that they can continue to do the job. And so, you know, it's all hands on deck at this point, and you can help out.
And, you know, not to, again, be overly dramatic, but I think this is worth stating as we're talking about this. Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, she had some very powerful words. She didn't mince words, and she basically said, if you choose to stay in an evacuation zone, you will die, or you will probably die. Something to that effect, and we'll have to get the exact quote, but it just kind of gave me pause, and it just kind of made me shudder, because it was so blunt to hear, you know, Jane Castor, who is a very popular mayor in Tampa. She has a lot of fans. To hear her put it so bluntly, I think that rattled a lot of people, and it probably made a lot of people rethink their plans to evacuate.
Because at this point in her role, she's heard so many stories.
Yeah.
And I mean, even us, I mean, we live here just like you, and we hear stories. I have a friend that lived on Siesta Key, and she stayed during Helene, and during the peak of the storm, the Gulf came into their house. They had wasted water in their house. She told me that she was on her second dumpster load of debris from that house, and they had to evacuate here. Really scary situation.
They are.
And I'm going to say this time.
Yeah.
There's so much to be learned about this. Again, the governor saying, thanks, Ted, we appreciate it. Okay, I understand that we do have the mayor of Venice on the phone, my friend Nick Pashota. Mr. Mayor, are you there with us, sir?
Hold on, let's get there. Hello, Mr. Mayor. It's Stephanie Stanton and Rob Wells with ABC7. Are you there?
I am. Stephanie and Rob, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nick, how you holding in there? We talked to you the other day. My goodness, how things have changed in 24 hours. Yesterday, I was out there, what was it, like a week and a half ago? You and I were having a conversation on the South Jetty and just trying to get that thing back to itself after Helene, and here we are today. That's kind of, you could say, low on the power list right now. Did everybody get out? Is things safe, and are you happy with the plan so far down there in Venice?
Yeah, I think we saw a little delay in people getting out. once they saw the forecast yesterday, I think a lot more people took it serious, and especially when they realized that being in an ABC evacuation zone with no utilities, I think a lot of folks really determined at that point it was time to go. So, water has been shut off. It's one of those things where we want to protect our infrastructure. So, it's a disaster. It's not going to be fun.
Yeah, we heard at last report you guys have more than 8,200 people in shelters and some 1,400 pets. Are you telling people now to shelter in place, or are you still taking people in at the moment?
So that's more Sarasota County. I know that the Taylor Ranch shelter is full, so the only two options in our area would be either Northport or going up to South Sarasota. So at this point, once those winds get to 45 miles an hour sustained, our responders come off the road. So if somebody's going to make that decision, now would be that time before you hit that 45 mile an hour mark. Otherwise, it's just time to shelter in place and start reviewing your emergency response plan and hunker down.
Mayor, what's your biggest concern with this one? I know each individual storm, I've had a lot of conversations. What makes this different from Helene and from Debbie? What is your greatest concern? What is your greatest fear today?
So one of the things I've been telling people is, I've responded to hurricanes well back into Charlie in 2004, and this one, it's the trifecta. You've got a storm surge, you've got the wind, and you've got the rain, and the angle that it's coming right at us. This is something we've never seen before, and it's got a lot of us very concerned, and rightfully so. We should all be taking this extremely seriously.
Yeah, we did hear Bob Harrigan, our chief meteorologist, tell us about 20 minutes ago that the intensity of the storm is now down to a Category 3, and they've also reduced some of the storm surge. So I just want to pass that along in case you were unaware of that. It provided just a moment of comfort for us here. Obviously, we are still not out of the woods, but we are seeing just a bit of good news, and it really is the first amount of good news that we've had all day. What else do you want to share with the community right now while we have you on the phone?
I'll just say, briefly that, you're right. It is very good news, but at the same time, it's not over yet. So I want to make sure that everybody, appreciates the power and the magnitude of what this was and what this could still be. So we keep praying. It's like hope for the best, expect the worst, and that's kind of where we're at right now. So we're hoping that it keeps, declining in its formation and such. But at this time, I still want people to take it as very seriously as possible. And at the end of this, if nothing happens, great. But I don't think we're going to be that lucky. I think we're definitely going to see some significant impacts. Even a Cat 3 is monumental.
Yeah.
Have you talked to anybody, Mr. Mayor, about, some of the holdouts who just say, no, I survived Helene and I'm good, I've survived Debbie. What do you say to them if in fact they are in place? Because at least in Manatee County, the sheriff there saying the time has passed now to find your new safe spot. What do you say to folks in Venice proper that maybe said, no, I'll ride this one out too?
Rob, I don't have the specific statistics, but I know that they did survey the folks that we rescued during Helene, and every single one of them said, I wouldn't do this again. I would have evacuated. I should have heeded that warning. So I think it's kind of the same concept as a lot of people are going to realize, we're in a situation where you have no air conditioning, no power, but no water. I mean, there's a lot of amenities. Sewage backs up during these kind of events. So, I mean, it gets pretty bad pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Mayor, tell us about the first responders in terms of the plan for Venice. Where are they? What is your plan going forward? Will you be able to get to people during the height of the storm? Just give us the lay of the land.
Absolutely. So we've got some of the bravest of the brave out there. It includes public works, utilities, police, fire. They're on what's called a TFIT team, the Tactical First In team, and their job is basically to clear the arterials to be able to get more resources in. So when the start helping us, respond to, calls and help people and evacuate people and stuff like that, rescue them. That's what their job is to get us in there. So they're all staged strategically around the community. We partner with Sarasota County. They've got resources as well. So that way when this passes and the winds go down under that 45 mile an hour mark, we can get them out on the road and start clearing the roadways. Because again, even if you call 911, they may not be able to get to you because there's down trees, there's down power lines, there's a lot of obstacles in their way.
All right. Mayor Nick Pashota from the great city of Venice, we appreciate your time. Certainly keep us posted, and please stay safe, sir. We appreciate your time with us.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. You're very welcome.
All right. So hearing it from the mayor there, planning is key. It's all that we can do. Again, using our best technology here. Got the cell phone, hopefully you heard him. I don't know, but hopefully we got some good information across. But you know who has new information for us? That's Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan.
That's right. Some new information. The 4 o'clock advisory is in from the National Hurricane Center. Again, the National Hurricane Center has, again, put in a new advisory for 4 o'clock, and there we go. It is now down to 125-mile-an-hour winds, down to 125. So, again, 125 is good. It's still a big storm. It's still a Category 3. And the pressure has come up, and that's something that we watch all the time. It's at 950 now. Okay, so 950 was it's just at 946 an hour ago. So the pressure rising, winds going down. That's a real good sign. Its location, the center of it, is about 100 miles southwest of Tampa. So it's still got a ways to go, but it's 100 miles southwest of Tampa. We're expecting landfall sometime late tonight around 11 o'clock. And if you're at home, obviously watching this, just kind of take it easy right now. The winds aren't too bad. It comes and goes. We've had gusts up to, I think, in Fort Myers just recently, a wind gust up to 60 miles an hour. So you get, that's coming our way, 60 miles an hour. And that's just recently. So we've got a long way to go before it's all over. I'm going to show you some graphics here and show you that center. There's Venice right there. Fort Myers reporting that strong wind that we see. And there's the center. It's still got a lot of heavy rainfall and big storms around the northeast edge. And that's where the strongest winds are. Okay, when we talk about 125-mile-an-hour winds, we're talking about this area right here. That's the northern eye wall, and that's going to be pushing off to the northeast. Now, it's still moving to the northeast, but we have had some good news. We talked about it when we were at the studio about 2 hours ago, that the new graphic showing the inundation projections have gone down considerably. Again, we'll keep the trend on that. There they are right there. And you can see this is an updated map showing Anna Maria Island looking much, much better than just 24 hours ago. It was showing plus 9 feet. And simply because of where that storm center is going to make landfall will make all the difference in the world in terms of the destructive force of the storm surge. So really good news here. Will it verify? We'll have to wait and see where the exact position of Milton comes on board. Right now we're thinking maybe a little bit south of Anna Maria. And as we said, the further south, the more offshore wind you're going to see and the less storm surge. It's still possible, though, you could get up to, and I step out of the way here, plus 3 feet. So you can still see plus 3 feet on Anna Maria Island. Much better forecast. And there's Siesta Key was in red yesterday. So I hope this is giving you some relief that we are starting to see less of a problem, but it's still a problem. 3 feet of inundation over the area can cause some concern, obviously, and not nearly as bad as it was. We'll go, again, further south, and we'll see. Charlotte Harbor now becomes a player with storm surge, and it's still projected now. The storm surge has gone down to 9 to 13 feet. 9 to 13 feet. It was as high as 10 to 15, so that's a blessing. Still, that projection of 9 to 13 is much higher than what we saw with Helene. Helene, by the way, if you're wondering, brought about a 6 to 6.5 foot storm surge to Anna Maria Island. So it still could be higher than that. Again, we'll go back one graphic here. Sarasota County now, 1,400 people without power at this point. These numbers are going to go higher. Obviously, in Florida, it's at now nearly 65,000 people without power, and those numbers are expected to go higher. Now, we are looking at the radius of the winds. They're still expanding. Storm still has 100 miles to go to traverse across the Gulf of Mexico. The good news is it's the dry air and the wind shear that has brought the intensity down somewhat. This has been a trend, too, now. For the past 3 advisories, we have seen the winds go down, and that is going to be a trend, I do believe, all the way through landfall. So we're probably more than likely going to be dealing with a Category 3 storm, maybe more than likely a Category 2, as I alluded to earlier. There is the radius of the hurricane force winds. You can see a pretty good chunk there. That for 7:30. This may be pushed back a little bit but right there is showing a pretty large swath of our area still yet to experience the strong winds. I know you haven't had much yet, but we are expecting to see a little bit more as we go through time. We are looking at more wind to move inland over the next, I'd say, 6 hours. We'll start to see that heavy wind here as we move through time. Again, there it is right over the top of us. The timing of it, 11 o'clock. That's when the center moves on shore. That's when we're going to see the strongest winds. So don't think that this little lull here, and we're not seeing much of a wind out there, but we've had numerous tornado reports and tornadoes spotted actually across central Florida throughout the late morning and throughout the afternoon. Clewiston had a large tornado just about 3 hours ago reported there. And there it goes, moving off. Here we are at 1 a.m. still showing a pretty good chunk of our area in some hurricane force winds. And they're not going to be category 4 or 5, probably not a 3 either, but we will see that. This is a graphic. Obviously, we've jumped out of the loop, but we're getting the MAX systems working, though. We got our graphics here a little bit. We're working on it. At home, folks, sit back. Obviously, no driving at this time. Tropical storm force winds already being picked up. Keep your cell phone handy. Make sure you have batteries for your flashlights nearby. Charge your cell phones. Always have a full charge cell phone, because if you lose power, you can't charge it. And many other things and tips we'll be giving you throughout the evening hours when it comes to these storms. One thing I want to make sure people know that we will be here for you, and ABC7 First Alert Weather app will be for you as well, here for you. So download that if you can. You still have the ability to do that and get all the latest advisories and updates and warnings as they come from the National Weather Service. We're monitoring that right now, the National Weather Service. We have a way to communicate with them, and we are going to continue to bring you the latest updates on it, but we still have a ways to go. We still have through tonight, obviously into the morning. Storm surge heights have been lowered. That's good. They could continue to lower, but I doubt it. At this point, the National Hurricane Center, I don't think is going to go below 9 to 13 feet. That area, though, that's going to see that has narrowed. So what we're looking at is the possibility of a smaller area getting destructive force from the storm surge. Storm surge can still kill. It's still projected to be much higher than we saw with Helene, and you saw what Helene did, right? All up and down the west coast of Florida, a big problem. When it comes to these storms, we also want to let you know that the power may go out. And if you get any kind of flooding has gone down a little bit. If you get any flooding, you want to turn your power switch off at the main source. That's the best advice. Turn your power source off at the main source so that you don't cause any problems as far as electrocution goes. That's a big issue. Also, your refrigerator may have perishable foods in that, so be prepared. If the power goes out, you want to put them in a cooler with ice. So if you've got some ice, put them in a cooler. Have plenty of water. You can't go out and buy it now, but just remember the story is 1 gallon per person per day for water. Now, I know, as I said, it doesn't seem to be too bad yet. These storms will fool you. Believe me, I've watched them over the years. You think, oh, this isn't much, this isn't going to be much. The pressures are lowering, the winds are lowering. And you heard Rob and Stephanie talk about it. Even though the winds are now down to 125 miles an hour, there's still the potential for widespread power outages where that 125-mile-an-hour wind goes through. And that may go down a little bit more. We may get to a Category 2 before it makes landfall, but that's not in the cards. You plan for a 3 at this point, and you make sure that you're near your safe room when the big winds hit. And that'll be later on tonight. When we see that center that you see right here with a radius of about, it looks like 30 miles. So about 30-mile radius of hurricane force winds will move ashore, and that's when you'll start to see those power outages. And we'll back it up just a little bit and show you. Here's 11 o'clock, and a lot of you will be without power. So it's not that big, but the brown area that you see right here, that's the radius of the strong tropical storm force winds. We're talking 56 miles an hour up to 75 miles an hour. So everything right now we haven't seen that kind of wind, but we will as we go through the night and the skies get a little darker. We're going to update these numbers for you in a little bit, but I just want to let you know that we have a new anchor team getting ready to set in right now with Summer Smith, and Karen is here as well. We're going to have the latest on some of the news that's going on. You just heard we did an interview with the mayor of Venice, and we also talked to the emergency management personnel, as well as many other folks we'll be keeping in touch with during this event. So to give you a quick update, the 4 o'clock advisory has come in. The winds are down to 125. That's a big difference from 180, which it was 2 days ago. Also, the pressure has come up to 950 millibars, which is a huge rise in pressure. And it's moving to the northeast at a real fast rate now, too. And it looks like the faster the better for the potential for inland flooding. So it's not going to be around long to bring us that excessive 15 to 20 inches, which you can get sometimes, but we're talking more in the scale of 4, 5, 6 inches of rain as opposed to the 15 to 20. Now, we are going to throw it back to the anchor desk.
Okay, Bob, thank you. Just a lot of new information that he has given us with that 4 o'clock update.
Yeah, once again, the winds now down to 125 miles per hour, expected to be a Category 3 instead of a 5 when it makes landfall, which at some point we were expecting, even a 4. That is better news. However, 3s can still cause damage.
And the pressure is up, and the power outage numbers we know keep going up and up.
All right, and we want to give you just some more updates if you're just tuning in and joining us here at ABC 7 News. Once again, the Skyway Bridge remains closed right now because of the high winds and potential danger to drivers. Both Manatee and Sarasota County emergency officials are reminding everyone you should not be out and about driving around at this point. The conditions are dangerous, and you are advised to be home at this point, staying put. It's hard to do, waiting it out, but that's part of being in the middle of a storm.
Right, and we know we've been pushing shelter since as early as they announced it, and I do want to get to some of the shelters in Sarasota County. We know not all of them now are open because many have hit max capacity. Riverview High School, you can't go there. Fruitville Elementary and Taylor Ranch Elementary, those are closed right now. And Summer, I believe our Sophia Vitello was saying that Booker is nearing about 1,000 people at their shelter at the moment. So if I could read you, sorry we don't have the graphics, but I'll read you some of the ones that are open. This is Sarasota County. We've got Atwater Elementary School, Booker High School, about 1,000 people there, Brookside Middle School, Gulf Gate Elementary School, Heron Creek Middle School, Northport High School, Philippi Shores Elementary, Southside Elementary, Woodland Middle School. Those are the ones that are currently at this point, Summer, we know they're open in Sarasota County.
All right, and we want to give you an update on the Manatee County shelters as well. We do have some new ones, and actually this list has grown pretty significantly since we last reported it yesterday. And I know we've been giving updates throughout the afternoon, but just another recap. In Manatee County, the shelters that are open right now: Freedom Elementary School, Willis Elementary, Williams Elementary, Gene Witt Elementary, a new one, Daughtry Elementary, a new one. This one's been open for a while. Virgil Mills in Palmetto, Buffalo Creek Middle School also in Palmetto, Jesse P. Miller in Bradenton, Myakka Elementary, Sugg Middle School, Barbara Harvey in Parrish, Gullett Elementary, and McNeil Middle School, or McNeil Elementary, both in Lakewood Ranch, Dr. Mona Jane Middle School, and Prine Elementary in Bradenton. Are open. There is one, however, you were supposed to pre-register, but of course they're not going to turn anyone away in this situation. And while we're talking about schools, Karen, also a reminder that all three, Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte County school districts have reported that school is canceled for the rest of the week. And that a lot is because of the unknown of this storm, but the schools are being used as shelters them to go in and clean them up. So right now schools are canceled through the rest of the week. It is unknown at this time when they will reopen, and it just depends on the damage from this storm and what they need to do to get these schools back open and operational.
Right, and then continuing on the shelters, Summer, Charlotte County, the shelters that are open, we've got Kingsway Elementary School in Port Charlotte, Harold Avenue Regional Park Recreation Center also in Port Charlotte, and Babcock Neighborhood Schools in Punta Gorda. Those are open currently in Charlotte County.
Okay, and a reminder, you are not advised at this point to be driving around town. And I know so many people were trying to get rid of their debris from Hurricane Helene. However, that has been paused at this point. The Manatee County landfill is closed, and they are not accepting any more debris as we continue to wait for Hurricane Milton. And we were talking before we took over here. The emergency crews are not out right now. I know on Anna Maria Island, they say if you have not evacuated, it's going to be difficult for them to get to you because they are no longer patrolling the area because of the potential dangers of the weather.
That's right, Summer. And I was just telling you right before we came on air, we spoke with Sarasota Memorial Hospital, the spokesperson there as well. They're saying no ambulance crews, no EMTs can go out when it's sustained winds of 45 miles per hour, which we know that's across the board, not just SMH. And so in that situation, they cannot come get you until the winds come and die down.
And that's not to say they won't get you, because we do have an emergency situation. You are still advised to call 911, but you can expect delays. So hopefully if you live in an A, B, or C zone, you have evacuated as the county emergency crews and emergency officials have instructed.
Right, and you know, Summer, we know the hospitals are starting to fill up. Sarasota Memorial Hospital, they've got about 3 locations. Their emergency rooms are open as long as as long as EMTs can go pick up the patients. But as for their actual facility and their beds, we know they're starting to get crowded. They're telling us the location in Venice, they've had to actually move some of the patients, the less sicker patients, the ones that were ready for discharge but can't come home. Those patients have actually been moved out into the hallways, into the lobbies, right? Because they're trying to make room for people who are really sick and need those beds right away. Sarasota, we know they still do have beds, but contingency plans are constantly being made.
And when we were talking, you mentioned something interesting, something we don't really think about, but everybody has been outside hanging up those shutters, boarding up their windows, and on ladders, which is dangerous, we're finding out.
Yeah, that is what we've been hearing. Before the storm hit, everybody was doing their preparation as they should have, but of course it's been raining constantly. The ground is slippery, the ladders are slippery, and what we've been hearing is there has been many injuries coming into the hospital of people falling off these ladders.
Which is not great news.
No.
So hopefully everyone who has found themselves in that situation, they're okay.
Right.
But a good reminder, I didn't really think about the dangerous. We hear about that hanging Christmas lights.
Sure.
But a good reminder moving forward that you should always have a team when you're hanging shutters and those boards, because you can slip, and that's what they're reporting right now, seeing a lot of injuries from the ladder falls.
That's right. And I did get a text message from Sarasota Memorial Hospital. They're saying we can attribute this to their CEO, the CEO David Verinder of the Sarasota Memorial Healthcare System, who writes they're caring for and supporting more than 4,000 people at this time, 2,500 of them being staff members. They have something called a Team A, and that Team A has been locked in at the hospital since Tuesday is what they're saying, which of course includes the physicians and nurses and food care. They're doing child care there. Something I also thought was really interesting, Summer, is they were saying though they are not a designated medical shelter, we are working with the county to care for medically dependent persons assigned to the hospital because of the acuity of their needs. So they're taking in those patients and working with the county as well too. And they say they will not evacuate no matter what happens. They're 19 feet above sea level. Venice Hospital a little more than 16 feet above sea level. That of course we know is starting to crowd up a little bit. They say they have enough supplies for at least 7 days, including water, well water, and food, all of that. Generators are ready to go. They have about 200,000 gallons of fuel and access to natural gas. So they're not evacuating.
They're in good hands.
Yeah.
And bringing up Sarasota Memorial, I checked in with Manatee Memorial yesterday, and it's interesting. They have those barriers.
Right.
It's called the Tiger. The specific name, I'll get that, but they have those barriers, so it will help because they are located near the Manatee River, and they have those barriers in place to protect the patients and staff working, which a reminder, while everyone's hunkering down right now, the Manatee County Emergency Management saying, now is the time to shelter in place, the same for Sarasota and Charlotte County, but a lot of people still have to work. and that includes everyone at the hospitals,
Right.
law enforcement, emergency crews. So my heart goes out to them because this has been exhausting. They were working nonstop during Helene, and then now with Milton preparing. We have talked to numerous law enforcement agencies, and it's just been nonstop.
I know, and of course, Summer, you know who else has been nonstop? Our own Bob Harrigan, who's been going nonstop since Helene. And we do want to get over to Bob if we're ready to take Bob. He's standing by. Are we getting ready to take Bob, guys?
Yeah, they're going to work on there in a little bit.
Okay, they're working on it right
so just
now.
to pause
We'll
for a
have Bob
second.
for a little bit.
Right, well, I
but
want
yeah.
to give another update. Someone contacted me earlier, and interesting, the inmates of the Manatee County Jail are not being evacuated for this
Right.
storm, and there was some concerns. We reached out to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, and we are told that it is a safe building. It's two-story, and it has been built, or it is built on higher ground. The inmates are being taken care of. They're being monitored. They have plenty of food. They have generators, supplies. So we're being told everything is okay, but they decided it was just not in the best interest to evacuate the jail, and anyone with medical assistance or physical disabilities has been relocated. But for now, all the inmates are staying put at the Manatee County Jail in Palmetto.
Yeah, and speaking of evacuations, Michaela Redmond sending this over to us a short while ago. Town of Longboat Key's public safety personnel have evacuated the island. They're now in a secure shelter. So, I mean, they're not immune to this either, Summer.
No, and it's the barrier islands, of course, that we're extremely concerned about, especially after going through what they did with Helene. They're already seeing some impacts from this new storm, and we're all just sitting back waiting and to see what happens.
Right, and you know, the governor throughout his news conferences has been talking about the debris pickup that we've been seeing all along the barrier islands, because people are so worried about that becoming projectiles.
Right, and you got to give it to the crews. They were out and about even this morning trying to get what they could. But emergency, or their safety, of course, is a concern, so they had to cut it off at some point.
Right.
And it's very unfortunate with that other storm because there is a lot out there still.
Yeah. Another alert that came from our Michaela Redmond that we want to pass along, this one coming from Northport government, an alert issued to the neighborhoods seen on along the Mayakahatchee Creek in the Lady Slipper and Oaks Park area on either side of I-75. They wanted them to evacuate immediately to Heron Creek Middle School, and that is because that creek is nearing capacity and water spilling over onto the road, Summer.
Okay, and while you're talking about that, I want to give some information to East Manatee County residents. The dam has been released a bit, but we want to get to Bob Harrigan now with the latest on Hurricane Milton. Bob.
Yeah, thank you. You guys. It looks like the majority or the bulk of the heaviest rainfall will fall to the north of our viewing area. We're still going to get 4, 6, maybe 8 inches of rainfall in places, but I don't think that becomes the biggest factor at this point. So, again, that's what we're looking at this juncture. We are looking at the graphics that you see right here. This is the center right here, 100 miles southwest of Tampa. The winds have come down now to 125 miles an hour. The pressure has come up to 950 millibars. That's a big step up, and that means the pressure as it goes up, less intense of a storm. We still, though, have to understand this. As a storm weakens, all the water that was rotating around it when it was hundreds of miles away from us is still gathered around that center of low pressure. So the storm surge has dropped. If you haven't heard this before, it has dropped. It's now down to 9 to 13 feet, as opposed to 10 to 15 feet just 2 hours ago. So that's a good step. We're waiting for the bigger advisory should be in right now. We're going to get that updated for you in a minute. But we are also looking at, get this, 4 confirmed tornadoes have already moved through parts of west central Florida, not the places We're talking Lee County. We're also talking the possibility on into and around Highlands County. There were numerous tornadoes reported there just about 3 hours ago. So that's still in play with some of these banding features that are moving through, and we'll see that continuing through the rest of the night, especially far away from the actual eye or center of the storm. We're going to see those feeder bands, and that's where you get that twist in the atmosphere as air is trying to get to the center, and then these banding features come in and creates enough rotation in the atmosphere to create tornadoes. So those are around, and I want you to be aware that when you're at home and you hear the thunder, and you may hear a little bit of a different kind of noise, like a jet engine, for example, just something out of the ordinary. And you know there's not a lot of jets flying around now, and you know there's not a lot of cars either. Know that a lot of times that'll be a tornado. It'll be brief. It's usually an EF0 and EF1, and what those storms amount to about 60 miles an hour up to about 90. So those are the kind of tornadoes that are usually produced with this kind of system that is moving in. So 100 miles southwest of Tampa, expected to make landfall, I'd say around 11 o'clock, maybe midnight tonight. And it will be a Category 3, but I think more so a 2. That's a big difference from what we saw just 36 hours ago when it was a Category 5 hurricane with winds up to 180 and gusts up to 220. I know that scared a lot of people. I imagine a lot of people evacuated because they saw that. But as we've been telling you, we have wind shear, and what that means is you go up in height in the atmosphere. It's at a different direction than it is at the surface. And what that does is it rips the tops off of the storms and doesn't allow that storm to breathe or gather strength. And that's what we're not looking at a stronger storm when it makes landfall. It's going to weaken. So it's at 125 now. It's going to go down as we go through the rest of the night. Let's go to the next graphic here and show you. This is the American Forecast Model rainfall. And you can see the area in red is right there in Osprey, Siesta Key, and we're talking 5 to 6 inches, just as I said. And then you've got the areas in blue, which is, again, right around 4 to 5 inches of rainfall. So not as much rainfall than, say, for example, we saw with some of the other tropical systems that have worked their way by, right? I mean, you think about Debbie. Debbie brought in excess of a foot of rain, even higher in some isolated areas, up to nearly 20 inches of rainfall. This is not going to be that event for us as a result of the storm center pretty close to us. Anything north into Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, yes, they could get up to 10 inches of rainfall with this storm. We'll go back down. If you haven't seen this graphic yet, this is the one I've been showing. I actually put this on Facebook. Last night I did about a 40-minute Facebook kind of zooming into all the neighborhoods just to let people know how far inland the storm surge could go. And I went down to all the neighborhoods. It got like 100,000 views, but this is much better news. Yesterday, all of this that you see near Palmasola, also on Anna Maria Island, was in red, meaning 9 feet of water over the island. This isn't the storm surge, but this is where the inundation would occur. And now it's in the neighborhood. We're talking greater than 3 feet in places, so it's still going to be dangerous, but about a foot, a little greater than a foot in places along Anna Maria Island. So I know that this is just a forecast, a graphic, but that has to give you some relief after seeing what Helene did. Will it be more than that? It certainly could. You have to remember that the storm surge prediction from the National Hurricane Center is still at 9 to 13 feet. Now, I don't think it's going to be happening here, though. I think it may be happening further south, and that's the projection that they're doing at present. So we'll go to the next graphic here and show you what that is. We go down a little bit, Siesta Key, just about above 3 feet. So about a 3 to 5 foot storm surge still possible on Siesta Key, all the way down to Turtle Beach. And that is much better than it was just yesterday. We were talking 9 feet in some places on Siesta Key. And that is really good news. Now, I know the storm was forecast to be a huge storm, and it still is. Don't get me wrong. The wind field is expanding out over 125 miles in either direction from the center of the storm. And what we're looking at is that moving on shore, beginning late tonight. I think the eye actually moves on shore probably around 11 o'clock midnight, the way things are going. That could change. You think about it, it's 100 miles away, southwest. It's moving at about 20 miles an hour. You can do the math there. So it's going to be late tonight in the early morning hours. That's what we were kind of figuring. And don't think that just because the eye makes landfall, it's all over. No, that's when things really begin. That's where the core of the winds are, around that center of the storm. It's called the eye wall. Now, the eye wall contains the winds that you're hearing about, right? You're hearing about the 125. That's a small area, but a majority of us are going to feel that, 50, 70 mile an hour wind. That's going to cause some problems with power outages. We already have some. These numbers are going to go higher. 64,000 in the state of Florida, and most of those are going to be along the west coast of Florida for right now, but they'll start to spread inland as we go through time. We'll go to the next graphic and see the wind radius I mentioned here. The area in brown that you see, that is the stronger tropical storm force winds. The area in red are the hurricane force winds. So if you look at the time here, it's showing 7:30. I don't think we see it at 7:30. I think we see it around 9 tonight. We'll start to see those stronger winds moving on shore, and then eventually spreading off toward the northeast as the storm will be moving rather rapidly as we go through time. Now there it is, Bradenton, Sarasota, Venice. Strong tropical storm is the brown. The hurricane force winds are the red. And you can see that radius of wind covering Inglewood, near Northport, all the way up to Sarasota, Bradenton, even into Tampa Bay near St. Petersburg. And that eventually spreads into Wauchula and Arcadia. And this storm, as I said, is expanding its wind field, so a lot of people are going to be without power, and you have to be ready to go with that. So have everything charged up that you can. Keep your cell phones charged in as we go through it. And here we are at 1 a.m. We're still, at 1 a.m. in the morning, a lot of people wanting to get to sleep. Well, it'll be pretty close to the heart of the storm in places across the Sun Coast. And then we move forward. And we'll get by this graphic here if we can. This is the latest now. The winds are actually now changed to 125. And it looks like if you do the center line, right, it looks like right into Sarasota and Manatee counties. So we may see a actual landfalling hurricane into Sarasota and Manatee counties. Do I think it'll be a Category 3? There's a chance it could, but I think it'll be down to a 2 by the time it reaches us. That's good news, but it could still be a 3, but it'd be a low end 3 now that the winds are down to 125. Nothing to, again, take lightly. Even with a Category 2 storm, hurricane, it'll be dangerous. It'll be dangerous out there. Trees will be uprooted. You'll see problems, obviously, with power outages all over the place. In a damage situation with a Category 2, you're talking tree branches snapped, you're talking trees uprooted, you're talking sheds ripped apart. But the good news is, and this is why we call them major hurricanes, if it's a 2, you don't see major structural damage. That means you don't see the roofs ripped off. You have some tile damage, some roof damage, but it's not to the point where the whole roof goes. And boy, what a relief that is, because when I went to sleep last night, I was thinking high-end Category 3, possibly 4 hurricane making landfall. That's the way it looked. And this storm has been very difficult to predict the intensity, right? I mean, even the Hurricane Center was baffled when this thing went from a Category 3 to a 5 in just about 5 hours' time down off the Yucatan Peninsula. So intensity forecast is called a very difficult science. It's not an exact science, and he said you could get a dartboard, throw a dart, have 1 to 5 on that dartboard, and you'd be fairly close to the accuracy of predicting the intensity of these storms. So I just want to let you know that. I'm not covering, but I'm just saying the science isn't there yet. They're going to get there through AI. They'll eventually figure out with really good accuracy a little bit better, at least idea, if a storm is going to rapidly intensify or it's going to weaken. You know, we always knew it was going to weaken. I was pretty confident in that. You could see those upper level winds really ripping across the northern Gulf of Mexico. And on top of that, there was dry air to the south, there was dry air to the north. That dry air is starting to filter into the storm, and that's the reason why the rainfall amounts are going down. But there's still a lot of twists in the atmosphere, and the one thing to be concerned about is the possibility of isolated tornadoes. We've seen a lot more with this storm than we saw with Helene. And I got to tell you, Helene was predicted to have more tornadoes. And I'll tell you what, this has more already. And there's been 4 confirmed tornadoes. I've seen a few pictures from the National Weather Service, and they weren't the EF0s and EF1s. They were big. And and I don't see any tornado warnings recently issued for us at this point, and we would be alerted immediately with this. They canceled a tornado warning recently. And obviously update you with that. Now we're going to send it back to the anchors.
Thank you, Bob. When we woke up this morning.
Yeah.
So again, as Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan telling us, the storm has potential to make land as a
are pre-positioned in areas that are safe for them right now, but where they expect to be close to the most impacted areas. So once it's safe for them to do so, they'll be working around the clock to get the lights turned back on for customers.
What message do you have for customers if the power goes out? What do you want customers to do? Are they supposed to notify you, or are you already aware when those power outages occur?
Well, just as you mentioned, safety is the #1 priority. We at FPL, we know when you're out of power, just trust that we are on our way. We will not leave anyone in the dark. As it comes to safety, we want our customers to be operating any generators that they have safely and away from any doors or windows. And if you or a loved one relies on any medical equipment that requires electricity, make sure you have backup generation in place for that.
Okay. You know, bringing up the generators, if you're not familiar with them, you just touched on it a bit, but do you have safety advice? I feel like that's very concerning, and we could see some dangerous conditions if you're not familiar with how to operate them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. My best advice is to just make sure you're reading up on the guide for that generator. Keep it away from any doors and windows and outside of your home. And additionally, if customers ever see flooded areas at any points, stay away from those areas because you don't know what debris could be down there. Also, with any down power lines, if you see those at any point, you can assume that those could be live wires and call 1-800-4-OUTAGE to report it.
Amber, also a question. I think the last check we had was 64,000 power outage in Florida. Is that an accurate number, or what's the latest?
So we have numbers up on our power tracker that are constantly being updated. At this time, in parts of Florida, we have crews that are going in and restoring power as long as wind gusts are below 35 miles per hour. So the crews are able to get the lights back on for those customers as long as it's safe to do so.
Off the top of your head, do you know what areas those are?
Yeah, so areas that aren't experiencing the direct impact, those are where crews are able to get in there. But, you know, we've seen the tornado warnings. We've seen this storm come closer to the coast. So safety is our priority right now. Our crews are going to hunker down. They're going to be safe through the storm. And once they're able to get outside and we know what we're up against, they're going to be working around the clock.
All right. Well, we appreciate all the work that the crews are doing, and it's amazing how quickly they are able to get the power back on. So hopefully this won't be as severe as we were originally expecting, but we're definitely going to see power outages. So we're very thankful that crews are on hand ready to get the lights back on.
Okay. Yep, Amber. Stay safe. Yeah, thank you so much, and we'll check back in with you. And now we want to go to our Cody Butler, who is reporting from Tallahassee.
Governor Ron DeSantis is calling this response to Hurricane Milton a historic one with many resources from several states here in Florida. Now, to get the latest, I am joined by the Florida Division of Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie. And so, Director, what's the latest that people in Sarasota, Manatee counties need to know right now?
Right now, we are having impacts with the storm, heavy impacts from the storm, not just with tornadoes that have come up the west coast of Florida and Fort Myers area, but right now they're seeing heavy impacts of banding rain, training rain, and several portions of the area are under a lot of warnings and watches. So that storm surge is going to start coming in. It's not over yet, just because the storm is about even with Sarasota, maybe just a little bit south of it. Just because that's happening, that storm surge isn't over with yet. If we remember from Hurricane Helene, as that paralleled the coast, that storm surge was almost 6 hours behind it. So this is going to be something that folks along Sarasota, Charlotte County, in that area are going to be dealing with for probably about the next 6 to 12 hours.
And I've spoken with people that are planning on riding out the storm at home in Sarasota County. What is your message to those people?
Well, right now, there is no time to evacuate. You've made a decision. You got to stay in place now. So, and unlike what I said this morning for the broadcast, this situation, if you're right on the coast, you want to get the highest point of your home and get to the center portion of that second floor. If you're on the coastline, you don't want to be in the lowest portion right now. That's where the storm surge is going to come. You want to get up and high, but interior, away from windows and doors, because again, those strong tropical storm force winds are now upon us, and the banding rain and all that can be very, very dangerous. You are in a life-threatening situation. Get to the interior portion of your home. Make sure you've got something around you away from doors and windows. Put some covering over the top of you, a heavy blanket, maybe a couple of them, or some type of light mattress.
And all week you've been talking about that storm surge and how large it's going to be this time, and how that's one of the main concerns right now.
Yeah, the storm surge is life-threatening. We are expecting to see in that Charlotte area, Sarasota area, we're expecting to see somewhere around 10 feet or plus of storm surge. Based on what we're seeing, there's a violent tornado outbreak right now on the east coast of Florida associated with this storm. I'm expecting, if it's generating that much violence on the east side, I'm certainly sure that something's going to come in on the west side. That energy is coming from somewhere. That energy is coming from the eye, and that eye is starting to move on, or not move on to shore, but move very, very close to shore now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and talk about the state response. You guys have been here around the clock, well, for a couple of weeks now with Hurricane Helene, and the governor was saying on how much resources are coming, how they're coming from farther away and stuff like that. So just talk about that.
Yeah, we've had plenty of time to get ready for this storm. And again, as I mentioned in the press conference earlier today, the governor gave us an executive order 96 hours in advance. Now, we don't wait on the executive order. There are things that we do ahead of that. We start making some decisions on where we're going to pull resources from. So we made notifications almost 7 days ago, about 144 hours out. So people have had time to start moving in this direction, knowing that what we were going to do. So resources from California are already here. Resources from across the Midwest of the United States are already here. So those are going to continue to come in. Right now, I'm very confident in this number between the electrical line workers of 50,000, the Florida National Guard, and other Guard units coming in. So we're somewhere around 8,000, 9,000 numbers right now, plus all of the on-duty and overtime resources that we have inside of state government and with local and county, city and county governments. There's well over 100,000 responders in the state right now to respond to this issue, and we're ready to go.
And this is coming just after Hurricane Helene. So talk about the challenges to get those resources here so quickly.
Well, again, the challenges go away when we have the opportunity to actually execute on that. A lot of states don't do that. They wait to the last minute. They want to see one more 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock briefing, one more 11 o'clock briefing with the National Hurricane Center. We do bold moves here, and when the governor and I were talking about this almost 5 days ago, he says, Kevin, what are you thinking you're needing? And I said, well, sir, we're putting off the inevitable, but I think we can wait another day, maybe day and a half on the executive order. He says, why? Let's just go ahead and pull the trigger. Let's do it now. So he did that. That was a very bold move. A lot of governors wouldn't have done that. It gave us necessary time to get that done. So there's not been the challenges right now with getting responders here. The next challenge we're going to have is getting debris haulers here. But we are going to do that. We're working in two different veins, one with FEMA, one with something that's referred to as Emergency Management Assistance Compact, or mutual aid. So we're looking at bringing some mutual aid assets from around the country, just like we've brought these task forces from search and rescue from California. We're looking to see what we could do in the Department of Transportation vein to bring in more hauling capability right after post-storm landfall.
And debris was another concern because Helene left a lot of debris, especially along some of these barrier islands. So why is that so important to focus on debris even before the storm comes here?
Well, one of the reasons we're doing that now, and again, I don't want to alarm anybody, I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but my job is to prepare for things that are going to happen. Well, one of the things that's on the radar right now, 10 to 12 days out, is potentially another storm impacting the west coast of Florida. So one of the things we've got to be ready to do is react quickly. We cannot have this lull where we wait on city and county contractors to get up and running 5, 6, 7 days it took them to get up and running. You know the governor, you know how I am. We are fast. We are going to be fast to mission. So that's why we're right now starting to look at haulers come in because of what might be coming in 10 to 12 days. We do not want to get caught with a whole lot of debris out there from 2 storms. We want to get that up as fast as we possibly can.
All right, Director, thank you. And so, yeah, the state's also bringing in a bunch of law enforcement, 500 from out of state to help with potential crimes that might happen afterwards. The governor sending a strong message to potential looters today. Basically, they'll throw the book at them. So again, the strong response here from the State Emergency Operations Center. In Tallahassee, Cody Butler, ABC7, your local station.
All right, once again, that was Cody Butler with an update from Tallahassee.
Summer, there's some information you wanted to talk to us about the dam, right?
Right, that is in East Manatee County. You may remember we had a lot of flooding issues on property that had never experienced this before after the Hurricane Debbie that affected our area, Manatee County, specifically with the dam. Manatee County is letting everyone know that Manatee County Utilities Department has reduced the Lake Manatee to 36 feet, lowering the dam level. This was done earlier today, and this is being done as they prepare for Hurricane Milton. So trying to be proactive here in case we receive a significant amount of rain, which we are expecting.
Right, of course, you know, Bob giving us cautiously optimistic. Obviously, he's saying things can change. We still have a lot of time, but saying it's not going to be as much rain as he thought. He said maybe 4 to 6 inches, possibly 8 in some locations here in our Sun Coast, but not as much rain, so that's good news. The winds have died down, Summer. We heard maybe a Cat 2 or a very low Cat 3 by the time it makes our area.
Right, and Bob reporting that the storm surge now that we'll be seeing anywhere from 9 to 13 feet. So not a great outcome, but much better than what we were originally thinking we'd see.
Much better, yeah. He gave us a lot of hopeful things. Winfield, though, he said the expansion is 125 miles in both directions. So certainly we're not out of the woods. We still have to be very, very careful. But I do feel like a little bit more optimistic.
However, being a Category 2 is still pretty strong, so we will see power outages, and folks will be getting some damage on their property, sheds, trees down, power lines down. What you'd normally expect to see with a storm, but nothing like what we were originally expecting with a 5. That would have been catastrophic.
Right. Bob was saying at one point he was scared roofs were going to be ripped off. Now, not maybe as big of an issue. Also saying that the eye, he said, will maybe make landfall in our area sometime between 11 p.m. and midnight. And of course, reminding us and the viewers that doesn't mean it's over.
Right, and it can still change. You know, things change within minutes. So that is why chief meteorologists and all our other meteorologists continue to monitor the pattern of this storm, and they're giving us frequent updates. So it's important to pay attention. Many people have evacuated. Many people are staying in place at home or at the shelters trying to ride off this storm. So hopefully it will be a lot better situation than what we were expecting. All right. Our ABC 7's Jordan Litwiller, of course, updating us on things going on in the area for preparations. And Jordan is actually at the Manatee EOC right now.
Yeah, I was talking to Jody Fisk. Let's take a listen.
Hey guys, I'm here with the Director of Public Safety in Manatee County, Jody Fisk. Jody, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Can you just give us the latest update in terms of what Manatee County residents need to be aware of as we get closer to a potential landfall here in the area?
So right now we have asked people to shelter in place. I know it can be deceiving. We have those vans that are coming over, so we saw a lot of heavy rain earlier. The winds were picking up, but the weather will continue to deteriorate as the day goes on. Landfall with Milton is actually going to occur later on this evening. We'll start seeing that storm surge with the peak of it starting at about 6 a.m. tomorrow. So really just ask people to shelter in place, be safe. If they run into an emergency, call 911. And if they have any general questions, they can always dial 311.
And can you kind of expand on that a little bit too about just, it's not just the storm surge that's going to be causing some of the danger for people here in the area, but it's going to be a lot of the other natural threats leading up to the actual storm surge when it's at its peak. So can you just expand a little bit on that? And you mentioned a little bit of how it's some of the tornadic activity potentially.
Yeah, we've actually had a number of confirmed touchdowns between Lee County, Highlands County, Glades County, Okeechobee County. So we are seeing a significant tornadic activity with this storm. So people really should stay kind of in the centermost part of their house. But with this event, it's not the same as Helene. Helene was significantly a storm surge event for us. We are going to have those high hurricane force winds, so people really do need to stay shelter in place.
Mm-hmm. And so for people who are at home watching this now and just concerned about what the future has in store, what are you guys doing to prepare for the responses and making sure that anybody who is in a tough situation after this, you guys can help them out in the best way possible?
So our fire districts lean very far forward. We have a number of high water vehicle assets, swiftwater assets that are going to be prepared to go out. We also have a number of federal USAR teams that have staged around the state that are prepared to come in. They are prepared to not just do ground search, but also aerial search as well.
Gotcha. And do you think, is there anything else that residents need to be aware of as we head into some of the more dangerous hours of the storm?
I would say really just make sure that you and your family are safe in your homes. Make sure your electronic devices are charged so that if you do need to dial 911, you're able to do so. And then make sure they're signed up for all of the alerts. They can do that at mymanatee.org/storm. If they're having any issues, they can dial 311 to assist them with that. But the Weather Service alerts are also incredibly important to be signed up for. Those are like the tornado alerts that go out. We realize the timing is sometimes unfortunate with that, but this is going to be a nightfall event, so just really pay attention to those alerts.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. We'll toss it back to you guys in the studio now.
All right, Jordan, thank you. And, something interesting that I never gave a lot of thought to prior to all of this debris being left from Helene is that it can become projectile objects in our own yards of play sets, trampolines. So hopefully everyone has those locked down, but that is why they say you should not go out during the storm.
Yeah, and we all, of course, know Governor DeSantis was talking about how he had to bring in crews himself to help clear this debris because some of the contractors, it wasn't satisfying what he was hoping for.
And the governor also mentioning yesterday he is asking for out-of-state help to come and help with cleanup efforts from Hurricane Milton and Helene to move forward.
Right, and what I thought was really impressive too, Summer, is the fact that we're getting out-of-state fuel to make sure that we have enough gas for our own personal cars as well as all the equipment and the generators will be running.
Yeah, and no gas stations open really today because everyone had to get in shelter and be safe. That was an eerie sight driving around last night when I was leaving work, seeing all the gas stations taped off. Right. So hopefully everyone got gas filled up before they hit the road. I've heard of people running out of gas actually while they were trying to evacuate. This is just a time we'll always remember.
Yeah, and we'll have Ted here at some point, but I mean for days he's been talking about the mass amounts of traffic, bumper to bumper, with people trying to evacuate. And of course we had emergency officials because some of these people are trying to go to Orlando, Miami, very far away, and our officials are saying you don't even need to go that far, maybe just 10 miles inland.
Right. If you live in an evacuation zone A, B, or C in Manatee, Sarasota, or Charlotte counties, a reminder that you were asked to evacuate. You still have some time to do so, but as Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan was telling us, this storm is moving and expected to make landfall around midnight tonight, 11 o'clock midnight.
That is what he is saying, but cautiously, the good news is that not going to be Cat 5, not going to be a Cat 4, but Bob is saying low Cat 3, even a possibility of a Cat 2.
All right, yes, that was great news to hear for sure. This has been a very scary storm, something many of us have never experienced. They're saying in over 100 years, the state of Florida has not seen, or our area has not seen something like this strong.
Right. Oh my goodness. And of course the latest from Bob, wind field expanding 125 miles in both directions. So doesn't mean it's over even if the landfall happens around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. So very good news right there.
And we say that, but when you made me think, when you say the strength of that wind, it's not only dangerous because the roads are slick, it's rainy, but I mean your car can actually be pushed from side to side with those strong wind gusts. So very dangerous conditions. You know, we've been reporting all morning and afternoon, though, folks still hitting the road. We were some of those people having to drive to work today. That was scary to be out on the road. So if you do not need to be out there, you should not be. You should be in place. And we actually have someone else we want to talk to. The Longboat Key Fire Chief, Paul Desi, is holding a press conference right now.
Yeah. Getting the boats on the water, waiting for the winds and the water to calm down enough for us to get there. All of these things will not happen as quickly as you want or as we want, but we'll get out there just as soon as it is safe to do so. So we'll work through, or let me just say, what we expect to find. So we expect to find a huge impacts to our water network, to our power infrastructure, to our road infrastructure. We expect to see more debris and sand than we saw with Helene. So that's what we're expecting to see when we get there. We will work through all of those issues in order to make that environment safe for you to come out. Not everything has to be finished or completed for you to return, but we need to make sure that the area is safe, and that's going to take some time. And this is unprecedented for us. This is the largest storm that we've seen since we've been incorporated in 1955. So, you know, there are some things yet that we don't know. And so we are anticipating a lot of work to be done before you can come out. And that's at the bottom line, that's what this message is. We're all buttoned up. You've done everything you can do. Hopefully you are not watching this from Longboat Key. But we want to make sure that we will return as safe as it is, as soon as it is safe to do so. We will begin working diligently to give you feedback on what's happening on the island and then plan for your return. It's a process, and so we ask for your patience during this process. Safety is our #1 concern, both for our first-in team, for all the personnel and partner agencies that we'll be working with, and then ultimately for you as you return. So we'll be providing additional updates to you, but we wanted to get this out this afternoon. We thank you so much for watching, and be safe wherever you are. Thank you.
You guys ready?
All right, you were just hearing from the Longboat Key Fire Chief, Paul Desi, and the town manager, Howard Tipton, just talking about their efforts to keep residents safe, saying as soon as this storm passes, they'll be on site to assess the damage, get that information to residents so they can get them back to their homes safely. But safety a #1 priority.
Absolutely. And we do have our Chief Meteorologist, Bob Harrigan, in the wings. We're going to get to him in just a little bit. But as we're setting up, Summer, we know Longboat Key, I mean, they were decimated through Helene. But, you know, the silver lining in that is they're so experienced because it just happened.
All right. And Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan is monitoring this storm 24/7. He has a new update he wants to tell us about.
This is the big full-blown update from the National Hurricane Center. Interesting to note, we are looking at a full Hurricane Center. And I got to tell you, the thing is strange is that the pressure has actually set up. Let's read it at the top. Okay.
Check your mic, Bob.
Okay, hold on a second. It says it's on. I don't see. Okay, mute. It's on. It's not on mute. So anyway, can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Let's go back. Let's go back to that real quick. Go back to that.
Going back to the anchors.
All right. This is a test.
All right. We are operating a little different.
Right.
Things are because of out of caution and our safety, we're not operating from our normal newsroom, and so we're still fine-tuning the technology. Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan will be joining us once again with this latest update. But again, monitoring this storm, things quickly changing. As of last report, the storm slowing down a bit, not going to make landfall as strong as we were originally expecting.
Right. Bob had said they were 125-mile-per-hour winds. This was going to be a low Cat 3, possibly a Cat 2, and saying that eyefall would happen in our area around 11 p.m. midnight.
All right. And it looks like Bob is getting back up. Okay. Well, prior to going to Bob, we were hearing from Longboat Key. Again, that area hit. Anna Maria Island hit especially hard with Helene. So many people on edge on how this new storm, Hurricane Milton, will affect these barrier islands. They just received unprecedented damage.
All right, and let's toss it right over to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan. Bob.
Okay, so we get these advisories from the National Hurricane Center. We got the mic issue worked out. This is a work in progress, but we are getting there, and obviously so is the storm getting here. Very close now, but still several hours before making landfall. This is the new update. Winds are at 120 miles an hour. So those have gone down. They've consistently gone down every hour, so down to 120 still. A Category 3 hurricane getting to the lower end of a Category 3, and I suspect it will make landfall as a Category 2. Don't take that set in stone. However, you can see that cone of uncertainty is now from about Venice northward up through St. Petersburg. So that's where it could make landfall. There's been a little jog to the north, and there's still a potential for it going right through Tampa Bay. I got to tell you, we're at this facility now east of I-75. We've come here because of the potential danger of a storm surge, and we didn't want to put everyone in danger. Obviously, at the station, we could have taken water. So we've come here east of I-75 off University, and they have large windows, so I'm able to see the trees moving. We have sustained wind at Port Manatee of a tropical storm force strength at 48 miles an hour. Again, that's just the beginning, you guys. I know this storm is going to cause a lot of problems, a lot of power outages. A lot of times storms fool you. You think, oh, it's not too bad. We saw that, in fact, with Helene. All morning long, it was beautiful, really. It wasn't too bad at all. Then all of a sudden, at around 2 in the afternoon, things started to deteriorate. Now we're starting to see that same kind of problem. Unfortunately, it's going to be happening at nighttime. We've already heard the emergency services of Longboat Key are now pulled off the island because of these stronger winds starting to come on shore. Tropical storm force at Port Manatee at 48 miles an hour. We've had numerous reports of tornadoes. Now get a look at this. This is the new projection of the storm surge, and we're going to check this to make sure they haven't changed that, but it's at 9 to 13 feet. That's down, right? Still, 9 to 13 is much higher than what was projected with Helene. Helene, the projection was for 5 to 8 feet. This is now 9 to 13 feet. Better, still going to cause some problems, but it looks like it's going to be to the south, mainly, of Tampa Bay. That's a big relief to a lot of folks in Tampa Bay. You hear what I'm saying, though? Possibly. It's not total, but possibly. That it may be much lower than projected into the Tampa Bay area. Also on Anna Maria Island, lower. Unfortunately, it's going to be higher into Charlotte Harbor and into South Sarasota now with this kind of projection. So once again, into Charlotte Harbor, it's at 8 to 12 feet. Into Venice and into Inglewood Beach, we're talking Minnesota, still the potential for a 9 to 13 foot storm surge. So once again, that is the projection. That is what we're looking at. We're keeping an eye on the radar too, and we're going to be flipping back and forth to the radar just to check it. This is a live look at the radar, and you can see, look how void of any kind of heavy storms are towards south. That's that dry air that has wrapped in. But you see this right here is starting to approach Anna Maria Island there and near, again, just north of Sarasota. There's a special marine warning already, and you can see some banding features, but this is going to be a good thing as far as flooding goes in terms of freshwater flooding. Most of the heavy rain is here, and that's going to be north of our area. For the most part, we're going to get some big rain. We've already had 4 to 6 inches of rainfall reported from Manatee County EOC in places in Manatee County with some big storms that have moved through already. Tornado warnings are with this feeder band further away from the actual eye wall. So the tornado threat is lowering for us because obviously there's not big storms down here. That's another good thing. You know, we're looking at some positive things here, but I still want to tell you that we still have some negative things to go through, and that's the hurricane force winds, and that's that eye wall that's just near the center of the storm, and it's just offshore now of Longboat Key. These red areas that you see there, those are the winds that we're talking about, and they'll start to blow harder and harder, 50, 60, 70, 80. I would not be surprised, 80 to maybe even 90-mile-an-hour winds as we move through later on tonight. With this storm weakening, that's a real good sign. Although the pressure which is strange, has actually gone down again. It was at 950. Now it's back to 948, I believe, which is really strange. Maybe the pressure gauge is not functioning properly, but we'll see. This is the tornado watch. We're in effect across the entire viewing area. It's void of rain as expected on the southern edge. The heavy rain is to the north, Orlando, stretching down toward Tampa and into Bradenton. I mean, Bradenton, as I said, had 4 to 6 inches of rainfall already. But once this center makes landfall, and it looks like it's going to be possibly into Manatee County, here's a little bit of trivia for you, too. Manatee County has not had a landfalling hurricane, the actual center, move into Manatee County ever. So this could be a record breaker for that, Manatee County. And let's get a look at the latest radar picture. You can see the loop there. It's not moving much. It's slowed down a little bit, and that may offset its landfall. Now, when you see the edge of the storm moving into a county, for example, that's not the landfall. The landfall is actually in the center of the storm. So we have to wait till the center gets over a land area, landmass. It hasn't done so, and it won't do so for a while. Once again, you're going to see the winds pick up, and then they'll calm down a little bit. They'll pick up, they'll calm down a little bit. I still expect to see close to the center, the eye wall near the center, the possibility of hurricane force winds and a more widespread power outages. I think everyone's going to see some power outages. We're going to check that number for you too in just a little bit. And if you notice me looking off in the distance, I kind of keep an eye on the window view, the weather view, and the trees are starting to sway again. And I wouldn't be surprised to see more power outages issued by the, again, FPL. So that's what we're looking at this point. Here's a look at the wind gusts recently in the direction. You can see 48 miles an hour. That is a strong tropical storm force wind of 48, close to the upper level. And then also at St. Petersburg, it's 52. But notice the direction, the arrow. See that arrow at St. Pete? It's offshore. So that's the reason why it's not going to be as catastrophic of a storm surge in Tampa Bay. You know, Tampa Bay at one point, they projected if that storm would have actually have ridden just north of St. Petersburg, would have been a $137 billion storm, damage-wise. Nothing like that now. As we take a look, we've moved things out a little bit here. We're going to get back on track. If we get to the radar, Leslie, just go ahead and click on the radar. Okay, tech issues. Okay, well, we're going to throw it back to Karen and Summer here in just a little bit. We'll give a heads up to the production crew to keep this in mind. We want you to stay tuned. There's going to be advisories. There's going to be warnings. There's going to be power outages. Just realize that and stay close to your safe room. If things start to get rough, that's where you go. And you hunker down in there. And at this point, the top winds have come down now to 120 miles an hour. And it looks like it could make landfall, we think, as a strong Category 2, but there's still that possibility of a Category 3. So, Karen and Summer, that's better news. Obviously, you know, when you hear that, and you were thinking basically, you know, we're going to deal with a Category 4 possibly, it makes it a lot better, and we're going to toss it back to the anchor desk.
Yeah, Bob, definitely makes it a lot better. And actually, Bob, I'm on that FPL site, looking on their map. Looks like Manatee County has about 8,000 people without power. Sarasota County, they have 1,430. And Charlotte County has about 680.
Already?
Already,
yeah. Okay. And again, we spoke to a representative from FPL. They say they have crews on standby and they are ready to get working to restore the power as soon as it is safe for them to do so. Because a reminder, law enforcement, emergency crews, no one can be out past with winds over 45 miles per hour. And Bob was telling us from Port Manatee, he's getting reports of wind gusts at 48 miles per hour. So not safe conditions to be out and about.
I do want our viewers to know, because sometimes they're very concerned about our reporters out in the field. Here at our station, our managers are incredible about not putting them out in the height of the storm. Earlier today, though, our Sophia Vitello was at Cortez Bridge and took a look at the conditions there. So here's the report she filed.
Cortez Bridge that leads onto Anna Maria Island. Some folks are making their way off of the bridge, but as you can see here, The road is closed. They are not letting any business owners, residents on. No one is going on this bridge on Anna Maria Island. I mean, we saw the devastation from Helene. Now, folks are fearing that this might be even worse for the barrier islands here. The winds are picking up. The rain is picking up. The weather is picking up. You still have a little bit of time. Get to that shelter. Get to safety. We don't know what this storm is going to bring to the Sun Coast. Please be safe. But remember, no going onto Anna Maria Island right now. No going through the Cortez Bridge. For now, Sophia Vitello, ABC7, your local station.
And we want to remind everyone, even though emergency crews cannot be out with winds of 45 miles per hour or higher, they still are out there serving our community. You can call 911 if you have an emergency. We are just told the response time might be a little delayed. And with that said, Manatee County residents, if you need to report an issue or you have a specific question, you can call 311. There are numerous individuals on standby with Manatee County willing and ready to answer your phone calls and concerns. If you want real-time alerts from county officials, you can text Manatee Ready at the phone number, and you can go to their website for updates, but call for specific questions 311.
And it looks like the Manatee Ready number is is it 888? Oh, you can text Manatee Ready to 888-7777.
Karen has a little better eyes than I do. So yes, you can text. Let me put these glasses on and quit fighting it. 888-777 to Manatee Ready to get real-time alerts from county officials.
That's right. And same with Sarasota County, our producer handing us this, so I'll show it to you. But 311 Center is actively taking calls, or if you want an actual number, they're giving us 941-861-5000. One more time, 941-861-5000 for your calls.
All right. And a number of people heading over to shelters today and last night, the past few days. I do not have exact numbers, but we're being told that quite a few people did evacuate, and they're seeking shelter at the schools, which are serving as shelters for Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte counties, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, Summer, do you want to give them the list of the shelters while we are
Sure,
on
you want
right
to start
now?
in Sarasota County.
Yeah, Sarasota County, so we know they are really filling up as we speak. Let's see, the latest is that Riverview High School, Fruitville Elementary, Taylor Ranch Elementary, those are closed. Our Sophia Vitello telling us Booker is open, Booker High School. However, they had about 1,000 people. Let me read you the list of what's open right now. Atwater Elementary School, Booker High School, Brookside Middle School, Gulfgate Elementary, Heron Creek Middle School in Northport, Northport High School, Philippi Shores Elementary in Sarasota, Southside Elementary in Sarasota, Woodland Middle School in Northport. Those are the ones you have in Sarasota County.
Okay, and it looks like we have 16 schools open serving as shelters in Manatee County. They have added a few as of today, and we're told those are Lee Middle School in Bradenton, Freedom Elementary, a newer one, Willis Elementary and Lakewood Ranch, Williams Elementary in Parrish, Gene Witt Elementary in Bradenton, Daughtry Elementary in Bradenton, Virgil Mills, Palmetto, Buffalo Creek Middle School, also Palmetto, Jesse P. Miller, which is in Bradenton, Mayaca Elementary, Mayaca City, and Sugg Middle School in Bradenton, Barbara Harvey Elementary. Again, just a few more if you are interested in seeking shelter in one of these shelters. Gullett Elementary, McNeil Elementary, Dr. Mona Jane Middle School, and Prine Elementary in Bradenton. And if you are going to one of these shelters, you have just a little bit more time to do so, but you are asked to bring your own bedding, blankets, bring food, snacks, and some activities to keep yourself busy while you ride out the storm.
Right, and of course we know our viewers have a big concern about if they can bring their pets. Most of these places are pet friendly, however, they're not going to have food or water or any of those pet amenities, so add that to the list that Summer just told you about.
Bring your pet food, bring some bowls, and it's good to see, though, that everyone is willing and ready to accept the pets.
Agreed. They know people don't want to separate with them. And then, of course, the Charlotte County shelters we want to tell you about. We've got Kingsway Elementary School in Port Charlotte, Harold Avenue Regional Park Rec Center, also in Port Charlotte, and Babcock Neighborhood Schools in Punta Gorda. Those shelters still open.
And we want to remind everyone that all Manatee, Charlotte, a lot of the schools are serving as shelters, and school district officials will need to go in and clean the schools, make sure they're assessing the damage, if any, from the storm. And it has been undetermined at this time when the schools will reopen, but they have been great about communicating that information, and we'll get that information out to you as soon as we learn it.
Yeah, and we want to now take it over to our reporter, Michaela Redmond. She's filing this report from the Sarasota EOC.
I just spoke with the Director of Communication for Sarasota County, Jamie Carson, getting the latest information from here at the Emergency Operations Center. I mean, what's new right now?
Right now, we're seeing a final push to our evacuation centers. Our number currently, which includes our community members as well as our staff, is closing in on 9,000. We also, right behind me, you see our community members are taking calls. Those are non-emergency calls of individuals from our community that are calling 311 or 941-861-5000. They're asking about vital information like, what do I do if I'm going to shelter in place? What's the recommendations? How soon will transit be opening up? When will the bridge access points be opening up? And right now, Michaela, it's a little bit too soon to focus on that. We're focusing on going through the storm, and then next we'll be focused on that search and rescue, and then we'll work on bringing all those operations and some normalcy to the community.
As the storm is getting closer, what's next here in this building at the EOC? What's next for everyone?
Right now, it's a balance of operations. We're really focused on what's currently going on, monitoring our infrastructure, our roadways, having that open communication with our municipalities, our local law enforcement, our Sarasota County schools, our regional partners, our state officials, as well as the federal government, assessing what's occurring in our community. And already we're thinking of different plans. What if this happens? What if that happens? How do we continue operations? How do we continue that continuity of government? How do we bring back normalcy as quickly as we can? So while we have individuals that are monitoring and keeping an eye on it, we also have team members that are planning for search and rescue as soon as it's safe for them to go out, and we have other team members that are quickly planning to bring as many resources into our communities. So right now we have individuals that are out there making those final preparations for the storm, but we have a lot of preparations going on to prepare us for us to get out there and to support in the recovery efforts.
Anything else that you want to let residents know now, or the community in general?
It's really important for the community to stay tuned to their local government. Right now they should be charging all the batteries that they have in case they lose power. At some point, and I know with my media partners it's going to seem a little bit off, but I'd ask for them to turn off the TV. Try to connect with each other. That storm is coming our way, and we know that. It brings with it a lot of anxiety. Mental health is very important for our community. Check on each other now. Focus on each other. Stay where you are, be safe, and tomorrow's going to be a new day, and there's going to be a lot to do, so try to rest up.
And of course, as we continue watching this storm, I will bring you the latest information from the EOC here in Sarasota County as soon as I get it. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC7, your local station.
Thank you.
All right, Michaela, thank you. And Manatee County also sharing this information. A good reminder for anyone who is sheltering at home, be sure to keep your garage doors shut, close your windows. A lot of people opening that up to be able to monitor what's going on outside, but they're saying you need to close your interior doors, even door to door. And they're saying to do this because it will reduce air pressure that can build up on the roof and walls and help increase the chance of your roof staying intact. So good advice there.
Very good advice. And somewhere I just found out, Sarasota County, they are doing a really good job in keeping us informed about these shelters, because as you just heard, this is a final push to get people to these evacuation centers. So they've listed all the shelters that we were telling you about and talked about which ones are near capacity. So far, but besides Fruitville Elementary, Riverview High School, and Taylor Ranch Elementary School, they're all looking okay. I'm looking at these numbers, and none of them have more than 60% occupation. So you can still go, plenty of time. You've got a lot of room there. They have amenities for you, so make your way over.
And I've talked to some people in the community saying some people are having a hard time getting a ride from wherever they live, whether it be a mobile home park or if they're in an evacuation zone, A, B, or C. You can still call Uber to get assistance to be taken from wherever you live to a close by shelter.
That's right, because we do know there were, at one point, there were some free shuttles that were taking people, but that's not happening anymore. That ended at noon.
All right, it is, though, getting a little more dangerous outside with the higher winds. Again, even emergency services not out because the winds, if they're reaching over 45 miles per hour, they do not allow their vehicles to do that unless it is an extreme emergency. So again, if something happens, you are advised to call 911. However, you could face some delays and getting a response.
Right, and speaking of emergency services, Summer, we spoke with Sarasota Memorial Hospital's, representative a little bit earlier, who was saying at Venice Hospital, at their Venice location, they were at that point where some of the patients who were not as sick or ready to be discharged but couldn't go home, they have been put into the hallways, into the lounges, because they are running out of bed space. Now, it doesn't seem to be the situation at the main campus at Sarasota, but the CEO, David Verder, sending us a message telling us that they've got 4,000 people they're taking care of, including 2,500 staff members. Also, we found very interesting, they're not an official site for, but they're working with the county to take in some that are very sick as well, some designated persons, they said, assigned to the hospital because of the acuity of their needs, and they can't quite go to the shelters. So the hospital is taking them in place. We know Sarasota Memorial Hospital telling us they're not evacuating, they're 19 feet above sea level, have everything planned from water to generators, food, they're ready to go.
And interesting talking about the hospital, because at Manatee Memorial Hospital, one of the main hospitals in Bradenton, that sits along the Manatee River. So they will see flooding. However, the hospital has put in 3 tiger dams. You may remember the governor speaking about this after Hurricane Helene. They're very big orange tube-like devices that they're placing around the hospital. Other hospitals have done this around the state as well, and it's being put in place to prevent the water from seeping in because it's business as usual at the hospitals. Thankfully, we have men and women who are still showing up to work and serving our community to help those in need.
Yeah, and we know Tampa General went viral from Helene for that aqua fence video that they were showing. Okay, we want to have a phoner right now. We're going to bring in the Longboat Key Fire Chief, Chief Paul Desi. We're going to have our producer Angel come in and walk over that phone to us because that's just how we're doing things right now.
Hearing some thundering here right now too, so the weather very active. All right, and joining us live on the phone, Longboat Key Fire Chief Paul Desi, thank you for joining us. We were just listening to you from this press conference you gave just a few minutes ago. What would you like to tell the community right now, the conditions on Longboat Key and the concerns you have?
Right, Summer, we have a concern. We were speaking with some citizens that have decided not to evacuate. And we're talking, we may have about between 100 and 200 citizens and residents that live out on Longboat that have chosen not to leave the island. And even after speaking to them and explaining them the importance of leaving this island, they have chosen not to do so. And so we've done the best we can with them, and it's asked them to, stay safe inside their home, and hopefully that, when the storms passes, we'll be able to go back to their location and hopefully get them out of there. But, the chances of that with this storm are nil.
Chief, what was the reason they were giving you as to why they would not evacuate?
They just said they've been through hurricanes in the past and they've chosen not to do it. They don't think it's that bad of a storm. Some of them had some animals, which we also said we'd be willing to go ahead and take with them. Some of them had illnesses that could not allow them to leave, even though we've offered an ambulance service to them and firefighters and remove them from their homes, and they've chosen not to do so.
Chief Desi, we spoke to you about this last night. Have you received any phone calls from any of those who decided to stay put?
Right. So what we did this morning was our communications team made contact with property managers and asked property managers to let us know if they know of anybody that's inside of their high-rises, inside homes and HOAs and stuff like that. And they provided us several names, and that's how we were able to contact these people. So we had a communication chain going, and we actually physically went to these homes and spoke to the residents, and of the ones that we know are there, and they have chosen not to vacate.
Chief, just in case, but it's a little bit short of 5:30 right now. If they change their minds, when is the absolute last time, or is it too late right now?
It is too late at this time. We have all of our firefighters and police officers off the island. There are sheltering in place. We already have flooding out on Longboat Key, so it's dangerous and unsafe conditions for our own personnel. So we've decided to make that move, and we are not responding to any calls at this time until the storm passes.
Yeah, what are the conditions like? You said you're already seeing some flooding on Longboat Key.
Right. So through some cameras we see that there is some water and on the streets. We're concerned about getting out to the island on John Ringling and Ben Franklin, all that area. We're concerned about getting through the circle, and that's what we've experienced in the past. So having our firefighters go through, or even police officers going through that area, is a concern of ours.
So Chief, so it's not just the 45-mile-per-hour sustained winds. You guys can't go out because of the floodwaters as well.
That's right. It's not the 45 miles an hour at this point. At this point, we don't have the heavy winds right now, but we have the flooding conditions, which is what our concern is as well.
What is your concern for the residents and perhaps visitors who decided to stay? How are they putting themselves in harm's way by doing this?
Well, some of these residents are on first-floor condominiums, and they have no other way of getting onto a higher level. And so when we explained to them that they could be experiencing the 15-foot storm surge, it didn't faze them when we spoke to them. And so, our concern is, you have to keep in mind that when we go back out there, our priority is going to be life safety. And so the fire and police officers, when they get out there, our goal is to go into these residents and try to find these people. And it does hamper our operation by not following the rules of evacuation.
Chief, can you receive a citation or anything for doing this, or is this just your own personal choice?
This is a personal choice. We can't force people to leave, even though we've told them to evacuate over a period this past 4 or 5 days. They've chosen not to do so. And even a personal visit to their homes by our firefighters and police officers trying to explain to them that to leave, they, again, have chosen not to do so.
Are you concerned that we're going to see some fatalities as a result of this?
I'm very concerned. It's not, very, very concerned. I think we will see fatalities from this, unfortunately.
And I guess, your thoughts. Your men and women did everything they possibly could, but 100 to 200 people not convinced. And your thoughts as the waters are rising and we still got hours to go.
Exactly. And then what will happen here is that once these waters begin to rise and they start in getting inside these homes and these condominiums, they'll then decide to make a phone call to 911 asking us to come out and
Chief Desi, what are your predictions for the island, or excuse me, the Key, Longboat Key? Do you think it's going to be forever changed as a result of Helene and now Milton?
Well, we saw a change already with Helene, and I think with this track that we're seeing, where we're going to be on the dirty side of the storm, I think you're going to see a devastation of the Key.
It's sad. Thank you for keeping us updated. Before we go, is there anything else you'd like to let the community know right now?
Just to let them know that once the storm does pass, that the all fire rescue and police officers, sheriff's deputies will be back out there doing our jobs and doing the best we can to get these people to safe ground.
Okay. Thank you once again, Chief Paul Desi with Longboat Key Fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, well, that's some very sad news that he was driving, and some worrisome news. We do want to get to our chief meteorologist, Bob Harrigan, who seems to be setting up, but he's going to get mic'd up. So while he's doing that, maybe we can reiterate what the fire chief was telling us.
Just dangerous conditions out there. It's not only dangerous, though. They just physically can't get their vehicles out to help people right now because of the flooding conditions they're seeing on Longboat Key. And we are hearing reports that it is no longer safe to be on the roads. That is because of the Hurricane Milton that is heading our way. The conditions are unsafe. So if you are planning on heading outside, not a good idea. We are hearing official word that it is unsafe. You should be sheltering in place right now.
Yeah, that would have been the alerts that you might have heard during the phone. All right, let's get right to our chief meteorologist, Bob Harrigan. Bob.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Summer. We're watching the center now. You see it here approaching the outer eye wall into and around Siesta Key, Sarasota, Osprey, Venice, all the way down into Inglewood. If we can zoom out just a little bit, you'll see that this storm now has made a right turn. So it looks like it's going to make landfall sooner than later as we go through time. This is the eye wall, the heaviest rainfall to the north of the center. We're going to show you a graphic here in a little bit that shows only about 2 inches of rain south of the center. The problem is the storm surge is still going to be impactful, folks. Right there at about here at this point, southward all the way into Charlotte Harbor, as those winds turn to the southwest, it's still going to pile up a lot of water, dangerous water, 9 to 13 feet high, and that is going to cause significant problems. So once again, you can see not as many storms there into and around central Florida, but along the east coast, those are all tornado warnings basically from looks like Cape Canaveral southward all the way down to Fort Pierce. Every one of those cells has a rotation and circulation in it. That's the feeder band. But notice, I want you to see this. Look at this turn. It was moving to the northeast, and all of a sudden, it is now moving eastward, right into Sarasota and Manatee counties. The official landfall will be, I think, in Manatee and Sarasota counties, right there at the border. We talked about that about 5 hours ago. That looks like the most likely center. Still some problems, but not as bad of a storm surge in Tampa Bay. The winds rotate around these systems in a counterclockwise fashion, and all that wind here in Tampa Bay is going to be offshore. There'll still be some surge, but once the storm gets to the east of Tampa, you're going to see that northwest flow, and I think that's going to be a big deal. This storm is going to continue to weaken. It has already interacted with the trough of low pressure, so it is becoming extra tropical, we call it. It's not a true tropical system. It's not there yet, but it's pretty close to doing that, and that's another good sign. But the problem is that the rain's not happening, but the winds are really going to pick up. And those winds will get strong out of the west and southwest, and that's going to cause a dangerous, life-threatening storm surge. We're not out of the woods there, obviously, and that is still a problem with a storm surge warning up and down the coast. But lesser amounts of storm surge if you go from the center of the storm northward. And that would put the Tampa Bay in that. It would also put Anna Maria in that. So it wouldn't be as bad if, indeed, it continues this easterly course, and we think it's going to do that for the next several hours. Notice the bottom of the storm. Hardly any rainfall. Very unusual hurricane that we're looking at. It's just on the low end of a Category 3. It could make landfall as a Category 3 on the low end at this point. The winds are still up there at Category 3 status, but they are dropping. They're at 120 now, 120 mile an hour sustained winds, and the gusts are a little higher than that. We're going to be dealing with that as the system moves in, especially into the stronger winds into Manatee County at Anna Maria, also into Palmetto, as well as Ellington, and then stretching northward into Pinellas County. So that's where the strongest winds are going to be felt. It's in that red that you see right there, just to the west of Sarasota, that's now moving into and around, it looks like, Manatee County. So get ready. Power outages have been increasing, too, throughout the last half hour. There's more power outages happening at this point, and it's in the hundreds of thousands across the state. We're also in the tens of thousands in Manatee County. So power is going to go out. Stay by your safe room. Those winds are going to pick up. There's no doubt. It's been relatively quiet thus far, but things are really going to start to get active here in the next half hour into Manatee County and Sarasota. These are the watches and warnings. And notice the yellow, that's a tornado watch. All of those are tornado warnings now that you see from Indiantown, east of Indiantown, Fort Pierce, Sebastian, all the way up to Melbourne, and all the way up to Jacksonville. That is going to be a problem for us as we go through the night. There's the forecast, path and track, winds at 120, gust up to 150. There's nothing to mess with. Obviously, that can cause some structural damage if you get 150 mile an hour wind gust. Most of that is going to be north of the center, though. Most of that's going to be north of the center. We're still going to get big winds south of the center, and it's going to be on shore. I can see the trees now bending this way. That means we're getting a southwest wind here at University and I-75. It's going to be down to a 1 later on tonight and into the early morning hours, and then eventually off into the Atlantic. Still under that hurricane warning for our entire viewing area through the rest of the night. as the storm moves off to the north and then eventually toward the east. It's now moving eastward, though, in a real big fashion. And Leslie Lacey is here, meteorologist Leslie Lacey. She's going to be up a little bit in 5 minutes or so to update you on some more things that are going on with this storm. So for you at home, what you should be doing at this point, obviously, not outdoors, not saying how bad is it out there, how windy is it out there. No, you don't want to do that. Because you can poke your head out and all of a sudden a piece of debris come out from all the damage that we saw on the islands due to Helene. There could be a lot more of these projectiles, missiles if you will, that have been picked up. And if you get one of those hitting you, you're going to get in obviously serious trouble there. Once again, the storm is going to be moving east. It looks like it's going to make landfall either in Manatee, Sarasota, or both counties. They usually pick one city. And as I said earlier, Manatee County has never been hit by a landfalling hurricane, and that may be soon changing as the storm has shifted east. So Karen, Summer, there you have it. Looks like it's making a break toward our coast. We said that is a possibility, and it looks like it's going to happen. Thankfully, it's not a 4, and thankfully it's gotten down to a low Category 3, but I can't believe I'm saying that. You know, we're going to get a 3 hurricane here, which is a major hurricane, but it's on the low end. And it's still going to cause a lot of damage, obviously, as it blows on through. Thankfully, it's not that large in terms of width of those winds. But I don't want you to think, because we don't have any rainfall to the south of it, that it's all over. Those winds are going to pick up out of the west and southwest for the next several hours. And because the storm is moving eastward, that onshore flow is going to continue. So people in Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda and anyone. Okay, so we'll get back to that. We'll get Leslie, and I'm going to throw it back to you guys right now, and we'll get that taken care of. Thank you.
Bob, I'm wondering, while we still have you, so you think very little potential it'll go down to a Cat 2 now? You think it stays a Cat 3?
Well, it looks like it's going to make it. This is making a break to the east. I think it could go down to a Cat 2 before it makes landfall, but still, a Cat 2 is still damaging and still can bring a lot of power outages. So a 3 or a 2, it's not going to matter at this point. It's not going to be a strong 3, and that's a real big deal. So it's still going to cause a lot of damage as it moves across the state and into our coastline.
Okay.
It's interesting what Bob says, because it's not just going to hit our area. That storm will continue to move east. So for those folks that evacuated to Orlando, middle part of the state, on that same path, you're going to feel the effects of this storm.
Right,
still.
and Bob mentioned our own windows here at our, built-in studio right now, and we see the wind picking up every now and then. We do want to let viewers know, because we've had some people who have been worried about those windows. Those are Cat 5 impact glass windows.
Yes, in a very safe environment. We were everyone very worried with the potential of a Hurricane 5 hitting us, but it does appear to be decreasing in size, as Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan is telling us and assuring us. A Category 3, possibly a 2 when it makes landfall. Unfortunately, it does look like it will be impacting the Suncoast.
Yeah, and I think right before we went to Bob, we talked to the Longboat Key Fire Chief, and he gave us news we certainly didn't want to hear. His men and women, fire and police, been working 4 or 5 days before this, trying to get everybody to leave. They personally made these visits, and they are telling us 100 to 200 people will not be leaving their homes, including people who are on the first floor of these condos.
Yeah, that was shocking to hear.
Yeah.
First floor, they've made several efforts, and unfortunately, Chief Desi saying they do believe there will be fatalities as a result of this storm and the residents not leaving.
Right, and he's saying at this point it's too late. They cannot go and get you, even if you call 911. Winds, he said, was not an issue, but the issue, in fact, was the rising floodwaters, and they're moving up fast.
Yeah, the equipment just cannot get through that standing water.
So now they're just going to have to wait, and as Summer said, he says he fully expects fatalities.
Yes, and a reminder for everyone, if you are in place right now, wherever you are being asked to stay in place. Dangerous driving conditions as the wind speeds pick up. Bob telling us Category 3 storm possibly dropping to 2. Wind gusts up to 120 miles per hour. And even before the hurricane makes land, we're experiencing strong wind gusts around the Suncoast at this time.
Yeah, Bob was saying, you know, even though we know floodwaters are rising, rain, however, he didn't seem to think that was going to be as big of an issue, saying 4 to 6, possibly 8 inches in some places. So those numbers have come down.
Yeah, it's the storm surge still that we're concerned about, though.
Right. And those numbers have come down a little bit as well, too, as Bob was saying, but still enormously high, much higher than Helene. We're talking
8 to 12 feet.
Right, 9, 13,
Yep.
right? Yeah, big numbers.
Which I think just us hearing 5, now hearing it dropping, we're relieved, but it still is, it's dangerous.
Right. I think he's saying still there's a possibility that this comes south of Tampa Bay, which of course was a big concern, because Tampa Bay, we know how populated it is.
Right. And again, fire and EMS are suspended on the island, the barrier islands, because of the conditions, the hazardous conditions, standing water from the flooding, and it is just not safe to be out there. And that is the same for emergency crews who cannot go out when the wind speed is 45 miles per hour or more.
That's right, and we know it's not even just a wind issue. Now it's floodwaters. Equipment is not able to go through rising waters. They've got to wait for all of that to go down. Bob telling us the winds have been going down, but I mean, the speeds are 120 miles per hour, although he tells us those numbers go down every hour.
Yes, and I was just thinking as you were talking, just everyone out there right now, it's the waiting game. We're just waiting for that to happen. We get a lot of pictures and videos from our viewers, and we want to remind everyone it's not worth your safety or your lives to go out there and try to film this video or take pictures. We do appreciate the content. It's wonderful for us to be able to share with our viewers such a wide range in Northport, in the city of Ellenton, in Manatee County, Siesta Key. However, it's not worth risking your lives to go out there and get that video, so please do not do that until it is safe to do so.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, you know, Summer, we've been pushing these evacuation centers and shelters, and we know many of them are still open, not at capacity. How are people going to get there right now?
Good question.
Yeah.
I mean, we had been hearing that Uber was providing services through the state, trying to get that, but it's going to come to a point where it's no longer safe for people to be out there. So hopefully everyone who needs to evacuate has done so. Reach out to your neighbors if you need help, and we're just now waiting for that storm to make landfall.
Yeah, I mean, Michaela Redmond, and we just heard from her report a short while ago, and they did say it's a final push to get people into these evacuation centers, but you wonder, you know, in some of these places where even the rescue crews can't go, how will they possibly make it? But if you can do so safely, let's do it. And I believe, Summer, we've got another phoner.
Yes, we are hearing from the island on Manatee County, Judy Titsworth, the mayor of
Holmes Beach, I believe, Angel?
Holmes Beach, yes, and she is joining us by the phone in just a minute, so we'll be hearing about the conditions there and seeing if they have anyone who has stayed behind as well. Our executive producer handing us this. Again, we're doing things a little differently because we are not in our normal studio. Mayor Judy Titsworth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We thank you for joining us tonight. Everyone's on pins and needles as this storm inches closer. What are the conditions right now on Holmes Beach, to your knowledge?
I'm sure it's really windy. The surf is probably crazy. I know it's raining. I'm actually in northwest Bradenton right now, so I'm probably about 15 minutes away from the island. But
so you evacuated like you were supposed to. What about the residents and visitors? Did you have anyone to your knowledge that remained on the island?
I'm hearing there is probably just a handful of people. I think this is probably the biggest evacuation we've ever had.
Definitely. Do you think Helene made a big impact, making people realize just how serious these storms are?
I think it was a real eye-opener for a lot of people and all of the people that have lived there their whole lives. I know with Hurricane Helene, I took 3 feet of water in my own home. So,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, we lost every single ground floor in Holmes Beach. Lost everything, I'm pretty certain.
Mayor, we spoke with the Longboat Fire Chief. They had 100 to 200 people who did not evacuate, including people on first floors. You said about a handful. I'm assuming your men and women did everything in their power to try and get them to leave. What were their reasons? What was the reason they were resisting?
Unfortunately, I think it's because they don't like to wait to get back on the island after evacuation. Even though I make it a goal that we get everyone back on the island, I think with Helene, it was record time. It was just like, you know, the second day after they got back on. But people are anxious. They want to make sure and protect their property, and they want to make sure and get to it right after a storm so they know it did okay.
And is it too late for them to evacuate now if they changed their minds?
I would think so. I mean, it's getting pretty close, and I know it's the wind has picked up quite a bit just even being in town right now.
What message would you like to give to residents and even community members once this storm passes? Because, again, people are going to be very eager to get back out there and see the damage.
I think we did well with the last getting people on right away. So just be patient. We will do everything possible to get you back out, to check your properties just as quickly as possible. And if you're still on the island, just hunker down, stay in a safe place, and I hope you do okay.
Yeah, Mayor, what was that time frame people were able to get back into their homes after Helene?
Saturday morning. Wow. Helene hit Thursday, and we got people back on Saturday morning. And their commercial contractors and the people to help them clean up was by Saturday afternoon. Wow. So it was record time.
The workload, residents, city officials, law enforcement, it's been tremendous. You haven't had a break. How's everyone doing?
We have not had a break. We wake up tired. We go to sleep tired. We wake up tired. The staff has been amazing. I owe them my gratitude. I mean, they've been amazing. So I hope this is the last one for this season, that's for sure.
Oh, I think everybody feels that way for sure. This is unbelievable. It started out so quiet, and then it got very busy, especially for Manatee County and Sarasota counties.
Yes, it really has. And Manatee County ESC, they've been great to work with. You know, all the cities have been working together really well. So, I mean, we're gonna get through this, and we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, that's something that's been impressive too. You're not alone. You've been working with Manatee County, other local law enforcement agencies. Everyone is working together. Do you think that has contributed to? I mean, you had tons of volunteers out there on the island after Helene.
Tons of volunteers, and the churches and the state leaders came to help. And one of the most impressive things was FDOT came, because we had mountains of debris. We still have mountains of debris. You know, most of the West Coast have mountains of debris. I have never seen so many trucks that were able to get out here and help us with the cleanup. I mean, it was a. I can't even tell you what it felt like to see them all rolling in, because that was terrifying for us to still have all that debris and mountains, and knowing we had this coming at us.
And speaking of the debris, and I know, Karen, that's so concerning. What's going to happen? You think it will just be trashed around and thrashed around, I should say?
Yes, and unfortunately, I think a lot of it will probably end up in the bay. Yeah. And that's going to even be harder to get it out of the bay. So that was why it was just so important to everybody out on the islands that we had to get that debris gone right away.
Okay. Mayor, thank you so much. Hopefully we can check back in with you through the night. And for now, we want to toss it over to our meteorologist, Leslie Lacey. Leslie.
We're starting to really hear a bit of a roar outside. You might be hearing those winds are kicking up. And I just want to show you right now, we are now under a flash flood warning. So that encompasses Manatee County. And look at this, all through Palmetto, Sarasota. Do you see this green line here? Right now, a flash flood warning, not a watch, is underway. Also moving a little bit inland. It's going to be out till 7:45. So we're looking at a lot of rain coming in the area. Already 3 to 6 inches of rain has fallen in this area. Okay, now we're going to continue to get more, especially as that eye wall gets closer to us, and it looks like it could be coming in right in that area. It has jogged a little bit to the east now. That it could be going a little bit towards Tampa. It's just taken a little bit of a easterly turn here. Sizes that it looks like, again, it is coming into that Sarasota Manatee County area, and we've got again a flash flood watch that's going on, well, flash flood warning. Also look up here to the north, up in Pinellas County, they're also under a flash flood warning. And in this area here, as you can see, and what's happening there is those bands are coming by and the wind is really kicking up, the rain's coming down, and really intense winds with everywhere that you see in this red particular area. So coming down, that was about 1/4 of an inch, but those were in areas that it wasn't coming down. We've got, here we go, 6:15, another flash flood warning here in different areas. So let's take a look now at the track again. So we know that it has weakened, which is good, and it's going to be probably a low category landfall or possibly Category 2, okay? But it is going to come in. It's going to continue to move out towards Orlando, but thank goodness it'll probably be more like a Category 1 by the time it gets up to the central part of the state, where it is, of course, is much better than Category 2 because that's what we were expecting. So looking at the radar here, again, lots of, we've got a tornado watch under the entire area. We had some tornado warnings this morning, but really you can see over here, that's where they've really been getting hit with those warnings earlier today. So flood warning Saturday. This is DeSoto County now. So DeSoto County, all right? So you've got a flood warning that's in effect here until Saturday, all right? So the rivers are really starting to get a lot. They've emphasized the rivers here. It looks like just about all the rivers are under some flooding. So again, radar has indicated we are under a flash flood warning in Manatee County. And look at this area right here of Sarasota County. Basically that northwestern section, we've had 3 to 6 inches that have fallen, okay? And I just want you to look at the eye, all right? The eye, it's taken that easterly turn. As we look at the graph, kind of moves it coming in right here, all right? Right in that Manatee, Sarasota County, kind of looks like maybe over Maria Island, that area, and then moving out. So that's the latest projection. Still could wobble a little, but as we expected, it went a little bit east, and right now we've got some wind gusts. We've got 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We start getting to 60 mile an hour, that's when things are getting moved off the ground. You know, that's difficult to stand in when you get those gusts of 60 that come. It can knock you over, right? And obviously less on the East Coast. Tampa 44, 58 in St. Petersburg, and you can see the turn that we're talking about. So with this wind coming from the east here, again, gusts of Orlando starting to feel a little bit of a punch at 43 miles per hour. So keep this in mind. Lots of rain, lots of wind will continue to come. Now I want to throw it back to Karen and Summer.
All right, Leslie. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to go right now to our reporter, Michaela Redmond.
Yeah, she has an update on a shelter-in-place order in Sarasota County. Michaela.
Just moments ago, the fire chief for Sarasota County saying everybody needs to stay where they are, and there is a shelter in place currently happening across the county. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm Fire Chief David Rathbun. As the hurricane is nearly a couple of hours away from landfall, now is the time that we're encouraging everybody to shelter in place. Now is not the time to be out on the roadways. We're getting some reports of localized flooding. The winds are starting to pick up, and it's not safe for the general public to be out there. First responders are still able to respond and will continue to do so until the winds reach 45 miles per hour sustained winds or 75 mile per hour gusts, but it is unsafe for the general population to be out roaming the streets. That would just become a hazard when it comes to flooding waters, etc. So now really is the time to shelter in place. Stay in tune with your local media for any other thing that's going on in the community. Your safety is paramount for us, so please, please, please shelter in place.
And of course, I'll continue bringing you the latest information as soon as I get it here at the EOC. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redmond, ABC 7 your local station.
And Of course, the Sarasota EOC, Manatee EOC is, along with the Charlotte EOC, working 24/7 monitoring this storm as it plays out.
Oh, yeah. And Summer, you've got some information that you want to share with us now regarding the National Guard.
Yeah, Sarasota County releasing information that the Florida Army National Guard is ready to respond. Hundreds of soldiers are now on standby at Riverview High School in Sarasota and ready to respond to victims of Hurricane Milton. So we have all this extra enforcement on hand. Wonderful to hear, because this is, it's not a 5 anymore, expected to be a 3, but it is still powerful and will cause damage to the area.
Yeah, and now it's gotten very grave, because now we know it's too late. You cannot get to your evacuation center. Now you need to find a safe place in your home. And now we're thinking about the 100 to 200 people in Longboat Key who didn't evacuate, as well as the handful of people in Holmes Beach.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on that situation. Chief Desi joining us frequently, giving us updates. Again, he cannot, his crews cannot make it out to Longboat Key right now, not because they don't want to, because they are not able to because of the flooding on Longboat Key. So we'll continue to monitor that. And we are continuing to monitor the roads. You should not be on the roads right now. However, some folks still heading out there, so we're going to get an update on that.
Yeah, we want to check in with our traffic anchor, Ted Noah. Ted.
Hey, Karen, Steph, and Summer, you know, it's amazing. I was going through some of the cameras here on 511, which is a great tool at home with desktop, and seeing still folks on the roads. It shocked me on 41 because I had seen an alert that there were some issues on 41. One of those is 41 in Constitution. The traffic signal's not working right, so of course that would be a 4-way stop when you're out when you should be out, which should not be now. 41 at 57th Street. There's some northbound flooding already. 2 right lanes are taken out there on 41 with that. And then I also just saw an alert from the Florida Department of Transportation right by 75 on the east side there, 75. There's some flooding there blocking out the lane already. Now, I did grab some clips that I wanted to share with you if we have those. The first one's going to be the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Now, this was just a few moments ago that we actually got this video. Look at this. The camera is rocking at times. Of course, there's no traffic on it because the Sunshine Skyway Bridge 275 is shut down in both directions. And as you look at that shot, you can see that the Tampa Bay, which is usually calm, it's turquoise, beautiful. It's pretty rough out there. The next clip would be, are we having mic issues?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, Karen. Okay. Live TV here, guys. Yeah. Okay. This is like the old 80s, aren't you glad you style?
I'll hold it for you when
okay.
you go.
Okay, there we go. All right, guys. So what you're looking at is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. There is no traffic on it right now, and as you see, it is really, really rough out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Howard Franklin Bridge, which I believe, if we have that, that was clip number 2. The Howard Franklin Bridge, guys, clip number 2, and another bridge there that's shut down, another spot of 275 that's blocked off just because it's just such a mess. The cameras, the bridges are rough, it's windy, and there you go. This is going to be the north end of 275 at the Howard Franklin Bridge. US 41, thank you, Karen. There we go, trying to not pull your microphone off. US 41 at Bay Street and Osprey, if we have that clip, that was number 3. Really, really rough on 41 in the Osprey area. Seeing the cameras rocking, and even actually saw a couple people driving through that area. There we go. Look at that. There's a car right there. This was just taken not even 5 minutes ago, US 41 at Osprey. The wires are starting to rock. The traffic signals are starting to rock, and a lot of water on the roadway. And then finally, a very important shot. Now, Bob Harrigan was showing this during Helene. Stickney Point at Midnight Pass, where we saw during Helene the Gulf of Mexico come across this area. And if you look very carefully, it's faced to the north, this shot, on Midnight Pass. And if you look beyond that traffic signal, you could even see that there's some ponding in the roadway. Let's hope that's not the Gulf of Mexico coming across like last time. So I don't know if the earlier, were they able to hear the earlier part of the report talking about 41? No? All right, so we're going to do that again. 41, guys, at 57th Street, FDOT is saying that there's northbound flooding, and that has taken out 2 lanes. Also, 41 at Constitution, the lights have gone out already, the traffic light. So when you're allowed to be on the road, which wouldn't be now, you would treat that as a 4-way stop if it's still the same. And State Road 70 near State Road 75, flooding on the eastbound side. If I'm, are we able to put me on camera, or is this going to be too? Because I want to show something here from the, you can take the microphone. So this shot that I'm going to show, Karen, This is 75. We were talking about this earlier on the air. A jackknife looked like a tractor trailer that maybe had some propane or gas earlier in it. This is still happening. They've left now at this point, the law enforcement, but this is a friendly reminder as to why you don't want to be on the road in situations like this, because it's just dangerous. So stay home, hunker down. The emergency alert system is going off. It triggered some of our phones saying this is not the time to go out. You don't want to be out there. It's very dangerous. Here's your microphone.
All right, thank you. Great job. I'm going to walk right over to my chair.
All right. And we are continuing to monitor Hurricane Milton. A lot of things happening right now. A stay-in-place order for all Suncoast residents. You should be staying at your homes, at your shelters, not out on the roads. And that is not being done just to do it. It's being done because it is not safe for you to be out there. There could be things flying around. The wind speeds are high. And, of course, we are expecting a storm surge and flooding in the area. And we are, again, monitoring Milton, expected to make landfall now. We're learning between 11 and 12 tonight, so many of you will be staying up, monitoring this storm, and we are here to keep you informed with the latest information as it comes into our newsroom.
Right, Leslie and Bob telling us they expect it to be a Cat 3. There is a possibility it could be a Cat 2, but we're in the crosshairs.
All right, and again, the local EOCs, Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte counties, staffed with emergency officials from all over the area, county officials, city leaders, monitoring their jurisdictions and their residents, trying to make the best informed decisions they can to keep this community safe.
All right, and we do see our chief meteorologist, Bob Harrigan, kind of getting ready, so it looks like he's going to have an update relatively soon. Are we ready to take Bob right now? Yeah. Okay, let's go to Bob.
Thanks, Karen and Summer. The winds are really picking up. You are feeling it all across the Suncoast. Power outages are starting now, and they're only going to get stronger. We're out here at I-75 in University, and you can see the trees whipping around. Sustained winds up to 40 to 50 miles an hour. Tropical storm force. We've had wind gusts even higher than that. And you can see from the radar, it is now shifting off basically east-northeast. There's a slight northerly bend to Milton, and now that is that big wind you're seeing now in Bradenton, also into Palmetto, up near Parrish. We still have that flood warning in effect for much of northwest Sarasota, all the way through western portions of Manatee County, where already 3 to 6 inches of rain has fallen. Now, the good news on that is you can see the bottom side of this, there's not much rain. Unfortunately, get a look at the storm. It's moving to the east now, right, basically? And you can see this rain is just going to kind of go over the same area as long as it keeps on that easterly course. And that means flooding concerns, freshwater flooding possible, and it's already happening. A flood warning, a flash flood warning is in effect past the 7 o'clock hour for western portions of Manatee County. There hasn't been a lot of rain to the south, a lot of tornadoes recently to the east coast of Florida. That's typically the case. You don't see a lot of tornadoes near the eye wall as the winds are too strong. It would rip the tornado apart, basically, and that's what we're seeing. So the tornado threat is lessening at this point, but we've got wind gusts as high as tornadoes, EF0s and EF1s right now, with the actual eye wall brushing by into North Sarasota near the airport, and also up into western portions of Manatee County, which includes Parrish, Bradenton, Palmetto, Ellington, and out on Anna Maria Island. Now, this is going to be interesting to see the next update coming up here in just a few minutes about the winds. In fact, the 6 o'clock update has come in. We're going to update that in just a minute. If we can move to the next graphic, we'll see. Let's see. 120-mile-an-hour winds moving to the northeast at 15. I think this is an older one, 948 pressure. Yeah, this isn't the new advisory yet, but still, this is the strongest part of the storm we've seen so far, and it's now on the coast into Manatee County and into Sarasota County. I can see behind me the trees are gusting. There's some wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. They're just based on what I'm seeing. So some trees are going to be snapping right now. There's also going to be power outages happening as we speak. That power outage graphic that we showed you, those numbers are only going to go higher over the course of the next hour or so. We still have a problem. The 9 to 13-foot storm surge is going to be happening now that the eye is getting closer to the coast. It's going to be rising. That water is going to be going up. especially near the center and to the south. So Tampa Bay, if it continues on this easterly course, is going to be spared the high storm surge, it looks like at this point. Not the catastrophic surge, but still some problems there. Also, Anna Maria Island in this kind of position with the center right here, you're going to get offshore flow. Offshore flow doesn't favor the surge as much, but it is something we got to keep an eye on. Still a 9 to 13 foot storm surge all the way down into Inglewood is possible. And you got to realize this is going to be a long duration surge. You know, with Helene, it was rather short, just a few hours. This was going to say, I would say 6 to 7, even 8 hours of west to northwest winds, piling that water up and not allowing it to get back out. And that is still the potential there. So we are looking at that to continue through the night. I just want to give you a quick update. One more last graphic. The area in green that covers all of northwest Sarasota from Siesta Key all the way up to Palmetto and Rivonia. You're under a flash flood warning. And then look at this large one right there. It covers all the way through parts of Highlands County as they've seen 3 to 6 inches of rain. And when they call a landfall, the National Hurricane Center will actually announce it, what city that it did make landfall. It doesn't, it's not the eye wall, it's the actual center of low pressure that moves over that particular city that they call the landfall. And it could be either Manatee or Sarasota counties, but once it moves over land, it starts to weaken because it no longer has the warm water source. But it's not going to weaken much in this case because of the wind shear. The wind shear is going to blow those strong winds in a lot of different directions. And once again, now is the time to be close to your safe room in case of trees falling, power lines going down. I can tell you right now, those winds are really howling right now. We're going to get some wind gust details for you in just a little bit, recent windfall. If we can maybe advance to that graphic, we'll see. It's in the show list. So again, there's the graph showing it going right through Manatee and Sarasota counties and then out into the Atlantic. And as we get through this graphic, we'll show you the next one. There are the winds, 64 mile an hour. That's the 64 mile an hour out of the east to the west in the Sarasota Braden Airport. So that is good news for Anna Maria Island. That means offshore flow, and that means less of a storm surge into Anna Maria Island. We have down in Fort Myers, it's coming out of the north to the south, St. Petersburg at 61. So this is it. We are going to start to see those winds continue to increase as we move through the next several hours. And it looks like landfall could be sooner than 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. That's a good thing because obviously when a storm moves back over land, it loses its energy, which is the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're not out of the woods by any stretch, folks. This is the heart of the storm that we're going to be dealing with now over the next several hours. And the pressure has been lowering all day long. So again, the pressure has been lowering all day long. We'll have more on this coming up in a little bit. We're going to send it back to Stephanie and Rob now, who's got more news. As we go through the night, there's going to be a lot more news to bring you to, and we'll have it right here. As we got a team of people here. We brought the whole station basically here to Gold Coast Eagle. Now back to Rob and Stephanie.
All right, Bob, thanks so much again. Rob Wells along with Stephanie Stanton here, keeping you informed and up to date on all things Milton. And if you are joining us, as Bob said, we are in a new kind of temporary home away from home, leaving the 10th Street studios that we so love in downtown Sarasota, bringing all of our crew here to safety here in Lakewood Ranch. So things may look a little different. They may feel a little bit different over the next several hours and days. But the bottom line is we're still here to keep you, your family safe, and that's our main goal.
Yeah, just know that we are doing our best. You may hear or see or experience some technical issues because we do have high winds now coming in. We have the storm, as Bob said, approaching the coast, so we are going to do our best. We've had some viewers saying that they've had trouble with some audio and maybe hearing us at some point in time. So just know that we are working on that to bring you the best possible product. And please, please, please be patient with us. And we do appreciate you joining us here, whether it be you're watching us on cable from your home or listening to us on radio, or maybe you're watching us online. Either either way that goes, again, we are so grateful to have you joining us now as we reset. We had Summer Smith and Karen Kim. They are taking a break. Rob and I will be with you for about the next 2 hours as we continue to bring this ongoing coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, and Stephanie, I think it's so important to point out right now that if you haven't moved, haven't done anything, at this point, stay where you're at. That's at least from the top officials in both Manatee, Charlotte, and in Sarasota County, sheltering in place because it's no longer safe to be on the roadways. The only people on the roadways at this point are the first responders, right? They've got a key job to do. Hopefully they are hunkered down in somewhere safe. We heard of some police departments out near some of the barrier islands. They were actually uprooting where they usually do their daily business and going, in fact, to higher ground, and that is key. So where you're at is where you need to stay and really kind of just hunker down, stay with us. Obviously, this is a fluid situation. It's going to change now. It's certainly going to change over the next several hours.
Yeah, it is indeed. We've been hearing from the forecast that a few hours ago, Bob talked about how that storm had weakened, that it had gone from what we were seeing in Category 5 at one point to a Category 4 and then a Category 3. So that was good news, and we were happy to hear that. But again, it by no means means that we are out of the woods. We are still experiencing high winds. There was still that potential for life-threatening storm surge in some places along the Sun Coast. So you still need to heed those warnings. Hunker down wherever you are. Now is not the time to be venturing out to check things out. We want to take you now to our traffic cam. I believe we have the traffic cam, guys, and that is going to be US 41 and University Parkway. And take a look at the video there on your screen.
Wind is really whipping out there. Yeah. The bands. We've been talking about the banding. I came in about noon today, and even at that point with the rain kicking up so high, I was wondering if it was safe to come in at this point because the rain bands were very strong and they were very aggressive. So they tapered off as they have throughout the day, but it looks like we're in the middle of another one right now. So that's the situation. If you don't have to be out there, don't. Bottom line, stay away from the roadways if you can. But it's still folks out there kind of, we saw a few folks out there earlier on 41 and Tamiami Trail. It's not a place that you want to be at this hour, Stephanie. There we go.
The rain is coming down, at least where we are.
Yeah,
and
there's a better shot. We can see it now.
Not far from where we are. And we're hearing the rain.
You can hear it here in Lakewood Ranch.
On our roof.
Right.
So it's pretty steady right
now. And there we see one motorist trucking on down through there. Look at the rain right there. He's kind of going right on through those puddles. Again, you've got to approach with caution at this point. You want to make sure that, in fact, if you are out navigating on the roads, and there should be no reason that you're doing that at this point, but if you are, you see something, you may have an instant stream or a pond across the roadway that you didn't have, in fact, an hour, maybe 2 hours ago. So please navigate those with care and caution because we know that it takes just a small amount of water to literally move an entire vehicle. Take a look at this shot. This is South Tower. What is this? What are we looking at? Is this the Sunshine Skyway?
Okay,
this is the Skyway Bridge. How ominous is that?
It is, and you know, the visibility is also getting worse out there. So you can see it's going to get nasty.
Absolutely.
It's coming our way. You can see that right there in the Skyway. You can even see the camera. It's shaking a bit more from when we checked it out earlier. So that means those winds are indeed picking up. And yeah, it looks pretty scary.
State officials doing the right thing and erring on the side of caution. The bridges, all major thoroughfares closed down for the past several hours. Tampa International as well as Sarasota Bradenton International Airports closed early, of course, as well as Orlando International Airport. Keep in mind, this is a big one. It's going to not only come right along our coastline with Sarasota, Tampa Bay, but this is something that in some form, some way, will most likely affect every part of our state of Florida. So that's something to keep in mind. We were talking about earlier this afternoon, the surge of the winds and those pop-up tornado watches and warnings. We saw some of the funnel clouds earlier this afternoon, and that could be definitely a part of the residual effects of the storm.
Yeah, indeed. And I know we have some other information as well that you want to give about evacuations?
Yeah, here is the thing, and this is the point I want you all to listen up to. We have learned now that Hurricane Milton's outer bands, this is the outer bands only, and there are many of the layers in this thing, have arrived to Florida's Gulf Coast region. Officials saying that the 11th hour to evacuate, as we said just a few minutes ago, that has passed. That chapter is now closed. You need to hunker down wherever you're at. Make sure that you have a safe spot to go to in your home if, in fact, you have any kind of things breaking. We're talking windows, doors, anything like that. Hopefully that does not happen to you where you're at. The advice right now to anybody riding out this Cat 4 storm, stay alive and good luck. Certainly, there's a lot of storm surges going on right now, and we can only expect that to intensify in the hours ahead.
Yeah, and we're going to try to get some of those videos for you. Let's see, guys, if we can pull up Midnight Pass at all.
Do we have Lee Waldman? I believe we did have a piece from Lee Waldman in Tampa where life-threatening storm surge is certainly imminent. Let's go to Lee if we can, please.
The time to evacuate has come and gone. Now officials are saying if you're still here in Tampa, you need to be hunkering down. The rain is unrelenting. We're already starting to see flooding in the streets. The conditions are deteriorating as Hurricane Milton treks towards Florida.
This is it, folks.
Hurricane Milton's outer bands are lashing the Florida Gulf Coast, and it only gets worse from here.
It'll keep picking up hour after hour. You will be on your own.
Other state officials echoing the same ominous tone.
When you figure it out, like, hey, I shouldn't be here. Hey, I need help, and help's not coming.
It's going to take us hours, if not days, to be able to come to you.
Final calls for preparations and evacuations switch midday to ones of try to stay alive.
Make sure you have a life preserver handy. Make sure that you have plenty of supplies with you because you may be stuck in your home.
Milton's winds are whipping up tornadoes with at least 2 spotted Wednesday in Hendry and Broward counties.
No matter where you are, you will experience the power of this storm.
Despite the catastrophic forecasts, some storm veterans are staying.
All right, hello. I just want to show everyone here we are now having some hurricane force wind gusts, 77 miles per hour coming from the east. You'll probably hear some of that wind outside. That's because the eye wall is starting to make its way onshore. Okay, so those winds are really kicking up. So we currently have some. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the radar. Some of those hurricane force winds that are happening. Okay, see if we can come in. Here we go. You can see right along here that wall starting to come onshore. Okay, so that's why we're feeling and starting to get some really intense winds. We're going to have more winds coming in. Remember, there's a backside to the wall. Okay, so when the wall passes, it feels a little calm. You might think you're out of, everything's fine, but you're not. And look at this. So the center of the eye wall, the center right here, is about 40 miles out. So when we say it makes landfall, we're talking about the center of the eye wall. That has to come across, and that's why we say that's when it makes landfall. Even though part of the eye is starting to move in over shore, that's actually not landfall. And it might feel a little bit quieter, the quiet in the storm, but then you've got the backside of the eye wall coming again, so you're still going to experience more intensity. So we're going to have more graphics coming up. I'm going to send it back to, who have we got now? We got Rob and Stephanie, so I'll send it back to them right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Leslie. Let's go to a video now. We want to take you to Minnesota Beach Road. This video just coming in to our ABC7 newsroom. And let's see what's going on over there.
Pretty quiet out there. I mean, you do see some of the rain kind of coming across the roadway. Don't see any immediate ponding, at least in the angle that we are looking at. This is State Route 776 at Minnesota Beach Road. The camera's swinging around rather quickly. I do see some wires bouncing out there. Otherwise, quiet on the roadways as we want it. Again, the key now, wherever you're at, stay put.
Yeah, and we have been waiting. We've been hearing those reports, Rob, about water on the streets, and we're seeing some of those puddles and the ponding happening. So we're going to keep our eyes out for that as well, because we're looking for signs of any storm surge coming ashore. And as Bob said, even though the threat of storm surge was reduced, we are still expecting to see storm surge. So we're going to try to get some of the cameras up that we have, some of the live cameras stationed throughout the Suncoast, one of those being Midnight Pass, which we saw that huge gush of storm surge that came ashore during Hurricane Helene.
Can change the trajectory of everything. We did see the one vehicle coming down through that shot that we just had there. Looked like they were going at a pretty good clip. Don't know if I'd do that in this. I wouldn't be out to begin with. But if you are out, and that looks like somebody is, it looks like they were traveling on fairly good there. They were going through some ponding, some puddles, but otherwise smooth flowing as usual. But again, at this point, from both the folks in Sarasota, Manatee, and Charlotte counties, the window has closed as far as finding higher ground, better shelter. Wherever those emergency plans are, those need to be in place at this point because it is not safe to be on the roadways. Only the first responders who in fact are trying to get to people who may need that help. That's where we want to keep those lanes and roadways clear, and that's what we need to focus on, especially as we go into these critical hours as Milton approaches. Again, the wall, we are understanding the outer bands already reaching Florida's Gulf Coast, as Leslie's just sharing with us. Again, the 11th hour to evacuate is passed, so stay put where you're at.
Starting to come ashore, as she said, and she was able to explain that and how that is all going to play out. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But let's go ahead and see if we can go to that video. Sorry, this is not video. This is a live shot of Midnight Pass. And it's looking pretty good right now. We don't appear to see any surge happening. It's clearly nothing like what we saw during Hurricane Helene when we started to see that water just rushing across that roadway. If you remember that video,
absolutely.
Rob, it was quite compelling.
And it happened so fast,
So
Stephanie.
fast.
I think that's what the concern is. You know, things looking not too bad here, but if we could go ahead and advance to some other video we have some major waves to show you, at least the first onslaught, the first actual major right there. You see Hurricane Milton. This is pretty terrifying to look at. It's a 28-foot estimated wave inside of Hurricane Milton. That's just one of many. We know that's not certainly the smallest that we'll see, but this is approximately 28 feet of wave. The sail drone reported wave heights reaching, get this, 28.12 feet with wind gusts as strong as 75 miles an hour, almost 76 miles an hour, just in 40 nautical miles from the center of the storm. So this is really, really concerning when you see this. I mean, it literally looks like it could be catastrophic just there. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, literally, of this storm.
For the people taking this video,
I am
how
too.
this video is being gathered. I see we have some information there on our screen, but I mean, imagine yourself out on the water right now. That is terrifying when you look at that.
Yeah, and we did see some that video earlier. Where was it? Where that big wave came up and the kids, it looked like youngsters were standing out in it. That was 2-3 hours ago. That is not a place you want to be. Of course, we are naturally curious, right? As humans, we want to get out. You want to see what the weather's doing. Certainly now when we are encountering something that perhaps we've never seen, may never see again in our lifetime. It is natural curiosity, but this is not to do that, folks. You want to we want to see your pictures, we want to see your videos, but only when you can do that from a safe standpoint. We don't want you to get out there and get hurt. It is not worth it for any image, any shot. But look at that. That almost makes you seasick. Just
I know. I was staring at it too long.
Good thing to look at. But again, 28-foot wave inside Hurricane Milton. That's just the very beginning of it. That's just the outer layer. There are still so many bands and layers to go. I'm doing a great job. Whoever's operating.
Okay, good. Because I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
It is a drone. I know it says a drone out there because I cannot imagine anyone being on the water capturing anything like that.
Okay, and then guys, do we have another video of, I guess, Bradenton Police Department video of the Manatee River flooding? Right there. Here we go. So this is look at the crest of the water. Look how quickly and swiftly it's moving. And there goes somebody right there through. Look, they're thinking about it, and now, it looks like it might have been an emergency vehicle with the flashing lights on it. Still, I don't know. I wouldn't want anybody out there at this point. Look at how quickly it's moving.
And when that water comes in and that surge inundates, or even from the rain, it comes in so quickly, Rob, as we saw with Hurricane Helene, that there's nothing that you can do to stop that. You just need to get out of the way. You know, it's the old saying, hide from the wind, run from the water.
Yep, turn around and don't drown.
Yeah, and that's what really needs to happen here. The other thing is, as we heard from Manatee County officials, they did bring the river well below flood stage.
Right, very smart.
So that was a good thing.
Proactive.
Yeah, we don't want to see a repeat of what happened with Debbie, where homes inland flooded. People that had never, ever flooded before ended up flooding because of the Manatee River. So officials are staying on top of that, obviously doing the best they can to prevent as much flooding as possible. Really quickly, I have some news coming in here. I want to read it. It's regarding the Sarasota Emergency Services. All emergency services in Sarasota are grounded. Sustained winds are officially too strong for first responders to be on the road. We talked about this happening. We are now at that point. If you need help, Sarasota responders can no longer get to you. Shelter in place. Do not put your life at risk by leaving your home. If you do experience an emergency that requires first responders, they are saying that you should still call 911 and emergency services will help you as soon as the roads are safe again. So again, 911, you can call 911, but do not expect a swift response from emergency services because of the conditions.
We got to keep them safe, right? They're there to do their job. I think we're going to go back to another live picture in Bradenton, I believe, if we're going to take that. If we can go to that next element to pull that up to see. Look at the winds whipping up there. You can see the rain kind of pattering down. It's not really kind of that sideways motion that we see when it's almost coming in at a side angle, but it's coming down pretty good. The palms of the trees quickly moving there. Don't see anybody out there, and that is a good thing. We don't want you to be out in this. And again, on any other day, you know, it's usually beautiful, it's tranquil, but this is a new unknown that we're all dealing with, folks.
Yeah.
This is a historic storm, and though the models are changing by the hour, we just want to err on the side of safety for everybody, because what we saw in Helene could just absolutely pale in comparison to what Milton holds over the next 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, you can see those palm trees, Rob, and they do give you a good gauge of the strength of the wind. Obviously, it's getting stronger by the hour, but sometimes in previous storms that we've seen video of, those palm trees can literally lean. I mean, they can almost go horizontal, and that is, you know, that's what they're designed to do. Palm trees are designed to do that because they were created in these environments where you get hurricanes. So it's interesting to see the palm trees. Oh, there's a little wind gust there. It's interesting to see the palm trees sort of being that nature's wind gauge, if you will.
Right, and look at just how that condition is changing as you and I are sitting here. Now it is getting kind of that side banding to it, right? So it's kind of, it feels like it's kind of whipping to the side. Certainly not something you want to be out walking in, and absolutely not something you want to be out on the road driving in at this point. Again, as we're saying, first responders, you know, they got to keep themselves safe too. So don't be that person that has to say, can you come out and help me? I'm stranded on the road right now, because we don't know if and when they can get to you, and that is certainly the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Rain's still coming down there, but again, hopefully you are hunkered down. Again, I'm Rob Wells, along with Stephanie Stanton in our makeshift studios here in Lakewood Ranch, taking the show on the road, whether we wanted to or not. Mother Nature said, find a new home. So here we are, again, leaving our beloved 10th Street studios in downtown Sarasota. In fact, in an abundance of caution. We have a team of folks, an army, who did an amazing job over the last few days getting us here. And the main goal is that we want to be here.
Yeah.
And we do have, I believe, the mayor on the phone.
Yeah.
We have Mayor Gene Brown on the phone from the city of Bradenton. Mr. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. It's Rob and Stephanie. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Thanks for having me. And important that we get people to realize shelter in place.
Yeah.
We're seeing some of the video of the winds really picking up there and kind of really whipping around. Paint a picture of where, first of all, where are you, and what is the view from your particular vantage point at the 6 o'clock hour?
Right, we're in our Public Safety Operations Center on 59th Street, just down from Blake Hospital, and we're getting very strong gust, and the rain has seemed to have subsided a little bit compared to earlier, but then all of a sudden we'll have heavy rain and big gust, and we're starting to see, and what's, you know, obviously concerning is the storm surge, because we know with Helene we had 6 feet, and if we're talking maybe even double or triple that, you know, it's people that might not have thought they should get out, and they're in their homes, and the water coming up is the dangerous part.
Yeah, it is very scary. Mayor Brown, I understand that the first responders are at the location you mentioned. Sarasota Emergency Services now telling us that they are grounded. What is the status of your first responders? Are you guys still able to get out there? Are you grounded as well and hunkered down?
No, I think, the last I heard we were getting close to it, and I think it's going to be that we are grounded, if not yet, any minute, and they were trying to clear the calls that we had, and it's just one of those things that we can't put our police and fire into harm's way from the wind and the debris that's out there. We got a lot of the debris up in the city of Bradenton, but unfortunately time just ran out and we couldn't get it all up, and we're fearful for their safety because we need them when the storm's over too.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got to do. And at our Public Safety Operations Center here, we have teams from this side of town, first in teams, and those guys are ready to go. There's the power company, Public Works, the ambulances, the police, the fire. You know, we're going to get out as soon as we can, and unfortunately now it's going to be the first part of light. Hopefully the storm will be over by then.
Yeah, Mayor Brown, you said you were trying to clear out the last of the calls. What sort of calls would you be receiving at this juncture in the storm? Can you give us an example?
Yeah, there were some things that I think people decided to try to get to the shelters at the last minute, and they were trying to get them if the car got stalled or things of that nature. And then also, I do know we got some information about can somebody come and get me and take me to a shelter? So, you know, and I think there's a couple medical calls, and we're trying. But, you know, if you're in an evacuation zone and you did leave, you know, we can't get there until the storm's over.
Mayor, I was out at Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island, all the beautiful sites that we love in Bradenton Beach on Monday. Folks feeling guilty out there trying to get things done from Helene, still trying to get rid of the debris, and felt like they needed to accomplish point A before they could go to point B and evacuate. What is your greatest concern right now moving forward over the next 24 to 48 hours? Do you feel that Helene was kind of the precursor and kind of the dress rehearsal, if you will, for what we're going to face over the next 24 to 48 hours?
Right. Well, Helene, we didn't have as much rain or wind. We had the storm surge, and we saw the devastation that did through our whole community. City of Bradenton, we had 700 homes that actually had from inches to feet of water in them. So, you know, those homes were, some of them were going to be demolished or condemned. So if all of a sudden you put another 6 feet plus another 6 feet on top of that, you know, it's going to devastate our community. The biggest thing to me is we can replace your home, but we can't replace your life. So if there's something, you're listening to this, there's something you can do to get to higher parts of your house, do it. But please, please, please be careful as the storm surge comes in. And you just got to shelter in place now and protect your family.
Mayor Brown, you talked about Helene. We know that a lot of people had debris on the streets. How successful were you in removing that debris? Were you able to get all of it, or are we going to see a lot of projectiles, in your opinion?
Well, one of the things we did was a week ago this past Sunday, we got out at 7 a.m. in the morning with our crew, which was basically the first day after the storm that you could get out. And we picked up in our week, just our city staff alone, we picked up almost 1.1 million pounds of household debris off of our waterfronts. We went back through it in areas and got some of the areas almost totally clean. And as we clear a street, people would put stuff back out because they were keeping it going. But towards the end, we told them, please don't bring any more out. So we got a lot of it. We probably got the big majority of the area along the waterfront, but in the streets that came up towards the south, we couldn't get everything. And we had haulers in, and, you know, they did pull off on noon on Monday, but we kept working even through yesterday, our own staff, because we have our own garbage collection. And they did a yeoman's job, but we just got to keep, you know, hoping that this wind doesn't, you know, hit directly, but now it looks like it could hit us in the center of the eye or just a little bit off to the north of us, the way things are going now. And it's supposed to be coming within the hour instead of middle of the night.
Mayor Gene Brown, we thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate all your efforts and wish you guys in the community the best. We'll be in touch with you. Stay safe, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. We want to send it over to Leslie Lacey. Now she has an update for us. Leslie, what you got?
I do, and I have an update, and that is because we are having some of these hurricane force winds coming across into the Suncoast area with 77 miles per hour. What's happening right now is the front part of the eye wall of the hurricane is moving onshore. Okay, so Bradenton is getting a tremendous amount of rain. As I mentioned in our last few reports, do you see this green line here? This is a flood warning of upwards to 3 to 6 inches of rain. Okay, that came out within, say, the last 45 minutes. It's going to last till 7:45, and that's for Manatee and Sarasota County. And I just want to say, right here in Bradenton, they've already got 6 inches. 6 inches of rain has fallen right here in this area of Bradenton. And I want you to look at the red here. So, you know, you talk about this is the way that the hurricane wall is spinning, okay? So these winds are coming around, all right, whipping around like this. And where you see the red, that is that intense wind. And this is where this rain is just pummeling through the area as it starts to make its way onshore. It's already crossing land here. This is the first part of the eye wall, okay? So who's getting some really, really intense winds? You can see right here in the Bradenton area stretching across the Skyway Bridge as well and moving up. So again, we've had some gusts of winds of 77 miles per hour. We're going to have more graphics for you right now coming in Sarasota, Bradenton. In this area, 59, 61 in St. Petersburg. And also remember that northeast quadrant, that's where all those intense rain comes and also the intense wind. So we're going to have more graphics for you coming up. I'm going to send it back to Rob and Stephanie.
Appreciate it, Leslie. Hey, just getting some other updates that we want to bring you up to speed on. Now we're taking you to Charlotte County, where Charlotte County Emergency Services, we've learned, have officially been suspended. Again, that Charlotte County Emergency Services suspended. That means that all first responders, as of right now, they are unable to respond to emergency calls in the area because, quite frankly, the conditions are just too bad out there on the roadway. So if you need help, here's the drill. You still can call 911, but just understand that it could be a while, a lot longer than usual, for those folks to get to you safely and to get you safely to whatever help you may need. Again, Charlotte County Emergency Management saying that services will resume. That is when weather conditions permit. And as we know that these storms, as they shift, as they change, we just can't predict when that will be at this point.
Yeah, we want to take you now to a live shot. This is our ABC7 tower cam, and you are looking right now over downtown Sarasota. You can see the clouds, the ominous looking clouds off in the distance. This tower cam may be deceiving because it doesn't look as bad as some of the other videos, live videos that we've seen. The winds look fairly calm here, and maybe that's what Leslie was just talking about, the eye wall, or are we too far? Is it because we're further south? We'll have to get some clarification on that. But
I always do the judge of the trees, and it doesn't look, at least right now.
Yeah.
Again, this is a fluid situation that can
right.
change momentarily, but at least now at this
We are about 30, how many miles south of Bradenton? About, what, 20, 30 miles. So, yeah, so we're going to keep our eyes on that tower cam. But, you know, again, it just tells you, Rob, that, you know, it can be deceiving.
Absolutely.
Because the winds can change in a split second. And our tower cam, you can see how close we are to the coast, which is why we all decided as a station, in the name of safety, to move inland about 10 miles to Lakewood Ranch. We all feel better about it. It puts us in a bit of a makeshift situation, but we are here and we are doing our very best to bring you the very latest continuous coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, and that shot was great, but again, you know, we don't want to actually do anything that would put you in jeopardy or your family in jeopardy. So you may say, hey, maybe it's not as bad. Here, let's take a peek out. That can change so quickly with a gust of wind, with a band of rain, or with something that's unforeseen, and that is certainly the case with these storms, particularly with the trajectory of what we're going to see with Milton over the next several hours. So, you know, again, err on the side of caution. Stay inside while you can. Again, the mandate has been given by all local counties. Where you're at, that is where you need to stay until we kind of weather this storm out with you. So we're kind of doing things a little differently here, as you are at home and you are in your businesses and with your family, just to keep everybody safe. And that's kind of the name of the game. Again, I hate to say it, and I hate to think this, but, you know, was Helene kind of a precursor for all of this, from everything that we saw, everything that people are still dealing with to this point now? Here we are. We still know that storm season has a good month and a half to go. We are not out of the woods yet by any stretch of the imagination.
And it's hard to wrap your head around the fact that we had to endure 2 major hurricanes within the scope of, what, 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Less than 2 weeks. So our area has been battered.
Yeah.
Everyone is exhausted. Everyone is just doing their very best to get by, dealing Helene and the massive storm surge that brought. I think record-setting storm surge for our area that we haven't seen in nearly 100 years.
Yeah.
Now here we are 2 weeks later dealing with what was at one point a Category 5, and I think everybody really stood up and took notice of that. And now fortunately the storm is weakening. Also, the storm is coming on shore a lot quicker than even.
I thought we were talking midnight,
that's what we
right?
thought. Midnight, 2 a.m.
So,
and then it keeps getting pushed back. Now we have the eye wall coming ashore, and it is, what time is it? 6:40.
6:40. And take a look at the FDOT cameras as they bounce. This is I-75 at mile marker 217 at State Route 70, and look at literally the sweeps of the rain coming across the interstate at this point.
Sheets.
I think I see. That's lights down there, way down there, or something.
It looks
I think
like a vehicle,
it is.
but I can't really tell.
Look at the trees blowing. Look at the winds. Again, we're getting in that almost kind of sideways sweep that I was talking about earlier, where this is not the time to be out there walking, taking pictures, or certainly. There's at least, I see 2 vehicles, maybe 3 there, and they're just creeping up what appears to be a very slow moving as the storm kind of hits. So, goodness, I would not want to be out there, like I said, coming in today at noon. I thought, did the window pass already? Because I hit one of the bands, and the bands was not funny as well, just to try to get through. But navigating at this point, I wouldn't even want to try that, you know, and like you said, keep in mind, we're going to be needing those first responders, and we want to give them a lot of room out there. Update on Suncoast power outages right there. Well, we had it. I saw about 8,000 in Manatee County. If we want to pop those back up, there we go. About 8,300 in Manatee County, Sarasota. Not too bad at this point. Almost 2,000. Charlotte County, 3,200. Those numbers we know, they will go up exponentially. The governor talking about that the other day. Keep in mind, post Helene, what were we dealing with? About 2.5 million restorations in about a day or two, and they did that pretty quickly, we have to say. The Carolinas, not so much. A lot different scenario there, but as of right now, FPNL talking about these numbers, but those will change certainly as the hours go on tonight and tomorrow.
That is one thing, Rob, when you think about the state of Florida, when you think about the response, Florida is well versed in this.
Right.
They know what to do in a major hurricane. Everyone is activated. They are like a well-oiled machine, and for that we are all grateful because you have the governor and then the chain of command. They have a unified command, and then you have all of those crews from whether it be Duke or FPL, and they are stationed nearby in the perimeter. Hundreds of trucks. You've seen, I believe in one of the previous storms, they stationed over at the Tropicana Field in the parking lot, and so they are ready to go as quickly as they can because they really want to restore power. And it's so amazing to see them at work and just how everyone comes together to really work together to get our community back on its feet as quickly as possible.
I was driving down Fruitville Road going past the fairgrounds where once again FPNL, it's kind of their staging area for this storm, and it was like, as you said, a well-oiled machine. It was a cavalry, an army of all these huge vehicles ready to head up. The electronic sign out front said FPL staging area for this hurricane once again. As we just come off the heels, as we said 2 weeks ago, from what was Hurricane Helene. So these men and women, they're out there too. They've got a very tough, tedious job. We know that the outages will only grow exponentially over tonight and tomorrow. So it's going to take some time and patience, and just a lot of understanding that this is something that we probably haven't seen and hopefully won't see for another long time.
Yeah, and if you do happen to lose power, we want to remind you that, and if you lose cable or anything, you can listen to us on the radio. So just grab your radio and tune into WSRQ. We will be there live, simulcasting throughout the duration as long as it takes, as we are now experiencing, as Leslie Lacey just told us, the eye wall coming ashore here on the Suncoast to our north in Bradenton, near Bradenton.
Yeah, and not only we're concerned about the storm making landfall, but also we've been talking about tornado watches in the mornings all afternoon since about 2 o'clock. Take a look at this, if you will. This is video of a tornado damage in Fort Myers. So we're talking to the south of us, Lee County, and again, we saw those watches and warnings cropping up by noon, 1 o'clock today. Yeah, that's when I started really hearing them, and we see the result right there. A lot of debris in what looks to be some sort of just a residential community there. Don't know the total damage or injuries or any fatalities as of this point. We don't have that, but this is at least initial video from our friends and family to the south in Fort Myers, and they still are reeling. Keep in mind, from Ian just 2 years ago, some folks still not recovered from that.
Yeah, and you think about, I mean, obviously the hurricane, which was initially more geared a little further north than Fort Myers. They weren't really in the cone initially, but this just goes to show you that even with a hurricane in the vicinity, you're seeing sort of the offshoots. You're seeing tornadoes in Fort Myers. I'm sure the people in Fort Myers didn't think that they'd be having tornadoes. They probably think, oh, the hurricane's coming to the north of us. And that just goes to show you how Mother Nature works.
Yeah, so we're talking about that residual damage, right? The pop-up and all the different things there. There's Brendan. Hello, Brendan. He popped up there for a minute. He's with us in spirit. And again, it's all the damage that can incur from these storms. So you may not be in the actual eye, but it's the offsets. It's the pop-up range. It's the down lines, the trees, the water, the flooding. And in this case, we know of at least one tornado in the Fort Myers area. And certainly we're going to see a lot more of those throughout the night.
Yeah, and because you also talked about those outer bands.
Yeah.
And this hurricane has also widened. It's widened its field. So it may have gone down to a Category 3, which we are so thankful for, but it's also wider. So it's impacting a greater amount of people, if I'm understanding Bob Harrigan's forecast right.
Still amazed. In some way, shape, or form, this storm, we know, will have an effect on almost every part of our state, and that's a large area to cover. So the effects will be felt for not only days and weeks, but months after this, and certainly the cleanup efforts will go along with that.
Yeah. We want to turn now to our Jordan Litwiller. He's joining us via phone from the Manatee County Emergency Operations Center. Jordan, you have Stephanie Stanton and Rob Wells. Can you hear us? Tell us what's happening where you are.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm here at the Manatee County Public Safety Center, and I just got the latest numbers from the county in terms of sheltering. They said that there's currently 11,000 people who have gone to the shelters here in the county, and I asked them what they're doing now as we prepare for a landfall as that gets closer and closer, and they told me it's really just a waiting game right now. You know, we've all been getting the emergency alerts here in the center, and they've been stopping all the emergency services. Those are now suspended, and they said that we'll resume those when it's safe to do so, but obviously right now the conditions out on the roadways are not safe for anybody to be out there. And they're just reminding residents right now to get to the centermost spot in their house, away from those doors and windows. And it's not the time to get curious right now either. They don't want anybody poking their heads out, because as we've been talking about throughout the entirety of the week, with all this additional debris on the side of the roadways from Hurricane Helene, there's going to be a lot more projectiles that are getting caught in these heavy winds. So they want everybody to stay inside and wait till the storm has officially passed to go and check things out outside. Again, they said that they are prepared to start doing rescues once it gets to safe conditions outside, but again, they can only do that when it's safe for those first responders to be out there. I think one of the main things that I've been seeing here at the Public Safety Center is it's truly a team effort, and there are so many resources here that will be dispatched here soon. Just to list a few of them. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is here. Districts, National Guard, Urban Search and Rescue Task Forces, the Department of Environmental Protections, and the Department of Health. They also have some of these agencies with their counterparts at the state EOC in the capital of Tallahassee as well. So those are communicating back and forth, making sure that the whole state is covered. And then some National Guard contingencies from New York are on the way, as well as FEMA liaisons. So once it is safe to go out here and we see what the realities are over the next few hours and the next days, there will be a lot of resources here in the area to help with whatever recovery efforts come our way.
Jordan, are you getting a sense, is there any one thing, I mean, it's one thing to interview folks, but you're there in the actual heart of it. You're there in the command center. What do you kind of take away as the biggest concern right now, or fear, or is in fact it's still too early in this path of Milton to really determine that?
Fear up throughout the day has kind of shifted. Obviously, when we first got here early on in the morning, they were telling everybody to really heed those evacuation warnings in the levels A, B, and C. and they really wanted to make sure that people in some of those on those barrier islands or in those evacuation zones paid attention to those and took them extremely seriously, because this is unlike anything we've seen here in this area before. So that was the main worry, was making sure that some of those evacuation warnings were being followed, and then that right around 1:15, 1:30 is when the tone kind of shifted, and I think Manatee County put shelter-in-place orders out there a little bit earlier than some of the other surrounding counties, because at the 1:30 news briefing, they were already telling people to just stay inside, and where you are right now is where you need to be for the duration of the storm. So that messaging was coming from the county here right around 1:30, so that was the major focus then. And the thing that people were most concerned about here at the county was people getting out on the roadways when it's not safe to do so. And, you know, the weather can fluctuate so quickly with some of these bans. So they just wanted to make sure that as the day progressed, people were getting to the spots that they were going to be for the entirety of the storm and staying safe there.
All right. Jordan Willer, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate it. Stay safe there. We'll check back with you. Meanwhile, we want to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan. He's got a big update for us. Bob.
Yeah, as we heard right there, Jordan, it's tough out there. Some conditions are bad. Right now it's rather calm here as we're getting what appears to be some disjointed eye of, again, Milton. You can see we're getting the right side, north right side, and it's just about into Sarasota. We got another couple of hours, I think. They will declare this as an official landfall into Sarasota. It would be Sarasota landfall. And you can see all the green areas. Those are flash flood warnings that are taking place currently. Notice the backside of the storm. We are looking good there as a result of some drier air. We knew it was going to come, and it's really helped out, you guys. The dry air is really, really weakening this storm. And I think the next advisory that comes out, those winds will be downgraded somewhat. But you have to understand the Hurricane Center, what it does is they have the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft flying into the storm and then measuring wind speeds at all over the eye wall. And then the 1 minute average, they will then declare the storm as a category 1, 2, or 3, or whatever it may be, based on the highest 1 minute average in that eye wall. And so, again, the eye wall is really intense on the north and northeast side. On the bottom side, it's not that intense in terms of rainfall. Still, though, big winds. I just checked down at Fort Myers, not getting any rain. They're getting a 60-mile-an-hour wind coming in from the southwest, and that's going to pile the water up. So that surge warning is still in effect, although we're not seeing a lot of it. I'm going to show you an inundation map in a minute. Let's check the power outages now, if we can. There's the graphic that you see right there, and it's really starting to increase. It's really starting to increase, and you can see Florida power outages are at 300,000 now, just over that. Sarasota County, 36. And you got to remember, this is delayed a little bit, right? So Manatee County at 19,834. Hardy County not as much. Obviously, the eye wall hasn't hit them yet, but it will, and those power outages numbers will go up. Pinellas County by far, not by far, but just by a couple of thousand, has 38,986 power outages. Okay, power outage index. Let's go through it and show you. As the time goes, you'll see that we have, again, this is the timeline. This is the high end and severe end of power outages. And this is a projection. If we go through time, you'll see we still have, this is the eye of the storm based on this model going through parts of Manatee County. And you're going to see more of these power outages even at 9:30 tonight. So it's not over yet. And as this eye goes over land, it's slowing down a little bit. So we're going to get that constant onshore flow, which will still not have a lot of rain because we said the dry air has moved in. However, that eye will continue off to the east. We'll still have the possibility of some low power outages. So if you get by the 9 o'clock hour tonight and you haven't lost power, you're more than likely not going to lose power, according to this graphic. Now the storm, poorly organized center. Look at that elongated center now. You can see it's not anywhere close to being symmetrical at this point. It is still pushing off to the east. Now these are the high clouds actually being blown to the north due to the high shear that's going on with this storm. So this storm is being sheared apart just in time as it approaches our coast. Don't let your guard down. Stay close to your, again, safe room. And I just got off the phone with someone who is by their safe room. They said the winds really got high. They didn't lose power. They had their helmets on and ready to go into the closet. And again, there is a look at that poorly organized Milton now. Nothing like it was just 48 hours ago, thankfully for us here. The radar picture, as you can see, void of any storms on the bottom side. On the top side, now going through Tampa and St. Petersburg, some very high winds. I'm going to see if I can zoom into this and show you Sarasota. You're basically in the eye. Although the eye is very ragged, and so it's not a typical eye situation, you should not venture out at all if you see those winds let up through this area. You see Parrish, you're getting some big storms right now, and up along I-75 into Hillsborough. Anna Maria, you're basically in the eye, or at this point, the eye wall is still, look how quickly those winds will pick up behind it, though, as it gets further off to the east. So that's why we say never go into the center of the eye, because this backside is going to turn on like night and day. And those winds will go from near calm to up to 70, 80 miles an hour behind her. Could even be higher because the storm's still classified as a Category 3 hurricane, but I believe it's down to a 2 by now at this point. Venice, you're looking pretty quiet right now. You're in the middle, basically, of the storm at this point. So is Inglewood, Port Charlotte. You're just on the verge right there of the eastern portion of the eye wall. But the eye wall is not that intense there. It's mainly to the north because of that dry air that has slipped in. We take a wider view. Wauchula, look out. That leading edge of the northeastern portion of the eye wall is headed in your direction. It's now moving through Duet, as you can see right there. Duet being in the middle of the northeastern portion of Manatee County. And tornado threat is lessening for us because we're in the middle and around the center of the storm. Flood warnings, they're up and they're in, and you can see it covers a good chunk of northern sections of Hardy County right now. That's a flash flood warning until 7:45. All of Manatee County, at least most of it, under a flood warning at this point. A flood warning meaning flooding is taking place all the way through Braden, Palmetto, Ellenton, Parrish, down into North Sarasota. Dangerous conditions there just because of that first big band of rain that came through. This is a graphic I want to show you. This will give you a little relief. It has been fairly accurate. It was very accurate with Helene. These numbers have come way down with this storm at this point. We'll move it, if I can, a little bit more. We'll actually zoom into Anna Maria Island. Still, flooding is occurring as a result of storm surge. Siesta Key and into Lido. Lido, you see right there, is showing still a +6 potential of some inundation that may be going on here through the night. The reason why I say that is because our winds are going to turn to the west and southwest later on tonight, and that will pile the water up. So even though they may not be experiencing flooding there now, it is imminent, I think, through the night. We go further to Siesta Key, and down the way we go, you can see not as much on Casey Key, not as much near Nokomis. Boy, that's a big relief. Last night it was showing up to nearly 9 feet in some places there in Nokomis. Even into Charlotte Harbor, those numbers have come down. Let's hope it verifies. Of course, we'll keep you up to date right here with this latest update. We'll have much more as we go through the night tonight. You can see the hurricane warnings are still up. We're about to get a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. The pressure now at 952, so that has gone up. This may be the new advisory. We'll wait and see. I got to check that for you, but still, the storm is now moving off toward the northeast at 15, at 1:20. Okay, so it's set to make landfall. That's a 6 o'clock update, or 7. What time is it? I'm having a hard time figuring out what time it is. We're so busy in here right now. I've lost track of time, but again, the time?
It's almost 7.
7 o'clock. So, and that's a
59, so it'll be a 7 o'clock.
Oh, 7 o'clock update. Okay. So there we go. There's the storm. I'm going to, again, let you guys know that although it seems calm now in Sarasota and in Venice and in Inglewood, the backside of the storm is going to move through, and we are eventually going to see those winds pick up again. They'll be maybe not as intense, but still I would expect tropical storm force, maybe even hurricane force gusts as we move through the night. So it's not over. Even though the storms, everyone's focused on that middle, you have to realize this is a big storm. And I just told you, I had a 60-mile-an-hour wind all the way down into Fort Myers. And look how far away it is from the center of the storm. So there's Fort Myers. They just had a 60. This is going to move up here. We're still going to see those strong winds for at least, I would say, the next 5 hours, and then starting to slowly come down. But slowly is the key word there. There's a little weather update. We'll bring you more updates as, of course, the information becomes available. We'll break in if there's any kind of tornado warning. I think there will be. But if there's any more flood advisories and flood warnings that are taking place, we'll let you guys know, Rob and Stephanie. It looks like we might have dodged a huge bullet, but it's not over yet. I don't think we're going to see any kind of catastrophic damage. I'm sure there's flooding, a lot of debris flying with those winds up to 77 miles an hour at the Sarasota Airport within the last hour. That is really bad because it's going to pick up debris, but for the most part, I can say it's not nearly as bad as what we anticipated at this point. Back to you.
Thank goodness for that, Bob.
Not out of the woods yet, but
sounded very, very positive. So we're sort of hanging on every word.
absolutely. But you know what? A lot of folks in the dark. Gosh, those numbers just in Sarasota County and Manatee County, they certainly shot up quickly. And I do believe we have some numbers with statewide outages, and there they are right now. Is here 68,685 power outages reported. That's across the entire state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis, as early as Sunday, the governor saying that this was to be expected. This was a monumental task, and that a lot of folks would find themselves in the dark. And keep in mind, we're just seeing the initial landfall of what we believe here, the outer bounds of Milton. So those numbers are going to go up.
Yeah, they will go up. And speaking of the governor, we are told that we are expected to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis roughly in about 30 minutes, so around 7:30. He, of course, is manning things up in Tallahassee at the State Emergency Operations Center. So state officials are monitoring everything minute by minute, as you just said, Rob, especially with regard to those power outages. We talked about the area. We had Florida Power and Light, and then of course we have Duke as well. So people are everybody's kind of waiting for this storm to kind of move through. As Bob said, it's going to be a while. He said 5 to 6 hours until things really calm down. But so far, things are looking a lot better than.
It just feels like it's so much earlier, right?
Broken eye wall.
It's fine. Do what you need to do. Just keep everybody safe and go on. Again, power outage is a major issue. Again, still, even though maybe this is maybe not as strong as what we thought, at least initially, don't go out. It's still not, we're not nearly in the clear, right? We've still got a lot of layers, a lot of chapters ahead of us, and you're part of that. That's why we want you to stay with us all throughout the evening. Let's go live to show you what's in.
There's those palm trees.
There's the palm trees again, looking much like what Stephanie and I saw about 20-25 minutes ago. It doesn't look like that kind of sideways rain, that really heavy, intense rain that we saw about 25 minutes ago, but still something that you don't want to be out in the middle of if you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, stay inside because, as we've now heard from officials both in Sarasota County and even Charlotte County and Manatee County, Sarasota Emergency Services are grounded. They said that all of their workers are sheltering in place. Sustained winds are too strong for the first responders to be on the road. If you need help, first responders telling us that you should call 911 and they will try to get to you as soon as possible. But they say that they can no longer get to you right now. And do not put yourself at risk by leaving your home.
It's just not worth it.
Hunker down. Stay in place. It's not worth it. Yes, we are getting some good news, what we think is positive news from Bob Harrigan, but we are by no means out of this at this point.
Yeah, there's still critical hours ahead, and certainly we don't know what trajectory this will take as it goes across the state, right? A lot of our neighbors, a lot of our family members and friends all across the state affected some way or another by this storm, so we need to keep that in mind. Hopefully you still have the lights on, but this is a great time. If you do have some batteries, you've got that battery-powered radio somewhere in the closet, maybe something that you forgot about. It's still a smart idea to get that out now. Make sure the flashlights are ready just in case. We're going to take you now live to, this is, wow, a lot more active down there. Naples, pier, live shots there, very active waves down there. We do know that we've got at least one confirmed tornado in the greater Fort Myers area a few hours ago. Don't know the extent of any injuries or fatalities at this point. We do not have those numbers, but this is a look there just a further south into the Naples area.
Yeah, and those pictures are incredible. I mean, when you look at the force of that water moving through, you certainly would not want to be on that pier right now. No. You know, if you recall, when we had Hurricane Helene, we had those people that were pushed off by the force of the wind or the water at the jetty. Thankfully, they were rescued to safety, but this is a situation where you could easily be pushed off in the force of the wind and the water, and that is just so dangerous right there.
Yeah, and look even at the end of the pier, that water coming up over the actual top of the pier itself. The waves are relentless. The power of the water is something that we cannot underestimate at any point or time, and especially when we have this type of a storm. And so the effects, as we said, are going to be different. Maybe you're not in the eye wall of the storm itself, but you're going to see and feel some effect. Looks to our south, our friends there, maybe this may be again some of that heavy rain, and we definitely know at least one tornado.
Yeah.
And that's just preliminary reports.
And you can see the water coming over there. I'm wondering if we are able to take the picture of the live camera, if it's available, of the Skyway. Can we get the Skyway cam? Okay, Angel, can we get the Skyway cam by chance? Do you guys have access to that? I'm just curious. Okay. Oh, the cameras are not working. Okay, then that's what we were wondering, because that is actually where, you know, we saw the highest concentration as the eye wall was making its way on shore. So, you know, it'd be really interesting to see that Skyway cam, but that makes sense that it wouldn't be available.
Absolutely. Keeping people safe. We know that the Skyway and so many major bridges, the airport's all closed a lot earlier today, and so that's so important to know that major transportation routes were cut off down there as well. Get our monitor back up here. That would be great to see where we're at here.
You know, we're struggling with basic technology here. So, and you know, with the storm coming through and the winds too, there's obviously some issues going on. So.
Absolutely. So we're just trying to get our monitor up so that we can see what you're seeing at home. We have a big monitor down there, and here's some of the effects.
Does that look like Midnight Pass?
You see some overhead stoplights right there. Lots live cam of Stickney Point at Midnight Pass out there. Ted showing us a lot of water flowing across that particular area out there. So it's from the vantage, here we go. Our monitor's back up. There we go.
There is some water in the distance, but by no means is it what we saw during Hurricane Helene.
No.
I mean, this is actually, when you look at this, somewhat encouraging for folks, because they were just inundated with that storm surge, and we saw the catastrophic damage that flooding did, that historic level flooding from Hurricane Helene. And so when you see this, yes, we don't like to see any surge coming across at all, but when you see this and it appears that there's not even any water right there where those lights are flashing, I would say, fingers crossed, that looks like a very positive sign for now. We're not out of the woods because we still have the backside of the hurricane, but this is very encouraging for folks that live there, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see, what was it, about 2 hours ago, 3 hours, we saw a couple of vehicles navigating down through there. At this point, we see nothing, and at this time, that's a good thing. That's what we want. We want clear roadways. We don't want anybody to be out there. So, in fact, when and if the first responders have to get out there, they can do their job and get to where they need to be in a safe amount of time. But it doesn't look, I mean, you see some bouncing of the cameras there right now, some water trickling across the lens. That is to be expected as we have an earlier than anticipated landfall of what is now Hurricane Milton.
And the visibility is a lot better than what you would expect to see at this point in time. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Again, but we want to err with caution, right? That's what we're doing. That's why we are here in Lakewood Ranch, in case you're just joining us, at our makeshift studios, relocating at least temporarily until the worst of the storm passes from our beloved home in downtown Sarasota to here at a safer, beautiful place provided to us at Lakewood Ranch, keeping all the team safe here. It took an army of technicians and everybody to get us set up over the last 24 to 48 hours, but here we are. So we may look different and feel different, but we are still here for you. Okay, we've got another guest on the phone. We always like making new friends. This is Melanie Bevins. She is the Bradenton Chief of Police, and we are going to keep this as authentic as we are. So here she is. All right, Chief, can you hear me? It's Rob and Stephanie with ABC 7.
How are you? You're a little broken up, but I'll try to do the best I can.
Okay, terrific. How are things out there right now? Have folks heeded the warning?
I'll tell you, I would have thought so, but about 10 minutes ago. So we actually had to go back to the police department. We spent the last 2 days getting 45,000 pieces of evidence and everything that's taken to some secure locations. And we actually are sheltering some of us, a few of us, right across the street over at the Bishop Museum, the section that was just built in a Cat 5. And I'm here. Somebody was just screaming. They pulled up in a car from the roadway asking where they could get gas.
Oh, no. Wow.
There's still some really stupid people out there. They obviously didn't know that they're driving around. But I do believe, for the most part, that people learned their lesson from Hurricane Helene, and a lot of them got out.
Chief, we are so happy that you're there and safe, but I've been to your offices many times. You are front and center right down there on the waterfront, albeit a beautiful view. Paint the picture of what it's like to be in that old building right now. And are you alone? How many folks are around you? And do you feel safe at this hour?
We evacuated that building 2 hours ago. We are looking at it from across the street at the Bishop Museum. The whole night in the museum, that's us tonight.
Yeah, so that's
so we actually see a palm tree on the south end that looks like it's about to hit our building. It's turned sideways. The wind's whipping up pretty good, but you're right. That's an older building, Cat 2, right on the water. We just didn't feel it was safe to remain there or to have our evidence or our equipment there any longer.
Yeah, and we certainly understand that. We had to evacuate our entire station due to the vicinity because we were so close to the coast. So we understand kind of what you guys have went through, although 45,000 pieces of evidence, I mean, my goodness, that sounds extremely daunting. That's a lot of work. All hands on deck?
All hands on deck. The past 2 days, we have done nothing. And it's not an easy process. It's the security of what we had to do and the manpower to ensure every single piece of evidence of property went from point A to point B in a precise manner. It really was a big deal, and we just ordered new guns. The guns had to go somewhere. Really just everything. We left tonight. I was the last person in that building, and I grabbed my tower from my computer and headed out. So hopefully we can all walk back in there tomorrow. But the weather's pretty rough out here. We have a bird's eye view. We can see it pretty good. The water doesn't seem to be rising as quickly as we thought it would, so that's good news. But the wind is really, really whipping up.
Yeah, and that we have a picture on our screen in Bradenton. I believe this is far from where you are located. I believe this is on the Manatee River at the park near the hospital. Am I right? So we're kind of seeing live right now what you guys are going through. But the good news in all of this, according to our Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, is that the storm ended up, the eye wall has made landfall a lot lower than what has been projected in the past. So that is, a silver lining in all of this.
Well, silver lining for us, devastation for our friends. I'm not exactly sure who's getting the brunt of it, Northport, Sarasota, but I will tell you, if we don't need help tomorrow from law enforcement agencies, we will be the first ones to offer our help.
Chief, that's a great point, and I want to take that up. With the eye of the storm and with how the trajectory of these things changes so quickly, especially along the Suncoast and what we've learned this season, how do you decide the day after what resources are needed where? I assume it's a group effort. It is a major conference call, if you will, to say, hey, we need to dispatch our crew here or there. How do you kind of navigate the resources and the road to recovery after to help other local areas?
Well, I'll tell you, from a city and county perspective, from an infrastructure, from down lines to debris, they do a fantastic job. Manatee County and Bradenton work so well together. From a police, law enforcement position, we get on the phone every day with each other. We have a great group through the Florida Police Chiefs Association. We put our missions in well in advance of what we think we may need should we experience the full brunt of the storm. And if we wind up not needing those resources, I have 80 officers on standby to come into Bradenton tomorrow to help me police this area. And if I don't need them tomorrow, I'm simply going to say, go to the area that does. So we're always very quick to be ready to help each other.
And they don't call you the friendly city for nothing, and that certainly is the case in this when all hands are on deck. As always, Chief, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your dedication and hope that you and the rest of your staff, and in fact, the entire city, stay safe throughout the evening and throughout tomorrow.
Yes, thank you so much, Chief.
Absolutely, thank you. You too, and stay safe.
Thank you. We'll check back with you. Thank you so much for your time. We want to turn now to Leslie Lacey. She has an update. No, she's not ready yet? Okay.
You know what, before we get to Leslie, why don't we take a look inside Sarasota Memorial Hospital, right? It's a key focal point along the Suncoast. It's got, has been in Hurricane Milton mode for the last several days, preparing there. You see all the top officials there kind of navigating the new unknown of what we're seeing tonight and tomorrow. Across sites in Sarasota, Venice, and Northport, they are carrying and supporting for more than 4,000 people, and that's not just patients, but also their staff. SMH workers locked into location since Tuesday. So think of the momentum of that. Now, to accommodate them, childcare, right?
Covering all the equipment there.
Yeah. Childcare, dependent family care, and pet care also being provided at this time. In the Venice location of SMH, beds filling up and some of the less sicker patients are being attended to in the hallways and the lobbies. But even so, look, they're keeping the smiles on their faces as they do in emergency rooms. They're open at all 3 sides. But remember, crews, they cannot go out in a 45-mile-per-hour sustained winds. So that's probably what we're seeing at this point. So you need to make sure that if you need to call for help, know that there will be a wait time.
And you know, inside the hospital, they have at least a 7-day supply of emergency supplies. And they have something called med sleds, and these are used if the patients need to be moved to different floors. So they are well prepared, as we know, and they are there. The doctors and nurses are on staff right now inside the hospital attending to patients. We want to turn now to Leslie Lacey. She has an update, a very important update on our forecast. Hey, Leslie.
Hi, thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, first of all, I just saw some pretty compelling video. There's a lot of power outages. We're going to get to those in a moment. But over on Philippi Island, we saw some video, pretty intense conditions in general. And also there was a fire. We saw a lot of just sort of sparking and quick lights, maybe a little bit of an explosion or at least a power outage, but there was actually a fire in the distance out there. So let's talk about the wind gusts right now, okay? So they're kicking up, they're going down, they're kicking up. As these bands continue to go around, we're still starting to move into the eye of the storm here. We've got 59-mile-per-hour winds out of the east here, and this is Lakewood Ranch, 42, clocking over here at St. Petersburg Clearwater at 53. And as I hyper-localize, in just a minute, you can see that we've even got more intense winds in this area. So 49 in Tampa, easterly as well in Lakeland, 36. And look at this, down in Punta Gorda, 64-mile-per-hour winds down there. In Venice, we are at 38. So I want to go ahead and move on to our next graphic here. take a look at the radar in general, because as this continues to move around, you're going to be able to see that we're starting to move into the eye, so things are going to be getting a little bit calmer before they get a little bit more rough. So I'm going to go ahead and check. I'm going to go ahead and check on this and move us forward. There we go. It looks like we're freezing up a little bit. There we go. Got it. All right, technology when you're working remote. It's been a very interesting day. So the important thing to remember is this is not the time to go outside and check out the hurricane force winds that some areas are getting. But you can see just moving through here, this is just, you know, over the last hour here, Anna Maria Isla getting pummeled. And as we move up, Tierra Verde, St. Pete Beach starting to kick up as well as these winds move through Piney Point, Sun City Center area. And I want to go ahead and look at the velocity. So how many, look at this, Inglewood North, 73 mile per hour winds, okay? Basically, that's just about hurricane strength winds, 76 hurricane strength there. And as we look at this area, you can see Ruskin, anywhere that you see the red, that's more powerful winds that are coming through, more intense winds. And as I back up, I just want you to look at this counterclockwise motion here, bringing in that onshore flow. But look right here, this particular area. Usually when you're looking at a hurricane, like Helene, when we looked at it, the entire area had that flow coming through. What's happening is we've got a trough, and that trough is bringing in drier air, and that's really been wonderful for us because it's just kind of reduced the storm surge for us, and it's reduced the rain amount. But we do have a flash flood warning that's in effect still in Manatee and Sarasota County, and Manatee County has already gotten over 6 inches of rain. And that was pretty much in that West Bradenton area. That was when the eye was starting to come on shore. So back up here, I want you to see these little boxes that we've made. This is actually from the center. So this area also to the north, moving a little bit east. Everywhere in these boxes, we are under a flash flood warning. And this is the area where we were seeing 6 inches. You can see the red coming through, those intense rain bands and the intense wind coming in. This dry air has been really nice. So right now, Fort Myers is getting a little bit of a break here, but the wind is still very powerful. There might not be as much rain down there, but don't let that fool you. Still very, very intense rain. So got a flash flood warning as well for Hardy, Hernando County. Storm surge situation, like I said, it's been a little bit better than what we were expecting, but we're still not out of the woods yet. Still upwards of 9 to 13 feet for Sarasota, about 8 to 12 feet here from Boca Grande down to Bonita Springs, and about 8 to 12 feet as we move from Sarasota further north, encompassing the Tampa Bay area and shooting upwards towards about Hernando County. So we're not out of this. It's still going on. You know, the eye is coming on shore, and once the center gets on shore, that will be landfall. That is what we call landfall. So let's go ahead and move to our next map here. And I actually want to take a look at yeah, this is a good picture here. So again, you can see it. Now I want to take a look at the water vapor so I can show you this dry air that has really helped us out, okay? So this water vapor has been just pretty much of a godsend for us. So what it's done is it's come in here, and it's I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. Look at this trough. Everywhere that you see right now, right there. Oh, wait a minute. This area right here. Look how large this is. This is Texas, okay? Just give you an idea if it's hard to make out what's going on here. But this big trough, that's what's been steering Milton up here, okay? And you can see right into there, that's that drier air pushing in. And this trough has really been good for us, okay? We're very, very lucky to have it. Let's take a look at these power outages. As I mentioned, I did see a lot of intensity and some video that was just shown to me over at Philippi Island, some sparking that was going on, and also some fires. Sarasota County, over 36,000 people are without power. Manatee County, we're just under 20,000. Hardy County, 357, doing much better there in DeSoto County as well. But Pinellas County, just 38,986, and I believe Hillsborough over 25,000, but look at Charlotte, 2,300, 2,389. Those are the people that are, those are the amounts of power outages that have been reported at this time. So as we take a look at through time here, we're just going to kind of show you, look at this red area. This is where we're kind of expecting. What is this area? Well, this would be the eye of the hurricane coming through here. And so
that's actually going to be, or right in front of it, you can see where there's no red, that's the actual eye. But I'm going to back this up again, right in front of it, that northeast quadrant that we always talk about, the dirty side, that nasty side, it's going to leave a trail, okay? You could probably just draw a big, red crayon through where the eye's going, because this is the area that we're going to start seeing some intense power outages right through the state as it rips up towards Orlando. So here we are again, and then even look at the orange areas in Sarasota. As the eye moves, you're still getting those tail bands as well. So let's go ahead, and I want to go ahead and move to the next graphic here. And just to give you an idea here, this is the satellite enhanced pictures. And you can see, we earlier, days ago, we saw that really strong eye. This is a pretty ragged, pathetic kind of looking eye right now. It's not really organized. And we like to see that. We like to see that. But you can see ahead of it, too. Just as we look ahead, you can see this area, too. Some intensity out here. All right, so again, we're not out of it. This is out in the Atlantic Ocean pushing out, but this is going to be going up into probably the Orlando area and affecting them probably as a Category 1. It has weakened, but it looks very disorganized, and we certainly like to see that. So again, another look at the Titan radar here. And again, a lot of dry air to the south of us, but really intense conditions moving through St. Petersburg and Tampa right now. A lot of power outages out there. All right. We're going to throw things back now to Stephanie and Rob.
All right. Thank you, Leslie. We appreciate that, and we are on the countdown.
Cautiously optimistic. That's what I want to keep saying through this, but it's still so early, so premature, because there are still so many hours ahead of this, and we know how quickly things can change.
We are on the countdown to the governor. We are expecting him to speak in about 5 minutes, so we will get that camera up and ready, and we'll be keeping our eye on that and go to him as soon as he takes the podium. But meanwhile, we want to take a look at this picture, and this is just north of this is 275 northbound, and this is just north of the Dick Meisner Bridge. This is up in the Tampa area, Hillsborough County. And yeah, you can see it's very dark there. You can see that camera shaking. So they are definitely getting the effects of this in Tampa as well.
It's hopping around there, but the good thing, folks are off the roadway.
Yeah.
The governor, as early as Sunday, talking about the big problem with this is anticipation of so many power outages. What he will actually address at this early hour of this storm, we don't know as of right now, but obviously something important enough for him to take to the podium in the state capitol. So he knew that this was going to be an epic storm with a lot of outages, and really stressing at least Sunday into Monday how important it was for people to get out of their homes and get to higher ground. And he really made it a priority to let folks know, if you were leery to leave your home in anticipation of this storm, he would do everything in his power to get local officials on the ball to help folks get back into their homes. So he didn't want folks to worry that, once they left, maybe they wouldn't be able to get back in because of no power or no basic utility services. And so hopefully, we're hoping through all this learning process with this storm, because no two storms are the same, that in fact people heeded those warnings.
Yeah, and one of the things that the state did that a lot of people applauded was allowing family members to go into state-run nursing facilities to hunker down with their loved ones, with their aging parents, grandparents, and of course the ones that were safe, that were out of the storm, of the path of the storm. But a lot of people applauded that because people didn't want to leave their loved ones in the nursing homes, and they couldn't get them out. And so there were families that went to go hunker down with their loved ones in the nursing homes.
Our producer's just telling us now, as again this condition changes all throughout the night, as it will, we do have some reports of flooding in Manatee County. We're talking US 41, obviously a massive stretch. We've all traveled it before, but with so many twists and turns in this, we do know at least some initial reports of flooding there, and that's why it's so imperative at nearly the 8 o'clock hour that you obviously should not be on the roads, because if nothing else, you have diminished visibility from anything at this point. All bets are really off.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the most part, with a few exceptions, we've seen people heeding the warnings. It's been really comforting to know that when we do go to those live cam shots of the different bridges and the different roadways, that they are essentially empty.
Right.
And that's what we want to see, because we don't want people swept up in that type of flooding. And it doesn't take much, Rob. People, they say never go through a flooded roadway. You can start to drive through that roadway, and it doesn't take much for your tires to lose traction and get swept away. We've seen that so many times over the years, and we hate to see that. So, if you are near US 41 in Manatee, obviously no one should be on the roads, but be mindful of that flooding. Keep your eyes out for any flooded roadways, even post-storm, until that water has receded completely.
And if not the water, the winds, where we are at, if you're just joining us in our new temporary digs here in Lakewood Ranch, it's really windy out there right now. We've got bays of windows around us in this beautiful facility that we happen to be temporarily housed in, but the winds are howling at this point. I can see the trees kind of whipping around out there, so I feel like we went through, at least about 20-25 minutes ago, one of the rain bands that tapered off. I thought we were good to go, and now, boy, the winds are really keeping up. This thing is very fluid. It's going to change now, the next 10 minutes, the next 10 hours. We really don't know what's ahead. So you got to keep your eyes and ears and then really listen to what's going on. We love it when you get a moment, a chance to safely share pictures and videos with us. This isn't the time to do it. Don't do it now. But when it is safe tomorrow, when you feel that that is an easy time to do it, then do it. But obviously no picture, no image, nothing is worth you or your family's safety.
And I want to go back to the wind, and one of the things that the wind can cause, of course, are those power outages. So I'm wondering if we can go back and put up that graphic of the power outages that we're seeing across the state, because we last checked, it was over 300,000 power outages, which is quite significant. And those crews are going to have their work cut out for them.
And those numbers jumped so fast
they
from
really
when we
did.
first came on the air at 6. I thought, well, we're good to go. And then it hopped up exponentially. The numbers that Bob pulled out about 20 minutes after that. Again, but that's when we believe that at least the first part of the eye wall started to make contact with land. And so right now, as we're looking at just before 7:30. That was
well, that's FPL only. That's not counting the entire statewide. So that's.
Yeah, we're looking at almost 69,000 power outages. That's across the state. With the winds here, my bet, right, with the winds gusting up as they are here, at least at Lakewood Ranch, I would have to believe that number will grow exponentially, if not all throughout the night. So it's something we're going to keep monitoring.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can hear people here behind us. Everybody is hunkering down, and it's been, people have been in here for hours. People tend to get a little, stir crazy sometimes. So if you hear, some noise behind us, just know that everybody is just trying to cope the best they can. And our team has been phenomenal. They've been taking care of us, and we really, really appreciate our entire team. And we would not be able to do this without our team here to serve you, the public. So you may hear some people behind us, and everybody's got to blow off steam, because it's a high pressure situation.
The picture, we're in like a huge conference room here, right? So we're becoming friends with folks we never would become close friends with. So that's what it is. That's what it takes to get the job done. And know that we're here for you. North Biscayne Drive in Northport, we've got some viewer video. Take a look. Oh, wow. Look at the ponding. This is obviously from daylight hours, so we're assuming late afternoon, maybe very early evening. Look at the roadway completely covered. Obviously, these areas completely soaked from still the effects of Helene just 2 weeks ago. The waters, the ponds, the streams at maximum level as it is. Really didn't take much in South County to kind of push these things over the edge, and there is the effect. You see it right there yourself.
Yeah, and you talked about Hurricane Helene. It is worth mentioning. It was good to hear one of the officials, I believe it was in Bradenton, where they said that they cleared the majority of the debris.
Right.
That was from the flooding. So I'll be curious to see what those neighborhoods look like that were not able to get all of that debris in some of those hardest hit areas, because we did see some significant winds. We saw both onshore and offshore. So
Okay. We understand that Governor DeSantis is giving us an update live. Let's go to him now. Listen in.
Of 120 mile per hour. It's moving toward the northeast at 17 mile per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours. We have seen a weakening of the storm over the last 24 hours. We also saw it sped up, which means it's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. There isn't, you see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the west coast and eventually on the east coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte, Lee County, up till Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go. Millions of ports reopened. Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their home. The station is staged. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. Well, I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado, cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous inside and cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous, and I would say that's even more so in spite of local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I've mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please reach your local if they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast, many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure when a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes in senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, inside, stay safe and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, having coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely nothing or absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely to die. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages as the governor's already mentioned. This take time now. So our power to keep those devices plugged in. If you lose power and you're going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down. Make sure it's a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon dioxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Materials, debris, and flooding can still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris or by yourself, especially all trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report it to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSCRT and on Facebook.
All right. We want to bring it back here to Lakewood Ranch. You just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis as well as emergency operations officials who are monitoring Hurricane Milton in Tallahassee at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of damage still. He's saying 125 homes that we know of completely destroyed, primarily mobile homes, manufactured homes. Again, a lot of new debris out there, according to the governor, as anticipated. That will, we know, only continue all throughout the night. His message quite clear: stay put, stay where you're at. We're certainly not out of the woods yet. 5 to 13 feet surge. He specifically mentioned Charlotte, Lee, and really taking the brunt of a lot of this right now. But if the evening goes on, we know that's only going to continue.
Yeah, he also talked about the tornado warnings. This is something that's incredible. He said there were 116 tornado warnings, and I believe 19 confirmed touchdowns. 19. That is an incredible amount of tornadoes associated with Hurricane Milton.
Happen during one of these, right? That's the last thing, but it is. And we're seeing that to our friends and family of the South. Lee, Collier counties, you're under the gun with that, and that's been that way since this afternoon.
Yeah. He also mentioned that the ports are closed, but they will be reopening as soon as it is safe to do so. And again, as you stated, he is telling people to stay home, stay put until the storm has passed. He also talked about earlier that flash flood warning for Manatee and Sarasota counties, and then the 125 homes destroyed. He didn't specify, officials did not specify exactly where those homes are located, but you know, we can assume that there will be some homes which are damaged and destroyed, particularly mobile home parks, communities that are on the water. And where this eye wall came ashore much earlier than anticipated in that Bradenton, in our corridor here. So, you know, we're going to be mindful of that because it's going to be a difficult day when people go back to their homes that were caught up in this storm, in this hurricane, and it's going to be a sad time for a lot of people.
50,000 linemen we know will be dispatched, according to the governor, to restore literally the hundreds of thousands of folks that will be without power not only tonight, but probably a couple of days, maybe even longer, as we kind of ride out this storm together. We've been talking about it all day, all afternoon. If you tried to fuel up today, probably wasn't the best of days to try to do that. A lot of pumps wrapped. A lot of those stations shut down. I saw a couple last night in Sarasota already had the closed signs out. He said that there will be, when it is safe to get those tractor trailers back on the interstate, get those big rigs out there with the fuel trucks, they will be dispatched immediately. So we certainly hope that you fueled up and got everything that you needed as far as for power, because it may be a little time, a little wait till we get all those stations, all those refineries back online.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of patience. We're all going to need a lot of patience. One of the things I want to pivot to is, you know, we've had our few technical glitches, and we want to, you know, thank you for your patience with that. If for some reason your
acceleration
your
of what
TV
needs
goes
to be
out,
done,
you're not
if
able
something
to see
needs to be
us
done
on
on these
TV,
ports,
you can watch
to say
us
like, oh, it's going to
online
be
if
weeks
you have internet access. Watch us at mysuncoast.com. We are streaming digitally. You can also join us on the radio. But we want to go back now to the governor, because I believe that we have him back on the feed, and let's go back to Tallahassee.
About some of the things that we're looking for, you know, for example, with this debris. Let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly. Because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that. And a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, you know, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. I don't want to have to, you know, even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and it's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that make sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that, because it does. It just makes sense.
Kevin, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Lee, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide, because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge. But it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker than previous storms? Like Helene was power back within a week. Are we expecting that even sooner, 3 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought, we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably going to be able to weather a lot of this, so they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they honestly, they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their substations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the States. I would love that, to say, you know what, we did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene, and then 12, 24 hours later, it was fine, thank you, and you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure, and this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use all that we need. But, yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, we got the job done.
And the street posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it, and that person should have the book thrown at him. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. These dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Can you talk about the size of the storm and what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on shore?
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind shear. I mean, we were here, 24 hours ago, and it was 180 miles an hour. And no one thought it was going to come ashore at that. But I think a lot of people thought it was going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4. And it ended up coming as basically a mid-level 3. Now, it doesn't mean there's not storm surge. It doesn't mean there's not hazards. There is. It's a serious, serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150 and 120. We saw with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below. Of course, we saw it with Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code, that you can do. Now, the storm surge is a different story, and we've had storms that, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures. And then there have been other storms that have been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that, but I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people, do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that spun off a lot of tornadoes. And you have them, it's not like, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach, there was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state. So that is a hazard for sure, and I think we're likely to continue to see those throughout tonight.
Have you seen the data from FEMA about the incentives for debris removal crews to get more of them coming in here?
So as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits to be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here. Maybe, again, incentivizing people from maybe west of the Mississippi, west of the Ohio River, so we're not competing against people that are in North Carolina. But again, we talked about some potential opportunities there, and she was going to get her some of her senior directors to come in, and one of them, Robert Pesapane, who is actually over that entire program, is actually traveling from D.C. tonight as well to actually sit down and have a conversation with us so that we could all get to a situation where we think the best move forward, we can take that best move forward. However, as the governor also alluded to, there's I think a parallel path, and you know that we don't do bureaucracy, we don't go in linear paths, we don't throw all of our eggs in one basket. We are talking about reaching out for Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, or mutual aid through other states to start bringing in some other DOT-like, public works-like individuals to help us with mutual aid. Again, we don't know what might happen in the next 10 to 15 days. We want to get some of this debris picked up again. We've shown how government sometimes, unfortunately, usually private sector is better than us, but we've shown them that we can get this stuff done, and we can get it done quickly if we cut through the bureaucracy. So we're going to look at the incentive-ish program, and we're going to also look at bringing in mutual aid from other states.
Well, I mean, the thing is there could be another storm this season, but the debris, I mean, the standard practice with this debris, the way it works, is it takes months and months to do debris. I mean, I remember Michael, how long it took to do the debris. Ian, there was debris. I mean, and a lot of it is the local governments are worried what FEMA's going to reimburse and this and that. And I'm just thinking to myself, the incentive should be to get it done as quickly as possible. And, it's a difficult situation because you have Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael. They had $90 million of debris cleanup. And I think their annual budget was $5 million. So they obviously need that reimbursement, and I think they got 100%. Oh, yeah, they did, because I went and got it from President Trump, 100% of reimbursement for the first 45 days. But to have the debris for 6 months, a year, or more than that, and I would never think that we would be able to say that government would do better than private. But when we took all our trucks, they're all over the state doing all this stuff at the normal course of business, and we said, okay, this is a hazard. Let's do emergency 24/7. And they were going, and they picked up 3,000 plus loads of debris on Anna Maria Island, on Madeira Beach, all these places, and then brought them to this landfill. As I said, this is a local responsibility. I don't think the state can be in the business of cleaning up everybody's debris. First of all, we just are too big of a state. I mean, there's no way a state government can do that. So this was kind of an extraordinary circumstance, but we also have to look at why is this always a problem? And I think what Kevin is doing, I think, is smart. I think the administrator will work constructively with him, and I think we'll probably get somewhere that's going to be more efficient and more effective.
Governor, although there are bureaucracy, you made a decision to ask the legislature to set aside
going to have an impact. So it's not going to be the catastrophic storm surge in Tampa. Good news for Anna Maria Island, obviously. They'll still get a surge because we're going to get west winds on the backside of this as it moves toward Orlando. Those winds are still going to feed into this system. And get this, it's not over. Even though it makes landfall, we just had a recent wind gust at the Sarasota-Brayton Airport of 96 miles an hour. Wow. And of all the time I've been here, I can tell you this, that's one of the highest gusts I've seen at the Sarasota-Brayton Airport, 96 miles an hour. And again, you can see what's happening right there. The storm is going to move off toward Orlando and then eventually move off toward the East Coast, Cape Canaveral in this point. So again, it looks like it's going to make landfall within the next hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, and Bob, for the lay people, we were a little confused because Leslie was earlier reporting that the eye wall was making land, right, and that the storm appeared to be sort of breaking up a little bit.
All the land disrupts it, you're right.
Okay, so is that what happened? And then you can see it still moving to the northeasterly direction.
Right.
Our friends to the north, are they breathing a sigh of relief at this
hour?
Well,
they shouldn't be. They're breathing a sigh of relief because it's not going to be the catastrophic flooding as a result of storm surge that could have happened in Tampa. I don't know if you guys saw the article, but I certainly did. They did research. If that storm would have been a little further north into St. Petersburg and maintained its organization, it would have been $130 billion worth of damage. They estimated it to be $130 billion. At this case, not even close to that, but there is going to be damage. It's going to be a lot. We're still going to get this onshore flow, and as we heard the governor talk about, the debris that's still out there, right, is still blowing, and the west winds aren't going to give up for a while. And we may have seen the strongest winds, and I got to tell you, places south of Sarasota are not going to get that 96-mile-an-hour wind gust. To the north, Pinellas, St. Petersburg, Hillsborough County, they're all going to still see some very strong winds. There's a high wind warning there, all up and down those counties, even from Manatee County northward. But the good news, and you have to look at the good news, get through these kind of storms, and I can tell you, I'm relieved. We were thinking 120, gusts up to 155. That's not going to happen, but we're still in danger. Think about it, 96-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported within the last hour at the Sarasota-Brayton Airport. So just a quick update. We'll have some graphics. We'll show you that and kind of go over some other things coming up in just a little bit. But it's not over yet. Winds turn to the west and southwest as the storm center moves off to the northeast, and then we'll begin to see even more waves piling up on the coastline. So we'll keep an eye on it, of course, and I'll be heading out over there to the graphics and showing you that. In fact, right now, if I can do that. Again, the system itself is poorly organized. It really got beat up by that dry air and by some strong wind shear that we've been talking about. The strong wind shear has been the big factor with this storm. We are looking at, again, the storm taking off to the northeast, gusts up to 150 miles an hour, and we are looking at the potential. Anyway, let me have Leslie move the maps now, if you can. I don't know if we can switch it over to the other MAX system, if it's possible. Okay, there we go. Again, there's 2 o'clock in the morning on 90-mile-an-hour winds, and there's, again, a pretty good storm system right there into central Florida. This is what saved us, a lot of part of it. And I'm not saying it saved us from the catastrophic event. We're still going to have a lot of damage. We're dealing with a Category 3 hurricane. But this dry air and this trough of low pressure that drove the storm and is driving it continually off to the northeast is feeding into the center. And when that happens, it disrupts its flow. Also, we have high wind shear going over the northern portion of the Gulf of Mexico. That just blows the storms off toward the east, and that, too, is disrupting it. All right, now, again, we're not going to get to that one. We're going to go to this one here. You can see the eye, I believe, is going to make landfall in the next, as I said, hour, 5 minutes. It'll be momentarily. And once the storm goes over land, it really starts to weaken even more so. It loses the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. See these reds that you're seeing right there across parts of Anna Maria Island. Anna Maria Island is getting some strong winds. I wouldn't be surprised to see wind gusts coming out of Anna Maria up to 80, 90 miles an hour. They are in the left quadrant of the eye wall, and that is the most significant returns that I'm seeing, indicating that those winds are probably up to 90, maybe even 100 miles an hour right there at Anna Maria Island, stretching off toward northwest Bradenton and into Terracea, Palmetto, not quite into Rabonia yet, but pretty close to it, right near the Sunshine Skyway. Those winds are more than likely gusting up to nearly 100 miles an hour at this point. Notice the rainfall down here. There isn't any, and there's not going to be. That dry air I mentioned has fed into the storm. We'll still see those winds. Those winds are already starting to switch out of the west here at Boca Grande, also near Rotunda and Placida, up to Minnesota Beach, Northport. You're more than likely getting winds out of the west-southwest at this juncture, and they're still pretty strong despite the fact there's no rain around. And I've seen this happen before where there's no rain, but boy, the wind is just feeding into the center of that low pressure as the pressure is starting to come up. And there's what I mean by those big winds right there near Anna Maria Island, stretching off toward northwest Bradenton. They're getting some big winds, and there's the storm. It looks more like it's moving east, but they're suggesting an northeast movement pretty quickly, too, at around 19 miles an hour, and soon to make landfall as it pushes off to the east. Now, you see the area in bright green. There's a high wind warning, extreme wind warning from Manatee County northward through Hillsborough and Pinellas County, not included Sarasota, not included Charlotte County at this point. And once again, the storm surge, at least this graphic tells the real story of what's been happening. We are looking at less of an issue of storm surge on Anna Maria Island. I know a lot of folks out there are really happy about that. They're not too happy about having to evacuate after they've done all that cleaning, but I think you're going to be able to come home to the homes that you've been working on trying to get fixed. I think you're going to be able to come home and not have as much damage as you might have thought. So even though the models were off a little bit, right? I mean, off a lot. But when it comes to all these variables in October, you got cold fronts coming down, you got troughs coming down. That doesn't happen in the summer. So projecting where the storm is going to go is a lot easier during the summer because you don't have all these other pressure patterns. This is the change of seasons in October, so you have cold fronts coming down, you have low pressure troughs coming down. On top of that, you have a symphony of pressure patterns that really dictate where these storms go. And in this case, it looks like this is going to be a much better scenario for us. We're still going to have a lot of damage, power outages, trees down. We're hearing that trees have been down. Already 6 inches of rainfall reported in West Bradenton by a spotter there. And from this graphic, and I'll step aside here just a little bit to show you, greater than 3 feet. So still that storm surge is possible, 3 to 5 feet in Anna Maria. But at one point, just 24 hours ago, it was showing red, meaning greater than 9 feet. So that has improved. Still flooding possible near Cortez. And this is a long-lasting onshore flow. So for the next several hours at least, you're going to see this west to southwest wind, which will continue to pump the water into the bay, into the barrier islands, and all the way down onto Siesta Keys. Still, I mean, we're talking manageable, right? Just above 3 foot of standing water on Siesta Key, but it doesn't look like it's going to rival what we saw with Helene as it went by. But still a problem, don't get me wrong. I'm looking at the optimistic side of this event, indicating that at one point we were greater than 9 feet in a lot of these places here into Charlotte Harbor. And that's why I said this product, 1 out of 10 chance of happening. The National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, and NOAA make that graphic, and it's experimental. And what they say is that they always err on the high side. And that's certainly what they've done with this graphic. Now, one last look here. Get back to the news desk. Things are going to improve as we move through Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Time for cleanup across our area. We'll have much more on mysuncoast.com, on your ABC7 First Alert weather app. Recapping once again, the center of Milton is about 20 miles. Now it's probably about 15 miles southwest of Sarasota, Florida, moving to the northeast at around 19 miles an hour off in that direction. Soon to make landfall, looks like Karen and Summer. We've got a new anchor team in now, and we've got other news that is breaking. We're going to send it back to the anchor desk.
Okay, Bob. Yeah, we're getting near. And right now, Summer, we want to bring in Stacy Alonzio with the Northport Emergency Management.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Stacy. Can you tell us the situation in Northport right now? What do you want the community to know right now?
Okay, so right now at the EOC, we are on lockdown. The winds are too strong. We're keeping our doors shut. We're all staying inside. We have pulled all first responders off the roads until those sustained winds are below 45 miles per hour. So I suggest that everybody does the same, stays inside and stays safe until those winds die down.
As far as evacuations go, are you happy with the people in Northport who've evacuated? Do you know of people who stayed behind?
Of course, I mean, there's always going to be people who stay behind. We do our best to get that messaging out and let people know of the dangers. But there was some, I don't have the final numbers from the county, but we had some pretty good attendance at our evacuation centers.
As this storm rolls through, we're hearing of damage locally. Have you heard of any damage in the Northport area at this time?
I haven't received any reports of any damages yet. That doesn't mean they're not out there, but we will be out first thing with our damage assessment teams to survey the community and report any damages.
I don't know if you guys have some windows where you're able to kind of observe what's going on. Here we lost power briefly. Can you kind of describe to us what it looks like where you are?
Oh yeah, there's trees blowing. I see debris flying by. It's picking up speed outside for sure. The wind is. Our light poles are wiggling back and forth. We switched over to generator power a little while ago just in case we did lose power to the building, so we're good to go there, but it's definitely getting a little scary outside.
And once this storm rolls through, what would you like residents to know?
Please stay off the roads until we tell you that it's safe to do so. There's still going to be standing water in places, debris in the roads. If you go to our website, northportfl.com/alerts, northportfl.gov/alerts, there is a road closure map. So people can wake up, look at the map, and at least see what roads are closed. And if they absolutely have to go out for an emergency, they'll be able to find their way around. But we recommend waiting until we give the all clear before going outside.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your update, and hopefully we can continue to check in with you throughout this very long night.
Yeah, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, once again, speaking to Stacy Alazio with the Northport EOC. They're monitoring the storm like much of the Suncoast is. We're being told all emergency services have been suspended throughout the area because of the strong winds right now and the rain and this storm getting ready to make landfall. 911 calls in Manatee County and the other counties being logged and attended to, and emergencies will be attended to as soon as it's safe to do so.
All right, and also right before we spoke to Stacy, of course, Bob Summer giving us that 8 o'clock update. He said maybe about an hour to an hour 15 before landfall. The center of the eye, he believes, is coming through Sarasota, maybe 120 mile per hour wind. So he says that is a low Cat 3, which is, of course, much better than what we had initially expected.
But still very serious. We will expect damage, and we are expecting storm surge. Some other information into our newsroom. The governor giving a press conference on the situation statewide, again focusing though on our local area specifically where this storm is making landfall shortly. We are being told 125 homes have been destroyed. However, we have not been given the information exactly where this is. So we will give you more information and updates as soon as that information comes into our newsroom.
And they did say some are mostly mobile homes
Yes.
that have been damaged.
All right, and massive amounts of fuel are now on standby. The gas stations, numerous gas stations running out of gas as everyone prepared to evacuate, filling up their gas cans to fill their generators. So we do have massive amounts of fuel on standby. So as soon as it's safe to do so, the governor's saying those trucks will be heading into the area to refill the stations.
Also, everybody looks for the linemen, Summer, of course, and Governor DeSantis saying more than 50,000 linemen ready to go in multiple places all along the Gulf Coast.
Yes, massive amount of damage expected again, and power outages all around the Suncoast expected as well. And that's a good reminder. We do want to tell our viewers, if you lose power, you can still listen to our broadcast. You can go to mysuncoast.com, download the app, the ABC7 My Suncoast app. We are also broadcasting live on the FM radio station, WSRQ Lecom Radio. Again, WSRQ Lecom Radio, and we're doing this in an effort to make sure we are able to keep our community members informed.
Yeah, and Summer, of course, you and I have both. Our phones have been blowing up with people sending us video. The best way to do it for you is to go onto our website, mysuncoast.com. There's going to be a Share It tab, and from there, we're going to ask you to upload that video. Also, just tell us where you are, and of course, we want you to do it very safely. So, I mean, if you've got impact glass windows, maybe from behind there or something like that.
And a good message when we were speaking to Northport's EOC, even though this storm is rolling through now, the damage is being done. You are being asked to stay indoors, though. Do not go out at this time, or once you feel like it's safe. There could be some more storms rolling through the area, high winds still, the storm surge. So it is advised that you do not head out until emergency crews can get out, assess the area, make sure it is safe for you to return to your property.
Yeah, we've been hearing that 45-mile-per-hour, sustained wind. That's been a key number where they're saying emergency crews just cannot go out if the winds are even just 45 miles per hour. Also, in places like Longboat Key, the fire chief telling us, regardless of the wind, it's the high flood waters, and they can't go out until those waters go back down.
That's right. And again, this Category 3 Hurricane Milton expected to make landfall southwest of Sarasota in about an hour, again as a Category 3, with winds up to 120 miles per hour. We are told the Florida Army National Guard will be responding. Hundreds of soldiers are now on standby in Sarasota and elsewhere, ready to assist with recovery efforts and anything our community needs.
All right, here's a look right now on one of our cameras. You're looking at the North Side Skyway Bridge. Take a look at those cars that have been abandoned right on the shoulder, Summer.
Oh, it's not safe to be out. These are extreme conditions. The winds are strong, especially over there in the Skyway area.
Right.
This takes, if anyone's not familiar, this takes drivers from Manatee County through Pinellas County. And it's a long stretch of road there, so you've got the gusts of wind coming in from the water there.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking that rain and just kind of lifting it off the ground, and you can see all that shaking. It really is frightening to look at.
Yeah, a frightening sight, because it is a real good reminder that you should not be out on the roads right now. That is the Skyway Bridge, but that is the case across the Suncoast. Very strong gusts of wind happening right now, so it is not good driving conditions, and for hours now, emergency officials have been advising Suncoast residents and visitors to stay indoors. Stay in place. Do not open your doors. Do not open your windows. There could be objects, projectiles flying, so not a good situation.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we want to now toss it over to Lee Waldman, who's reporting from our Tampa Bay area, so let's take a listen.
This is it, folks.
Hurricane Milton's outer bands are lashing the Florida Gulf Coast, and it only gets worse from here.
It'll keep picking up hour after hour. You will be on your own.
Other state officials echoing the same ominous tone.
When you figure it out, like, hey, I shouldn't be here. Hey, I need help, and help's not coming.
It's going to take us hours, if not days, to be able to come to you.
Final calls for preparations and evacuations have now switched to shelter in place and try to stay alive.
Make sure you have a life preserver handy. Make sure that you have plenty of supplies with you, because you may be stuck in your home.
Milton's winds are whipping up tornadoes. Florida has already experienced the most tornado warnings in a day on record. One family in Fort Myers.
Okay, yeah, we were having some technical difficulties. You could only kind of hear the reporter's track, so we're going to try and work on that, and we'll replay that for you.
Yes, and we do want to remind everyone we are expecting widespread power outages from Milton. So again, if you have not done so, download our app, ABC7 My Suncoast News, and you can listen to us on the radio, FM, WSRQ, Lecom Radio. And remember, some good tips. If your power goes out, you are advised to disconnect all electronics. You'll want to disconnect your TVs, your microwave, etc., to prevent damage. And once the electricity returns, turn on one item at a time. I didn't know that. So that's good advice, so you do not cause anything to blow up.
I know, and so I'm thinking back to that video of the Skyway with the wind. DeSantis mentioning 19 confirmed tornado touchdowns. A lot of damage. We're still trying to figure out where it was, but I did see video from Fort Myers, which obviously is a very hurting community, and already they had so much damage going across there.
Yeah, and devastating to our coastal communities. Helene just came through the area 2 weeks ago, really impacting our barrier islands, Siesta Key, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island. The debris, you remember it was lined up for several miles all over. Not enough time to get in and clean up that debris. And now, unfortunately, we're expecting this to end up in the water, and just not a good situation right now.
Yeah, producer, looks like he passed you something.
Yeah, it's Charlotte County reporting. Charlotte County EOC local winds from Hurricane Milton have reached sustained tropical storm speeds, and all residents advised to stay off the roads until we are no longer experiencing hazardous conditions. You should actually go to a small interior room with no windows and close and lock all windows and exterior doors. Just the normal safety, not normal, but safety advice to keep you and your family members safe.
And I believe our producer's telling us we've got some video of flooding in Siesta Key, the Midnight Pass.
Let's take a look at that.
There it is right there. We're looking at it. Oh, my goodness. Summer, where's the road?
So flooding on Siesta Key at Midnight Pass. This was a similar scene when Helene went through the area, impacting all the businesses in this area. Now they're getting hit for the second time in just 2 weeks. They did not have the time to even make the repairs and reopen. Getting hit once again, this is devastating for this area.
Right, and Summer, I know you remember this too. This video, as we played it because it was so wild during Helene, that transformer blowing up.
Right.
And at the time we had seen cars still driving through. Of course, that is completely not the case in this point.
No, and again, the storm surge having a big impact in this area. The water expected to rise anywhere from 8 to 12 feet. The National Weather Service also issuing an extreme wind warning that is in effect, and that is where the dangerous driving conditions come into play and just being outside in general.
Right, and then rain, Bob saying in our particular area, that might not be as big of an issue, maybe 4 to 6, possibly 8 inches, but he is saying that is going to be an issue further north.
All right, and as a result of this storm, county officials are asking residents to reduce the use of water, and that is to make sure we are not posing a risk to wastewater systems. So reduce your water usage right now. The wastewater systems can only take so much, and the power outages and the rain, of course, causing issues here. So you want to reduce that if you can right now.
And that's even if you have water. I mean, many places, the city or your government has turned it down, turn it off.
Definitely. All right. And again, residents should prepare for power outages if you have not already. This situation just being described, I'm told, as violent wind conditions outside. Residents saying they've never seen these type of windy conditions before.
All right. Right now, we want to get to our reporter, Michaela Redman. We believe she's reporting from the Sarasota EOC. So let's see what she has.
So what does it look like in the hours after the storm? I spoke to Sarasota County officials who tell me they have multiple plans in order to start assessing, rescuing, and responding to the 911 calls. Fire Chief David Rathbun and Assistant Fire Chief Tim Dorsey telling me the first step is having firefighters quickly assess their own stations, helping provide a snapshot of the infrastructure and possible damage, and making sure it's safe to pull out different pieces of equipment needed post-storm. They are expecting the bridges to the barrier islands to be gone, either destroyed or not structurally sound to drive on, referencing what happened during Hurricane Ian in Fort Myers. But this is something they plan for, incorporating Marine units to help with response and assessment.
In the county and the fire department, we have boats and we have different pieces of equipment that we've acquired to do just that, just because of what's happened in the past. So we don't want to make those, it's not a mistake, but we just want to be prepared for those challenges that approach us.
Dorsey says one thing he really wants to let residents know is to stay home after the storm until it's all clear. He says most times people want to go out and look at the damages, but that only complicates their efforts to get people help. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redman, ABC7, your local station.
And you know, Karen, we have so many mobile home communities in this area and on the water.
Right, and we know that repeatedly from the beginning of this, days ago over the weekend, the mobile homes and the manufactured homes, they have been told to evacuate.
Yeah, hopefully many committed to doing that. Very dangerous conditions, especially with these windy conditions, so folks will be able to get out and see the damage that was done. Hopefully it didn't happen, but we are hearing more than 100 homes, manufactured homes, have been damaged. We do not know the exact location of this. The governor addressing this about an hour ago as the information now comes in.
Right, and of course the fire chief and the assistant fire chief that Michaela just brought us to, they believe the bridges to the barrier islands are maybe, possibly, at least partially or completely devastated.
And Karen, we spoke to the fire chief from Longboat Key. He was telling us that this is the reason. It's the water on the roads that they cannot handle any emergency calls right now. Not because they don't want to, not because they don't want to go out in these elements. It's because they simply do not have access right now to get onto Longboat Key or the islands.
Right, and Summer, out of all the phoners we did, that was the one I keep thinking about and I'm kind of haunted about, because the chief was telling us 100 to 200 people decided they're not evacuating, and some of them are on first floor homes.
Yeah, first floor homes. The fire chief telling us they actually went door to door. They have spoke to these residents, went back there again today, and some residents simply refusing to evacuate. It's an unfortunate situation, especially with the storm surge. First floor residents, not a good situation there, and we will continue to monitor the situation and bring you updates as soon as we learn them. The Longboat Key fire chief was telling us he does expect fatalities. We have not heard of anything yet, but it is a very dangerous situation going on right now.
Right, and Summer, it definitely isn't because they didn't try. We know the men and women went door to door, told them, okay, you don't want to leave because of your pets? We're going to find animal shelters or shelters that will take in your pets. You don't want to leave because you have a medical issue? We're going to get you ambulances. And apparently they still said they wouldn't go.
A different situation, though, on Anna Maria Island. We spoke to public officials from Anna Maria who said they were pleasantly surprised. Everyone evacuated for the most part. Maybe a handful of people did not. And they do believe Hurricane Helene led to many people just seeing how powerful these storms can be and how much damage they can cause. That area devastated by Helene, and now just a double whammy. Many are worried the homes will not survive.
Yeah, and of course Ted showing us, you know, throughout this whole entire process just how many bumper to bumper, how many highways were congested. So we do know it was a historic evacuation across our state.
Definitely people evacuating, many people riding out the storm. Thankfully, it was not a Category 5. It is coming in as a Category 3, still very strong. And we want to get to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan now with another update. Bob.
Yeah, officially from the National Hurricane Center, Milton has made landfall. It has made landfall. The exact location is Siesta Key. Siesta Key is where Milton officially has made landfall from the National Hurricane Center as a Category 3 hurricane just within the last 15 minutes. So once again, letting you know that the storm is now over land, and that means it will continue to weaken. Right there it is. And you can see Siesta Key in the center, dead center of a Category 3 hurricane. I got to tell you, I looked out the window just a minute ago. Those winds are still coming up, and there's still tropical storm force strength winds sustained. I would say sustained at 50, nearly 60 miles an hour. And we've had a wind gust just within the last hour and a half at 96 miles an hour at the Sarasota Braden Airport. So once again, I'm not going to take too much more time. I know you got more news to talk about, but the storm has made landfall. The exact location and city they are calling Siesta Key, Florida, right here in Sarasota. So Manatee County, once again, has never had a land-falling hurricane. So I guess Mike Modrick's story about the Indian blessing may be holding true for Manatee County. But still a lot of dangers out there. Leslie Lacey's going to be up here in just a little bit explaining some of those dangers for us. So Karen and Summer, there you have it, landfall of Milton as it moves across the state now.
All right. Thank you, Bob. My heart is breaking for all the residents, visitors of Siesta Key. Obviously, that is a world-known destination. #1 beach many times around the world. Devastated.
A beach that was devastated from Helene, by the
Right.
way. There it is. Milton making landfall, Siesta Key as a Category 3. Bob says he does expect it to continue to weaken, and it happened much earlier than we thought, Summer.
Yeah, it did. Again, glad it was not a Category 5. It did make landfall as a 3. Many residents already displaced because of Helene on Siesta Key. That area also hit hard by Helene. Was in the recovery process, removing debris, gutting homes, people trying to apply with their insurance companies, with FEMA, trying to get assistance. Didn't even have enough time to move forward and do that. And then for another storm to head our way, Milton hitting Siesta Key. And of course, not the only area. Although it made landfall at Siesta Key, its presence was felt all around the Suncoast. And we're going to be able to get a better idea of the damage that we received around the Suncoast as our viewers contact us. And we're able to get our reporters out there to observe everything. And a good reminder, we do appreciate all the video and pictures that come in from our viewers. If you have anything that you can share with us, you can send it to our website, mysuncoast.com. Click on the Share It tab, but we do want to remind everyone, do not do this at this moment. We do not want anyone to risk their lives to get that video or pictures to us as soon as it is safe to do so. And you can share what is going on in your community. We would like to share it with our entire community that watches ABC 7 so we can share the impact that Milton had on the Suncoast.
Right, and I think it's very important to point out, Bob, Leslie, everyone telling us, you know, it's wild, and then if it's all of a sudden very calm, don't think that's the time you want to go out because you'll be in the eye then.
Yes, again, the strong gusts continue. Even if it gets quiet for a few minutes, that's why they say you don't want to go out immediately after a storm. You want to take time, stay sheltered, give it a few hours, let emergency officials get out there and assess the damage, assess the safety of the property before you go out. And we will be updating you, our community, throughout the evening and early morning hours and all throughout the day tomorrow on the extent of this damage from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, something interesting the governor brought up is, of course, they're trying to get the ports back up and running as soon as possible. And it seems as if they might be able to do that somewhere because he was talking about the ports in Tampa, which, you know, most likely will be okay, as well as Manatee County, which Bob is pointing out looks like they were able to avoid this again as well.
Which is great news. That will not impact our day-to-day business, daily lives. However, again, so many lives devastated once again by another storm, Helene 2 weeks ago, and now Milton, impacting so many people. We can expect a lot of damage to manufactured homes. The strong wind gusts outside, again, being described by those who witnessed it, looking outside as violent, just violent wind gusts, something we've never seen before in this area for a long time.
That's right, and maybe now, I mean, we don't want to go out yet, but of course everybody's going to start thinking about the cleanup that happens afterwards. And, you know, Governor DeSantis telling us more than 50,000 linemen, because we know everybody wants their power back on, and we know so many people have lost their power. Here we lost our power briefly as well, too.
Yeah, but important to point out, those linemen cannot go out and do any repairs until the wind gusts have subsided. I know it's under 30 miles per hour because it's 45 for emergency officials, and then when we were talking to FPL earlier, around 30.
Right.
So they cannot do their jobs, but they said they are aware of the outages, they will address them, and they move very quickly.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, of course, gas is going to be an issue because so many people are going to be running their generators, not just driving. And we know there's over 1,000 generators the state has, as well as millions of gallons of gas. And I believe we want to send it over to the Sarasota EOC right now
for an update. Here we go. Okay, we are having an audio issue. We're going to look into getting that fixed, and we'll bring it back as soon as we do that. But the Sarasota EOC giving an update. We are eager to hear those updates about the extent of the damage on Siesta Key and surrounding areas.
That's right. So in the meantime, we'll go back to talking about all the reserves we have. Oh, I believe Sarasota EOC, we might have the sound again. Let's take a listen.
Company to report that there is a wire down. The utility companies will be out and in force trying to get the power back up and running as quickly as possible. Also, flooded roads. We mentioned not to drive through flooded roads. The water can be very powerful. We don't want you to get caught up and to be swept off the road. That has happened in the past in our county, and it's very dangerous. So do not drive through flooded roads. We definitely want you to be safe within your home. If the power went out while you were in your house, you can turn all of the, unplug all of the appliances and make sure everything is unplugged, because now what will happen is the power comes up, there could be a power surge that could damage your appliances. Also, hopefully if you have an electric vehicle or anything with a ion lithium battery, you've evacuated that out of the area, but in the event that you have a golf cart or a scooter or an electric vehicle that does get inundated with storm surge, that battery can catch on fire when it gets in contact with that salt water. So move it away from your home, move it out of any other property that could catch on fire. And hopefully, we're not in that situation, but maybe you can protect your property if you take those protective measures. So we'll be providing updates as we get more information. This will be our last broadcast here live at the Operations Center tonight. Again, it's Wednesday night around 8:45 right now. We will plan on posting still. Our comms team will be here overnight. They'll be posting updates. So if you have power and you can keep up to date, if you go to our social media pages or our website, which is scgov.net, we'll be posting updates as we have them. Otherwise, we'll be back in the morning with more live updates as we have information and our crews get out at first light to be able to see what the impacts are to our county. Lastly, we know that this is a time of great anxiety. We know that many of you are probably listening, either being evacuated or you're here maybe with your power out. We just want to know we're here for you, and we're with you, and we ourselves are residents of this county, and so it's our home as well. So our hearts are in the same place as you. We're going to get through this, and we're going to be there for you every step of the way. So thank you very much. Have a safe evening, and stay tuned.
And once again, that is from the Sarasota EOC, the Hurricane Milton making landfall near Siesta Key around 8:40 as a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 120 miles per hour.
And of course, immediately now everyone is still thinking about, the cleanup and the restoration efforts, talking about power will be restored as soon as possible, but asking residents again, please don't get on the roads. Please don't get on the flooded roads. You don't know what kind of situation you have out there. And then, of course, something we saw a lot of during Helene summer, these electric vehicles and golf carts and scooters catching fire from salt water. And actually, as I was driving toward our makeshift studio today, all cars were inside garages, but I saw plenty of electric vehicles in the driveway because people didn't want them inside their garages.
Yeah, another good reminder with these power outages, turn off your breakers, turn off the electricity, unplug everything, and that's with remove the batteries, get them out of the water. You do not want everything to pop once you turn it back on.
That's right. My goodness, there it is, 8:40. We have a landfall at Siesta Key as a Category 3, and right now we want to go to our Michaela Redman, who's joining us from the Sarasota EOC.
Here at the EOC, town officials from Longboat Key holding a press conference after all of their safety personnel were evacuated. Now, one thing they want to let residents know and prepare them for is how the area will look after the storm.
This storm, as we know, will bring hurricane-force winds and rain with a projected 10 to 15-foot storm surge. The highest water will occur between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. on the island Thursday morning. Tropical storm force winds will depart our area sometime between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. We estimate right now that about 98% of the island is evacuated, and we are grateful for that. Water is off, power and gas will remain on until they are lost. While we don't know yet what the damage this storm will bring, we know that it will be significant. While the wind and rain are a concern, the projected surge is the greatest concern. For comparison, Hurricane Helene had a surge estimated at 5 to 6 feet, damaged 2,000 properties, and had an estimated cost damage of about $175 million. This storm will likely far exceed those impacts.
Tipton says they are going to work as quickly as possible to get residents back out to Longboat Key after the storm passes, but he says that's going to take time. Reporting in Sarasota, Michaela Redman, ABC 7, your local station.
All right. Wow, those are some astounding numbers, Summer, that we just heard, because he's saying Helene only had 5 to 6 feet storm surge. We know it's going to be much greater this time around with Milton, and he said it damaged about 2,000 properties for a total estimated cost of $175 million.
I can't wrap my head around all the claims that are coming in and all the damage that has been sustained from these two storms, Helene and now Milton, even as simple as roof tiles. Structural damage. It's ginormous.
Right, and then of course there's something that you can't even put a price tag on, people's lives. And in Longboat Key, they're pretty sure that they might lose some very precious lives because 100 to 200 people did not evacuate.
Yeah, and we'll continue to follow the situation there and bring you the latest as soon as we learn it. But again, Hurricane Milton making landfall approximately 8:40 tonight near Siesta Key, and Category 3, 120 mile per hour winds.
That is, I mean, and of course, it's better news. I don't want to say good news, but better news in the sense that Bob, Leslie, our entire First Alert team had expected it to be much, much stronger. They were thinking Cat 4, or a very strong Cat 3. This was much weaker than that.
And emergency officials bringing up just the tension, the nerves, just everyone very intense right now. All right, and we have another live phoner with the Chief of Police with the Palmetto Police Department. We're going now live to Palmetto Police Chief Scott Tyler. Can you hear us, Chief Tyler?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for joining us. And how is the situation in Palmetto right now? Oh, it sounds like we're having a little difficulty with him. Chief Tyler, are you there? All right.
Just a minute.
Oh, there he is. Can you hear us, Chief Tyler?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Wonderful.
I'm going to stand in the only spot I got reception in the building.
Oh, boy,
Okay. Can you give us a situation on what's going on in the city of Palmetto right now in North Manatee County?
So probably for the past couple of hours, of torrential rain and high winds, it certainly has picked up here in the last hour or so. I understand that the storm just made landfall probably maybe 30 minutes ago.
Yes, in Siesta Key.
But we're still, so we're sitting here watching the radar, and I think that we've got a pretty nasty band that's going to be coming through pretty soon. But that's what's going on. A lot of sporadic power outages in Palmetto. There was some street flooding when I was last out there as the sun was going down. But, so far so good. Obviously in the hard for us to do damage assessments, because, the officers have to stay safe themselves. We don't want them driving into flooded waters. We don't want them driving into power lines and things like that. But, so far so good. The storm surge risk has radically diminished, and that's what we're really, really concerned about here. So, we appreciate how a lot of our residents heeded the warnings and left and are sheltering elsewhere. And, at First Light, we'll be out there with our public works people doing damage assessments and getting the roadways open. And, we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, Chief, do you have any priority areas you can tell us about at First Light that you'll be checking out?
Well, it's nice that Palmetto is, it's 7 square miles and it's pretty condensed, so we can cover the city pretty quickly. So, obviously we check our main roads first to make sure that they're clear, and then we get into the neighborhoods. But, we can usually within an hour or two do a pretty thorough damage assessment and get out there removing trees and things like that.
I know a lot of homes on the water there. I saw video pictures from friends already showing the water creeping up to the homes inside the bottom floor. So are you expecting to see a lot of damage to homes?
Yes, we are. And again, with this storm, as it was coming in, one of our big concerns was going to be the storm surge. We all know what the storm surge was forecast for this area, and luckily it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But, a couple of weeks ago with Helene, We saw the worst storm surge that I've ever seen in 30 years of serving here in the city of Palmetto. So I suspect that the storm surge is probably going to be affecting those same areas, and it will probably be at a level pretty similar to Helene or a little bit above. And, so we just, our hearts go out to these residents that are suffering from this more than once here in a month span, but we'll get through it.
Yeah, and Chief, just curious, have you been getting any 911 calls in the last couple of hours, or has it been quiet?
It's been pretty quiet. We're getting alarm calls, but that makes sense with the winds and and the rain and things like that. But no, we've gotten very few calls, and we hope it keeps up.
Okay. Here's a concern for residents who evacuated. They don't know if their homes were damaged. Many fear that if their homes were damaged, they could see some people going onto their properties. What is your advice for people who are concerned about the safety of their homes?
Well, I can say this, that we have all of our officers are basically working A/B shifts 7 days a week moving forward until we need them. So we're going to have lots of police officers out there looking for people that might want to be stealing or doing whatever they want to do. We're going to have a large presence out there. And, just as soon as light starts coming up, we're going to be out there heavily looking at it. As far as people that may have relocated for the storm, get back as quick as you can, as safely as you can. Talk to your neighbors that may be closer, and we'll be working with our community to make sure that it stays safe.
Okay, Chief, thank you so much for just updating us with really valuable information, and we're glad you guys are okay, and we hope those 911 calls stay down.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that seems to be the message Suncoast-wide. Despite the fact that this storm has made landfall, Hurricane Milton, as a Category 3 storm, residents are still being encouraged to stay put, stay indoors. Now they have to assess the damage. There could be power lines down, debris scattered. We're still experiencing high gusts of wind. So we're not out of the clear just yet.
Now, Summer, you asked a really good question about these potential looters, and the chief basically saying, don't even think about it, because they're going to have all of their officers on a 24/7 standby. I have to believe, let me just pass that phone off. So basically saying they're going to be monitoring all of these homes in that 7 square mile radius. They're looking through those homes. They're going to make sure they're protected and there's no mischief being done.
It's just all I can think of, a lot of work to be done, but after Helene, it was amazing to see the community come together. Hundreds of volunteers going out daily on Anna Maria Island to help with repairs and to help people gut out their homes to move forward, and that will happen again. A little step backwards, but the community is strong, and I know we will push through and move through with this.
Absolutely. All right, right now we want to go to our reporter, Cody Butler, who is with the governor.
Now the focus is shifting to post-storm response, things like search and rescue, getting gas to fueling stations, things like that. The state has more than 9,000 National Guard members from across the country on hand to assist in that search and rescue, and they are going to have fuel tankers have a highway patrol escort to the gas stations to help get those gas stations back open, the ones that have ran out of fuel. So the state is still very much in hurricane response mode.
Are you willing to spend money to be prepared? And when you're fully prepared, you will end up not using some of the things that you've amassed.
The state's also shifting its focus to debris pickup. The state is turning to FEMA for help with some of that because the countdown to the end of hurricane season is on here at the EOC. In Tallahassee, I'm Cody Butler reporting.
Okay, Cody, thank you. And Bob, just reminding us the exact time of landfall, Milton making landfall at 8:30, he said, as Siesta Key as a Category 3.
Okay, so 8:30, Category 3, 120 mile per hour winds, significant damage expected, power outages countywide, both Manatee, Sarasota counties expected. Many people already experiencing this, And a reminder, you can still listen to ABC 7 News live on your FM radios, WSRQ, Lecom Radio. You can also download our app, ABC 7 My Sun Coast.
Okay, and Cody was talking about gas, that being a big factor here as we're now going into recovery mode. And he was saying, well, the governor was saying we have millions of gallons of gas reserves right now, so we should be good for the cars and the generators. Of course, we know there's going to be a mad dash, so you might have to be patient.
I was just thinking that is the key word, patience. We have been told that a lot. I imagine a lot of people have ran out of patience. This has been very nerve-wracking the past few weeks to go through Helene and now Milton. But again, our community is strong and many will work together. The resources are there. Neighbors, family, friends will come together and help each other out. We will move through this. We don't even know the extent of the damage at this point. Once we get our crews out there, emergency crews out there to assess the damage, we'll have a better idea of what's going on.
Right, Paul Meadows police chief says they're going out at the first sign of light, and all of his officers will be working nonstop for 7 days.
Yeah, and we do have the Florida National Guard also on standby. The governor announcing earlier that the National Guard from other states will be coming in. We already have some positioned, we're told, at Riverview High School, and then the governor saying we will be bringing in extra enforcement to help assist law enforcement agencies and communities devastated by this storm rebuild, gut the homes, and clean up the streets and everything else that is included with moving forward with this storm.
Okay, and I see our Leslie Lacey standing by. So, Leslie, let's send it over to you.
All right, thank you, Karen Summer. Okay, so what's happening now, we know that the eye wall has moved into the center of the storm, has made landfall in Siesta Key. It happened at 8:30, and we're starting to really see some tropical storm force winds and some hurricane winds. So right now, we've got some sustained winds out there. The Venice Pier checking in at 78 miles per hour. That's a sustained hurricane force wind, okay? And then gusts up to 97 miles per hour. When I was querying different areas, I was getting winds over 100 miles per hour. So keep this in mind. You know, we're not through this yet, okay? Now we've got some really intense hurricane strength winds coming through the area. Also, storm surge still a factor right now. So we're looking at about 9 to 12 feet near to the south of the eye of the storm, okay? And then also, you got some high-end tropical storm force winds. That's 60 to 74 miles per hour. That is going to be sticking around for hours, okay? You're still going to get that. So again, we're not finished. You know, you still want to stay inside and just brave us through this as it continues. Dangerous, very dangerous hurricane force winds. Those gusts between 80 and 100 miles per hour. And as I mentioned, some of them I was querying, and they were even a little bit higher in the area. So we're still under a tornado watch. I just want to kind of go over the watches and the warnings for you. The storm surge warning still a factor everywhere in the pink, and actually this extends all the way up to the Bay Area, all the way down here, and also as we move across, you can see we're still under a flood watch. We had 1.6 inches coming down into Bradenton right before the storm landed. So here is the latest look at the Titan radar. Again, making landfall just over a half an hour in Siesta Key as a Category 3 storm. Okay, so you can see the back end of it is still not producing a lot of rain, which has really been great, but some real intense winds right now and some intense rain coming through the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg area at this point. Okay, but we're still getting intense winds down here in Venice as well as this whips around. Okay. And now I want to look at your peak storm surge just to give you an idea where I'm talking about here. So 6 to 9 feet now for the Tampa Bay area. That's much better than what was predicted, much, much better, but still a lot of storm surge could happen, 6 to 9 feet, 9 to 13 as you move here from Anna Maria Island down towards Inglewood, okay? Storm surge 9 to 13 feet possible, and about 8 to 12 feet a little bit further on in the Port Charlotte Harbor, okay? So we're not out of this. We're still going to continue to have some of these intense winds coming through, tropical storm force winds for several hours, and of course hurricane winds as well, now that we've made landfall. And we're looking about that back wall coming in. Remember the eye wall, the front part of it came in. Now you got the back end that is eventually going to make its way through, and you're going to feel those, or you're going to hear them, hopefully you're in your house, those intense winds as well. So to continue to stay with us. All right, ladies, back to you.
Okay, Leslie, thank you so much for that. And Rick, we actually have Chief, Holmes Beach Police Chief William Tokager on the phone for us. Chief, can you hear us?
I can.
And Chief, we know this made landfall at 8:30 in Siesta Key. Can you tell us what it looked like where you were?
We left the island earlier today in Palmetto. It's very windy, very rainy, but we're doing well here.
And Chief, what can you tell us about the people of Holmes Beach? Were they able to heed warnings and evacuate?
I believe that they did. I think that 98 to 100% of the people evacuated. They took the warnings very seriously. Nobody wanted a repeat of the storm surge from Helene. With Milton, it was supposed to be twice what it was with Helene. We're happy that it's not coming to us. We really did need another gut punch. I know that they're getting it south of us, and we feel bad for that, and we're praying for them and their safety. But it's like we'll be back out there in the morning and see what it looks like.
And Chief, it is Rick Adams here. Sorry, everybody's going through this. And let me ask you about the flooding situation. I know Holmes Beach has a tendency to flood. What is the flooding situation like, and what about the storm surge?
The way I understand it, we did not have the same amount of storm surge that we had with Helene from the people that are measuring the numbers out there, from the buoys that are there. So we dodged the bullet when it came to the flooding. We are getting the winds out there. We do have a live from Florida University, their Hurricane Research Center. They put up a sentinel out on our beach yesterday. So we're getting some real-time data from that.
And Chief, I know at a time looked like Anna Maria Island and Holmes Beach was going to take this direct hit. Do you feel, I know you're getting the northern end of this hurricane, do you feel a little bit of relief from this?
Yes, definitely a little bit of relief. I'll be looking forward to getting out there first thing in the morning to see what it looks like. But this could have been a lot worse if we would have gotten the hit that we were expecting earlier in the day of a Category 4 direct hit to us, or us on the lower side. If it went into the Tampa Bay, things could have been a lot worse for our island.
That's right. And Chief, just curious, in the last couple of hours, if your department got any 911 calls and if it was quiet. And the second question is, if you guys can tell us about what the plan is at First Light.
Yeah, so not to my knowledge, we haven't had any 911 calls. At First Light, we'll have our first in teams that'll be going in. I'll have Bradenton will be posted up at the intersection as soon as the winds die down, so that nobody goes out to the island until we can go out and assess it and make sure it's safe. So Bradenton Police has been a real champion for us through Helene. They've been out there with us, helping us out. So is Palmetto Police, New College Police, and the Airport Police also came to give us a hand. We also have Panama City is coming out to assist us. So they're coming out tomorrow afternoon with a full contingent to assist us as well.
Wow. And Chief, of course, homeowners always have this concern about possible looting at their homes. Can you, I know you guys have a plan for that, so can you just give a message to anybody who might be thinking potential mischief?
Yeah, anybody that comes out there to do potential mischief will be perp walked out when we arrest them. We will find them. We will arrest them. We are a very active police department. We get the job done out there, and we will make sure that our city stays safe.
And Chief, let me ask you about the debris that was out there from Helene. Do you think that is going to pose any issues or any problems out there?
We'll have to wait and see. We know we still had a lot of debris. We were able to get it off of our major roadways. That was a lot of debris all along our major roadways up East Bay, Gulf Drive, Marina Drive, Palm Drive. All of those roads are major thoroughfares to get in and out. So that was our first priority. We had to get those out, and then they started doing some of the side streets after that. But there was no way to get all the debris before the storm came. That's just untenable. The amount of debris that we had, it would take normally a month to get all that up. So we're going to get back at it after tomorrow and get more haulers out there, get the debris picked up, and try and get back to normal as soon as we can.
And let me ask you about damage. What kind of damage are you expecting from Milton? I know it wasn't a direct hit for you, but I'm sure there's still going to be damage out there.
I'm sure there's going to be damage. There's going to be some debris. There's going to be some people that probably lost some roofs. So we'll have to assess it. We have our building department that'll be out tomorrow, and they'll be starting to assess damage and doing what we can to help our residents and our businesses.
Okay, Chief William Tokajer, thank you so much for checking in with us, and hopefully we can check back in with you throughout this whole process now that we're thinking recovery.
Thank you.
Yes, and we are not through yet, Chief, so please stay safe for you and all the residents there on Holmes Beach and Anna Maria Island.
We will. Thank you. Appreciate you having me on.
Okay. All right, Chief, thank you. And now I believe our Chief Meteorologist, Bob Harrigan, is ready, so let's go to him.
As always is the case with these storms, it's the backside of it that can be dangerous too. A lot of people think just because they've passed the northeast quadrant that everything's going to get better. It's not. Because it's lacking of rain on the backside, all the air is got open rain. It feeds right into the coastline there. We just had a recent report of a gust of 97 miles an hour at the Venice Pier, and also sustained wind at hurricane strength, Category 1 reported at the Venice Pier. And in Fort Myers, they're reporting gusts up to 90 to 95 miles an hour and a storm surge all the way down into Fort Myers. So this is not over at this point. We're getting that onshore flow. This is the time of concern for that storm surge. So we haven't had a lot, but now that the center is moved inland, all that wind is now moving onshore. Open rain too. It doesn't have to go through clouds and showers and storms, so it just feeds directly into the center of the storm. I'm going to step away from this just to show you the, again, numbers. The storm surge of 9 to 12 feet still possible, and that's near and south of the eye. And the eye now is moving through North Sarasota County and continues to move off toward the northeast. We're still going to see tropical storm force winds. I'm getting a lot of reports from people losing power, and the power outages are happening as a result of that kind of sustained wind. Dangerous hurricane force wind gusts. We just saw that 97 reported at the Venice Pier. Let's go to the radar picture and show you. So the center is right about here now. So it moved through Siesta Key at 8:30, and now you see these clouds, or at least showers, moving in this direction. That's that onshore flow. That's piling the water up. Thankfully, this is moving pretty fast. So is there a possibility of getting a 9-foot surge? Certainly, especially from about Siesta Key southward all the way down into and around Fort Myers. Fort Myers reporting a 4-foot storm surge at this point and still getting onshore flow. So this is kind of the dangerous part of the storm because there's not a lot of rain out there, but there's some strong gusty winds, as I just reported, 97-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You can see some of these reports here. It's still going to be happening here. Tropical storm force winds likely. Again, for the next couple of hours at least, maybe even longer, as this storm kind of lingers across our area. And the ground is saturated, so there will be some trees down with this kind of wind. There's no doubt that you're going to see more power outages as we go through the next several hours. The next graphic, again, showing the center. It's elongated now. When a storm makes landfall, what happens is it loses its fuel. So it's no longer going to be getting stronger, but what it is going to do, it's going to expand its wind field. It was all tight around that center, but now it's saying, well, I can't get stronger, so I'm going to throw my winds out. It's kind of like the ice skater that you see at the end of their routine, right? They're all kind of tucked in, spinning faster and faster, and then at the end they throw their arms out and they slow down. This is the same thing that's happening with this storm. As it slows down, it's throwing its energy out on either side. So a lot more people are being impacted now by these strong winds, and power outages are occurring as a result of that, again, problem. We're still under a flood warning now, a flash flood warning for most of Manatee County. I'm getting reports too that there is some flooding taking place in areas into and around Bradenton as a result of 6 to 7 inches of rainfall in a short period of time. So those flood warnings continue for Bradenton, Palmetto Parish, Ellenton, also out in Rabonia and on Anna Maria Island, obviously up through Hillsborough and Pinellas County. You've got to look at the satellite imagery, a poorly organized system, but notice the big storms now moving into Sarasota, also along the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. You see the purples, that indicates storm tops up to 50,000 feet plus, and that's bringing some very heavy rainfall throughout those regions. Once again, updating you quickly on the storm itself. It made landfall, as I said, at 8:30 as a Category 3 hurricane, top winds at 120. And some verification of that, obviously, is at the Venice Pier. Right at the end of it, they have a Seaman station, and that Seaman station recorded a recent wind gust up to 97 miles an hour. It's still going to cause problems all the way across the state and along the East Coast. You see the area in red there. There is a storm surge problem even up to Jacksonville tonight, as they're going to get that wraparound back behind this system. So the winds are going to be rotating around in a counterclockwise, and that's going to bring part of the Atlantic Ocean in to some of the coastline there into and around Jacksonville and into and around Daytona Beach. So lots more to go. And we're getting power outages? Oh, here's the power outages graphic. Okay, let's show. We're on that right now. And you can see the numbers going up. In fact, I think it's higher than 302,000. Leslie, if I'm not mistaken, it's higher than 302. It's almost 1 million people now without power in and around West Central Florida. So those numbers continue to rise. Although that says 302,000, it's up to 850,000 people without power now across the state of Florida. And you can see Manatee County, 66. And that's just recent reports. I would imagine that number is a lot higher. So a lot of people are losing power as a result of those strong winds that are blowing through with that eye and near that eye. So it's not over. Stay close to your safe room. Trees will be falling as a result of these strong wind gusts up to near hurricane force strength and even higher, up to 100-mile-an-hour gusts expected. There's 804,669 people, at least residents, without power at this point, and that number promises to go higher as we go through the next several hours. I know some people are really nervous, obviously very anxious. People along the beaches, that have property that they cleaned up, there's still that potential for high surge. It's not over yet. And it's because of this long duration west to southwest wind, because the storm is moving basically parallel to the east coast. We're going to continue with that west to actually northwest wind, which piles all that water up along the coast. Thankfully, we're not at high tide, but we are approaching high tide, which is expected to be about 2.5 feet at 4 a.m. But it started a few hours ago, so it's going to go higher and higher. We're going to check some gauges for you and get back to you on that, too. Once again, if you have any photos, send them to mysuncoast.com. Go to mysuncoast.com, and actually you'll see a share it tab. We don't want you to get in danger, obviously, with being out there. You don't want to be outside. But if you have a camera that had taken some pictures, sometimes we get the Ring doorbell cameras that show some pretty incredible video. You can always send them in, too. We appreciate it. Again, that's very easy to do. mysuncoast.com, share a tab, and you can share video and pictures on that. So as you see right there, Karen and Rick, the storm by far not over yet, even though it's made landfall. You keep that in mind. People talk about landfall. Yeah, that's great. That means the storm's not going to grow anymore or get stronger. However, it's going to spread its wings, and it is going to, again, cause some problems for the next few hours at least before it starts to settle down a little bit. Now we're going to send it over to Rob, who's got some of the video, in fact, from a viewer that we're going to see. Rob?
Thanks so much. And as they say, a picture is worth a million words, right? You do it when it is safe. This is not the night to do it. Nonetheless, we are getting some elements sent in from some of our viewers. We want to take just a moment to share just a couple of those that we really caught our eye on. So let's go ahead and pull up the very first one if we can. And this is from Tiffany Ann Nesbat. Tiffany's sending in these pictures of what appears to be a transformer exploding right there. You see it right there in downtown Sarasota. This just a little bit earlier this evening. A major show right there in itself. If we go ahead and advance on to the next one, Tiffany also sending in another shot for us, and again from downtown Sarasota. Just magnificent lighting show out there. It looks like almost some sort of a transformer, right, or something blue. We know so many thousands of people in Metro Sarasota out of power out this hour. Maybe that is a part of it. Take a look at this one as well. This is from Jeff Peugeot, and this is actually, it looks like some sort of a part of a lighting grid or a light that came off of a building in downtown. So that was something also that really caught our eye. Let's go ahead and take up the next slide if we can and see what you guys captured all throughout the evening here, because there are so many images that we want to paint the picture of. And this is of a roof really coming right off of a home here. This is Buckingham Club off 41 south of Stickney Point, a roof literally just peeling right off of, it looks like a mobile home, a manufactured home community there. Of course, the high winds as they hit top speeds a little bit earlier tonight. No match for any type of homes, including this one. Look at the trees blowing there. The power, very, very swift with these. We're going to see this all throughout the night. And again, we appreciate you sharing these with us. We want you to do it safely and from a vantage point that you feel comfortable to send it to us. Let's go on to the next one if we can. A familiar friend to the ABC7 family sending us in another great shot here. This is from Lisa Modrick. This is from Lisa Modrick, the Sarasota Bay. She is wife of our friend meteorologist Mike Modrick, taking a picture of Sarasota Bay. This is El Conquistador near Bayshore Gardens. Look at the waves. Look at the power of the motion of all that water. We can never underestimate how strong water is, how damaging, the power, the force. And you can see how high those tides were. And this is still light out, keep in mind. So we're looking, I don't know, maybe 5, 6 p.m. tonight. Not really sure, but Lisa, we always appreciate it. And hopefully you and everybody else are safe in the building there. But look at the power of the waves in themselves. Absolutely incredible, the power itself. Let's go on to the next one. Mr. Bruce Hiller. Bruce sending us some pretty good images here, and it shows the power and the magnitude even of old trees. That tree right there snapped, pushed completely over, much like a twig. No match for the wrath of the winds out there. It looked like there was some sort of a tape around it before. We don't know if they were trying to secure that in place, if it had been recently planted, transplanted, or what the story was. Look at the bands of rain. You see the rain moving again almost at that side angle there, right across as the ripples from the water kind of keep up with the rain moving through the air. The trees, no match for the winds at top speed right there. The tree simply blown right over. Looks like it was clean right out of its tracks, snapped right off at that point. We do have another one. Again, folks using, there I am. This is a little bit better. Thank you so much. Monitors there so I can see what's going on there. Good shot here. This is drone footage of what appears to be a funnel cloud from Tequista, the Tequista area. Bo shooting this for us. Look at the power of this. We talked about this since about 2:30 this afternoon. The power of the storm, not only just from the actual cell of the storm itself, from the actual hurricane, but also the pop-up storms, the bands of rain, and in this case, the apparent twisters that popped up. We know at least one that we talked about a little earlier this afternoon, popping up in Lee County. We know the governor saying to us about 2 hours ago in that press conference from the state capitol, at least 125 homes destroyed, damaged. We don't know exactly where those are at location-wise, but still, that is just the tip of the iceberg we know in this case. So again, as Bob was talking about and alluding to a few minutes ago, you can go to the mysuncoast.com, go to the Share It tab, and when it is in fact safe to do so, we want to hear from you because you will help paint and narrate the story of what is going to be a historic storm that we will be talking about for a very long time. So capture those pictures, capture the videos, send them to us, and give us a little background. You know, that's what we have you to help us tell the story, to narrate. So give me a little context, give us a little background. We're happy to share them on air with our viewers and let them know the power, and let this be a major, there it is right there, the Share It page. You can see, you can just kind of click and upload your media right there. It is a fairly simple, fairly quick process, and it comes right to us. Our producers sift through all these. Again, this is just the beginning of them, but do it with caution and make sure that you and your family are safe, because obviously no picture or video is worth your safety. That's just a sampling. That's just from hour one. Can you imagine what it's going to look like tomorrow throughout the night, again, as we continue to navigate Hurricane Milton together? That's going to wrap it up for me for now. From the desk, I'm going to send it now back to Rick and to Karen. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rob, we do appreciate that. That is just a taste, a small taste of what's going on out there, and we do rely on the viewers out there to help share this story and help tell this story.
Yeah, I know. You, me, both our phones have been blowing up with people. Something I want to relay, Bob and Leslie telling us this storm surge warning, that's actually in effect until 8 in the morning tomorrow. So we really want our viewers to listen to that, because it really is, as Bob was saying, the dangerous part of the storm right now with these winds and the storm surge. So we really don't want anyone going outside right now. now thinking, okay, well, it made landfall, which we know, landfall 8:30, Siesta Key, Cat 3, but it's still very dangerous out there.
Oh yeah, you know, like Bob was saying, we have a long way to go with the storm. We're not done yet. And what was a little ominous is I had stepped outside right after the height of the storm. You know, we were in the middle of the eye wall. It was so ominous. It was so quiet out there, and it can be deceiving. You think the storm's over with, but no, it do have a long way to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what they tell us, right? Like when it's really calm after it's been crazy. All right, we want to actually go right to our chief meteorologist, Bob Harrigan. Bob.
Thanks, Karen and Rick. What we're looking at is the National Weather Service reports that are coming in. We've got a direct connection to them, and spotters from all over the area send them information, and we just got a report at the Venice Gardens right now. Venice Gardens in Venice, Florida, in South Venice, I should say. This is, again, from Venice Gardens, 2 miles west of Venice Gardens. They're reporting storm surge flooding going on at present. So it's in progress. Look out. Obviously, if you haven't evacuated, you want to stay to high ground. You should have evacuated. Don't do it now. Even if the water starts coming into your home, you do not want to leave because there's so much debris out there, and any kind of wind gust could pick up debris and hurt you quite severely. So keep that in mind. Again, we're getting reports from a spotter in Venice. It's 2 miles, again, west, I believe, of Venice Gardens. That's what it says here. They're reporting storm surge flooding. They don't give a height yet. But with this onshore flow, it continues to be a problem. And again, this map is showing there's still the potential for 3 feet there near and around Cortez, along Anna Maria Island, much less than was projected. However, it's still 3 feet or greater there than 3 feet. And you can see even out on Lido, this was red earlier tonight, but it's in yellow. And this is, again, that should show greater than 3 feet and just up to about 5 feet. For those folks there. We go down the road, Siesta Key, could still be seeing this. I don't think it's going to be the 9 feet, but hold on. We're going to see this west wind for a lot longer duration. You know, as the storm went by just about 2 weeks ago, we saw the flood waters come in, the surge come in, and they quickly receded. I talked to a gentleman who has a property out there, and he said, yeah, it was about 2 hours, and it was gone. You have to realize we're heading into high tide. It's getting higher and higher, and then high tide is going to exacerbate the problem as we go through 4 a.m. Now, after 4 a.m., it starts to go down, but it's going to take its time because this is a long duration west to southwest wind, and then eventually turns to northwest by tomorrow morning sunrise. Again, not as severe projections here, but we are seeing the problems even up into Charlotte Harbor. So once again, I'll check this one more time before I send it back to you guys to see. Oh yeah, we've got 8 inches of rainfall. 8 inches of rainfall reported in northwest Bradenton with the storm so far. 8 inches, a big cell, the northwest portion of the eye wall went through Bradenton and created 8 inches of rainfall. So the stories are coming in. Again, emergency flash flood warning for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County that just went into effect, again, or stays in effect, and expires Thursday at 2:30 a.m. They may extend that. There have been funnel clouds reported near Siesta Key at 9:25 by a ham operator there. And it looks like, let's see if anything else near us, reports of the 8 inches in Bradenton. Key Royale on Holmes Beach, an automated station there, reporting 8